Albert's Bridge Books presents Rehearsed to Death, a Como Lake Players mystery, written by John Gaspard, read by Margaret Mickelson. Frontispiece quote: "It is a hopeless endeavor to attract people to a theater, unless they can be first brought to believe that they will never get in." Charles Dickens. Chapter 1. Harley was dead, to begin with. There was no doubt about that. The news of his passing was delivered to Leah, breathlessly, by the theater's longtime administrative assistant, Betsy. "Have you heard?" Betsy asked as she leaned around the doorway, apparently winded by the short walk from her office to Leah's. It was a journey of not more than 10 steps. "What?" Leah said as she looked up. She was once again deep in the throes of an Excel spreadsheet, trying to juggle the small theater's budget for what felt like the millionth time. Currently, Leah was trying to find a way to pay for much-needed tuck-pointing on the old building which housed the Como Lake Players Theater. It wasn't a question of when she'd have to pay for it. She could hear the workers outside tucking and pointing away, but how? She knew the money was in the budget somewhere. She just had to find it. The simple answer was simply not to pay for something else. She was just trying to determine what that something might be when Betsy had interrupted her. "Harley Vincent is dead," Betsy said as she settled into the chair in front of Leah's desk. Although she didn't seem particularly pleased by the news, the older woman clearly was taking a bit of pleasure in being the one to deliver it. "Harley Vincent dead?" Leah repeated. "You mean our director? For A Christmas Carol?" "Director and Scrooge, don't forget," Betsy added. "Dead? Really?" Betsy nodded. "I have it on good authority," she said. "You know, he just finished auditions, such as they were, last week. I posted the cast list just 2 days ago, so this could be a bit of a pickle for you, and for the theater." Leah nodded as the implications of Harley's death began to sink in. Finding a new Scrooge probably would not be an issue. There were plenty of actors of a certain age in the Twin Cities who would jump at the chance to play the classic role, albeit at a small community theater for no pay. But finding and securing a qualified director at this late date might be a bit of a stretch. The good ones were few and far between, and if they were good, odds were they were already booked. "How did he die?" Leah asked, pushing those other issues out of her mind, at least for the moment. Betsy shook her head. "No details yet, but I'm keeping an ear to the ground." Leah had no doubt that as soon as any news was available, Betsy would be the first to deliver it. The older woman had a remarkable facility for tracking multiple threads of news and gossip simultaneously. So instead of worrying about that, Leah turned her mind to what she knew about the newly deceased director/actor. Leah had met Harley Vincent just once, months before, at a fundraiser for the theater. It had been her first appearance at this annual fundraiser since coming from New York to assume the role of executive director for the Como Lake Players. Their conversation had been brief, just a few words of greeting. He had seemed a pleasant enough fellow, in his early 60s, with waves of gray hair and a slightly courtly manner. His voice was deep and rich, with that slight mid-Atlantic accent often employed by movie actors in the 1930s and 1940s. He had complimented her work so far at the theater, even though she'd only been in the executive director position for a few months at that point. Leah had hoped to stop by the Christmas Carol auditions the previous week for a more formal introduction and discussion about the show, but the tryouts had been scheduled to take place at the same time as a board meeting. By the time her meeting had broken up, the auditions were, she was surprised to learn, completed, which had struck Leah as odd given the large cast traditionally required for that classic production. Auditions for most shows usually took 1 or 2 nights, or at the very least, one very long evening. Unlike many other community theaters, the Como Lake Players didn't allow the common practice of pre-casting a show. Every production required auditions for all roles, from which the director would make their final selections. Although some directors bridled at the restriction, Leah thought it was a sound policy, as it allowed the greatest number of community members an opportunity to perform, or at the very least, to audition. They were a community theater, after all, and sometimes the emphasis had to rest more heavily on community than on theater. "Harley Vincent dead," Leah repeated slowly. "Dead as a doornail, as the saying goes," Betsy said as she stood up. She glanced at her watch. "Aren't you late for lunch?" Leah looked at the small clock in the corner of her computer screen. "Not officially, but yes, thanks," she said as she stood up and reached for her coat. The thing about lunch, Leah thought, and not for the first time as she entered the small cafe, was that it was safe. It was neutral. It was like Switzerland. It came with no alliances and no expectations, which was exactly what she needed when it came to Alex, and she was pretty sure he felt the same way. Or not. The fact was, she wasn't really sure. The two of them had been dancing around a relationship since her arrival from New York the previous year. Alex had proven to be a terrific and versatile actor, and the attraction had been immediate, which was what had scared Leah away. She'd just pulled herself out of a disastrous long-term relationship with, of all things, another actor, and wasn't ready to start something. Or anything. Or maybe she was. Again, she wasn't really sure. A quick scan of the small cafe told her that, despite being 5 minutes late, she had still arrived ahead of Alex. She followed the command suggested on the poorly scrawled sign by the door and seated herself, settling into what had become their most frequently used booth. She glanced back at the door, and with no Alex in sight, she pulled out her phone to make a quick touch-base call with Gloria. It was thanks to Gloria that Leah had even returned to the Twin Cities. Her friend was the chair of the theater's board of directors, and she had zealously promoted Leah when the job of executive director had opened up. Unlike many others on the board, Gloria actually had a theater-related job, which tended to give the recommendations she made a bit more oomph. She ran the foundation wing of the area's largest professional theater. Her theater was located only a few miles from the Como Lake Players, but it existed on a much higher financial plane. For the third time that morning, Leah's call was deposited into Gloria's voicemail. Given her friend's slavish devotion to being in touch in general and to her phone specifically, this was a rare instance when Gloria appeared to have dropped off the grid. Puzzling and intriguing, but not yet worrisome. Before Leah could ponder the implications of this vanishing act any further, Alex appeared at the table. "Sorry I'm late," he said. He actually sounded a bit out of breath as he slid into the booth across from her. "For some reason, there's actual traffic out there today." Leah was always amused when Minnesotans spoke derisively about traffic. Having spent some time in Los Angeles and more than a few years in Manhattan, Leah knew what real traffic looked like. But she had long ago learned that people around here didn't enjoy listening to a lecture on what big city traffic jams looked like, so she opted to simply nod along and agree with him. "Crazy out there," she said with the slightest of smiles. "You were about to give me your, 'hey, you should try living in LA' speech, weren't you?" Alex said with a grin. "The thought never crossed my mind," Leah lied. She reached for a menu at the same instant Alex did, and there was a brief, awkward back-and-forth moment before they had each secured their own menu. "Did you hear the news about Harley Vincent?" Alex asked. He glanced at the menu for what seemed like less than a second. "News travels fast, bad news at supersonic speeds," she said as she glanced up. Alex always ordered the same thing, but Leah had been trying to branch out and test something different each time they ate there. The results of this experiment had been less than stellar, and she had come to understand why Alex always stuck with a cheeseburger and a malt. "And news of murder travels faster than anything," Alex added. Leah let her menu drop. Her eyes went a little wide. "Do the police think it's murder?" Alex shrugged. "I don't know what the official line is," he said. "But word on the street is that, whatever it was, it doesn't appear to have been a natural death." Leah considered this new information. Wow, she finally said. Did you know him? Alex shook his head. That Christmas Carol crowd had their own tight little clique, he said. Is that all Harley ever directed at the theater? Leah suddenly realized that in perusing past productions, she had never actually seen the director's name in connection with any other shows. Yes, that was his specialty. And you never auditioned for it? I did once and then realized, like most everyone else, that the game was rigged, so I didn't ever bother to try again. Leah furrowed her brow. What do you mean, the game was rigged? She asked. Auditions are open to everyone, and we don't allow pre-casting. Alex had picked that moment to take a sip from the water glass in front of him. He nearly did a spit take, working hard to hold back a geyser of water. He looked at Leah in amazement as he shook his head slowly from side to side. Yes, in theory, that's the case, he said patiently. But in reality, you'd be surprised how much precasting goes on. Most directors do their best to cover their tracks by holding endless auditions, but they always wind up using the same 4 to 6 actors. However, Harley didn't bother with the ruse. He was shameless. He'd do about 90 minutes of auditions, see people for like 30 seconds each, and then cast the same actors he's always cast. But that's, Leah sputtered, that's wrong. Well, it's certainly not the letter of the law, he said. But since each of his perennial cast members had shown up for their 30-second audition, he was well within his rights to keep casting the same people over and over. Well, I need to talk to him about that, Leah began, and then realized that was no longer possible. I mean, I would if he were still alive. Well, at least he was thoughtful enough to cast the show before he died, Alex said. So besides being short one Scrooge, you're at least in good shape on that front. Oh, that's right. He always played Scrooge, didn't he? He was famous for it. I mean, in a local, limited sort of way. Was he any good? Alex shrugged. Which playwright was it who said his plays were actor-proof? Shaw, Leah said. George Bernard Shaw. He might have been just referring to You Never Can Tell, though. I would hardly call St. Joan actor-proof. Well, whatever, Alex said. He could have been referring to A Christmas Carol. Even the worst production is likely to work for most audiences because they already bring so much emotional baggage to the production. Is this your way of saying Harley Vincent wasn't a good Scrooge? He was an okay Scrooge, and it was an okay production, he said. But to my mind, it had gotten a little tired and worn around the edges. Leah nodded. You're probably right. Looking at ticket sales over the years, I've recognized a steady decline for that production, which is just the opposite of what a theater should be seeing for their Christmas show. She took a sip of water. Of course, it probably doesn't help that the budget for the Guthries' annual production of A Christmas Carol dwarfs ours. What they spend on tinsel is twice what we spend on our whole show. Alex narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Are you thinking of making a change? Leah glanced around at the few other customers. Of course, no one else in the cafe was in the least bit interested in their conversation. There have been discussions, she finally said. Before Alex could probe further, he was interrupted by the sound of Leah's cell phone vibrating on the table. Leah glanced at the caller ID and then picked up the phone. I'll just tell her I'll call her back, she said quickly as she pressed the green button. Hey, Gloria, she said brightly. To Alex, the rest of the one-sided conversation consisted of Leah saying, uh-huh, again and again, each time sounding more stressed and concerned. Leah ended the call and looked at Alex as she set the phone back on the table. That was Gloria, she said slowly, trying to form her next sentence. I gathered as much. What's up? Leah really couldn't find any actual words, and full sentences seemed entirely out of the question. Gloria, she began. Gloria has been arrested by the police. They're holding her in jail. Alex was having trouble understanding what Leah was trying to say. Arrested? For what? For the murder of Harley Vincent. Chapter 2. Could the lighting in this room be any worse? Leah wasn't sure what she had expected Gloria's first words to be when she entered the small visitor's room, but that sentence had not been in the running. Upon arriving at the police station, Leah had learned Gloria was on what they call a 48-hour hold and was being held for questioning. She was allowed visitors within set hours, and Leah counted herself lucky that she had arrived within that time frame. Gloria was still dressed in her street clothes because she hadn't officially been charged. Yet, she explained. The key word is yet. I haven't been charged yet. So for the time being, I am relieved of the horror of the orange jumpsuit the other prisoners are forced to wear. I think wearing an orange jumpsuit is currently the least of your problems. That's a point on which you and I strongly disagree, Gloria said as she settled into the hard wooden chair across the worn table from Leah. Gloria's normally perfectly coiffed hair was only slightly askew, but in contrast to her normal appearance, she looked as close to disheveled as Leah had ever seen. The harsh fluorescent lights also weren't doing her any favors. Although they were alone in the small room, Leah noted a video camera in one corner, as well as the silhouette of the guard who'd escorted her, visible through the small window in the door. I made all the calls you asked me to make, Leah said. She wasn't sure how much time was allowed for this visit and didn't want to waste it on fashion arguments. She'd had enough of those with Gloria in the past, and she rarely came out on top. I called your office and talked to your assistant, Dwayne. Good, he can cover for me. He's very good at covering for me. That's basically the only bullet point on his job description. He said he's moved all of today's meetings to Friday and is working on shifting your lunch tomorrow with what he said was a honking big donor. Gloria nodded. Yes, it's one of the biggest. She's a big theater supporter and she's older than dirt. It's our annual get her buzzed on Chardonnay and hope for a huge check lunch. Gloria was in charge of the charitable side of the largest professional theater in town and spent much of her time wining and dining potential donors. Leah had long ago realized that Gloria's expense account alone well exceeded the annual budget for the Como Lake Players. And I called your attorney. Rex? Yes, Rex, Leah repeated with a grimace. The memory of the short phone call gave her a slight shiver. He sounded a little, I don't know, not all there. Is he good? I met him in my Zumba class. That's terrific, but is he good? Well, he's really good at Zumba. He looks great in spandex. He's the instructor. Leah leaned forward. Your attorney is your Zumba instructor? Her whisper came out louder than intended. Just part-time, Gloria said. Law is his vocation. Zumba is his avocation. She thought about this for a moment. Or is it the other way around? Gloria waved the thought away and continued. Don't worry, he passed the bar, which is something we both know I've rarely been able to do, she added with a laugh. She recognized Leah wasn't sharing in her attempt at humor and switched to a more serious demeanor. Don't worry, hon. I vetted him. He'll be fine. I didn't do this thing, so it's not like I need Perry Mason defending me. Pee Wee Herman could handle this case. It's open and shut. Leah looked around the room. Right here, right now, it doesn't seem very open and shut. In fact, it feels very shut, she said. So what happened? I really don't know, Gloria said with a sigh. I've known Harley for years. We sort of had an arrangement. An arrangement? Yes. If we're both unattached and if the moment arises, we will sometimes spend an evening together. But he's older than you, Leah said, her surprise evident in her tone. You never date anyone older than you. Your rule has always been half your age plus 5. Gloria shrugged. Harley's the exception, which proves the rule, I guess. And it's not like we were dating, she said, sounding almost defensive. We just had an arrangement. We've had it for years. So what happened last night? Last night was pretty typical, as a matter of fact. He called, said he had a free night, and wondered if I did as well. But you didn't have a free night, Leah said. We were going to go see one of the films in the Bergman retrospective at the University Film Society, and then you called at the last minute and said you had a headache. I may have lied a little, Gloria said, lowering her voice. I mean, it was kind of true. Ingmar Bergman gives me a headache. He always has. Must be a German thing. He was Swedish, Leah snapped. So you dumped me for a fling with Harley Vincent? Well, I prefer to think that I dumped Ingmar Bergman. But yes, I hadn't seen Harley for a while. In fact, I hadn't seen anyone for a while. A while? A week, which can be an eternity in Gloria years. Leah shook her head. Okay, so you spent the evening with Harley. Not the whole evening. I stopped by around 9, we did what we do, and then I went home. I always went home. I often visited, but I never stayed. So you were the last person to see Harley Vincent alive. Gloria shook her head vehemently. Not on your life, or his life for that matter. I'll tell you what I told the police. The killer, whoever that may have been, was the last one to see Harley alive. At most, I was the second to the last one to see him alive. It's a minor but key distinction that I feel must be acknowledged. Before Leah could respond, there was a sharp rap at the door. The guard swung it open and stepped in. Your attorney is here, he said flatly. Your Zumba instructor, Leah said quietly. Fantastic, Gloria said. She looked over at Leah. Thanks for making all those calls. I'll be out of here before you know it. I hope so, Leah said with a weak smile as she stood up. She did not share her friend's optimism. As she headed for the door, Leah passed the young attorney on his way into the room. He looked like he had just jumped out of a late-night fitness commercial. A sharp suit clung to his obviously well-exercised form. He had chiseled cheekbones, matching dimples, a well-placed cleft in his chin, all topped with a mop of wavy hair which had been saturated in a musky, scented hair gel. He smiled widely as he approached Gloria, his perfectly bleached grin brightening the dim room. How's your heart rate, babe? He said as he slid into the chair Leah had just vacated. Inching past my target rate now that you're here, hon, Gloria said, smiling broadly. Leah took one more look at Gloria and began to worry all over again. She was not at all convinced the case was as open and shut as her friend believed. Chapter 3. Leah pulled into the theater's pothole-rich parking lot and was surprised to see an unfamiliar car parked next to Betsy's battered PT Cruiser. It looked to be one of those new, sleek electric cars. She didn't know brand names, but the car looked exotic and expensive. Although compared to her old car, that was true of most vehicles on the road. She considered for a moment that it might belong to one of the workmen who were currently perched on scaffolding which covered the back of the building. They were hard at work right now, either tucking or pointing, Leah wasn't sure which. However, they usually arrived in pickup trucks, which she could see were parked in the far corner of the lot, and none of the guys struck her as the type to own a $90,000 car. So the presence of the glossy electric car was, for the moment, a bit of a mystery. Leah had barely stepped into the building when she found herself face to face with Betsy. We have a visitor, the older woman whispered. He said he wants to look around. He wants a theater tour? Did you explain that we now have a schedule? Impromptu theater tours had become the bane of Leah's existence since arriving several months earlier. Actors who were new to town, theater students, interested passers-by, people seemed to wander in at all times of the day, asking to be given a tour of the unique old reconverted church. Although Leah had finally mastered the tour process and the patter, she hadn't gotten lost in the building's labyrinthian basement once in the last few months. The unscheduled nature of these drop-ins had become increasingly annoying. She'd shared her feelings with Gloria at lunch at one point, and her friend had offered a simple solution. Just do what we do with everything else at the Guthrie, she said. Schedule it. Put it on the calendar. That way, when someone complains that the timing doesn't work for them, you can just blame the schedule. I use that technique all the time, at work and in my personal life. It stops arguments dead in their tracks. Leah had liked the idea and immediately adopted it for the small theater, establishing a rigid tour schedule. It had worked well until today. Betsy walked alongside Leah as they headed toward the front lobby. I explained the schedule and asked if he wanted to sign up for the Tuesday tour or the Thursday tour, Betsy said, maintaining her loud whisper. But he says he doesn't want a tour. He just wants to look around. So he's saying he wants an unguided tour. I guess so. He was completely unguided when I found him wandering around in the back lobby. Do you know who it is? The older woman shook her head. It's weird. I've never seen him before, but oddly enough, he does look really familiar. They stopped at the edge of the hallway and peered into the theater's main lobby. Their visitor appeared to be in his early 30s, casually dressed, and completely relaxed as he wandered through the space. He was slowly strolling along the far wall, peering up at the cast and crew photos from the current show. From her vantage point, Leah couldn't get a good look at him. She was about to step forward and introduce herself when he turned to study the poster for the current show. Leah immediately recognized the familiar face and couldn't help but let out a little gasp. She pulled Betsy back into the relative safety of the hallway. That's Aiden Armstrong, Leah whispered. Who's that? Aiden Armstrong. He's the star of that television detective show, Loose Cannon. You know the one. His name is Jake Cannon, and he lives on a houseboat and has a St. Bernard, which always struck me as way too big a dog for that small boat, and is always getting into trouble with his superiors because he's a maverick and, well, a loose cannon. Never heard of it. It's been on forever. In fact, I think the series finale was just a couple months ago. Betsy just shook her head. I only watch PBS and the wrestling channel, so I'm pretty much out of the loop on contemporary TV culture. Before he might turn and see the two women spying on him, Leah decided to take action. She marched toward him with her hand outstretched. Hello, I'm Leah Sexton, Executive Director of the Como Lake Players. Mr. Armstrong, it's a pleasure to meet you. He turned and gave her a quizzical look. I'm sorry? Aren't you Aiden Armstrong, the actor? Leah said as the confidence drained out of her voice. No, but I get that all the time, he said with a wide smile. Oh, excuse me, Leah said quickly. Before she could say anything else, he started to laugh. I'm so sorry, he said. I need to stop doing that. That was a point delivered with great vehemence by my ex-wife on more than one occasion. Yes, I am Aiden Armstrong, although technically I'm Aiden Armstrong, Jr. Leah sighed, relieved that her apparent faux pas was neither faux nor a pas. No problem, she stammered, forcing a slight laugh. What can I do for you, Aiden Armstrong, Jr.? You mean, why am I wandering around your theater? He said with a grin. I was in a production here years ago. It's been about 20 years since I've been in the building. I was just passing by and thought it would be fun to pop in and take a peek. A trip down memory lane, Leah suggested. Something like that. Do you get requests like this a lot? More often than you might imagine. The other woman said there was a tour schedule, but I don't want to bother anyone to give me an actual tour. You just want to look around? Exactly. I'd be happy to escort you, Leah offered. I mean, we just can't have people wandering around the building. I suppose not. He gestured for her to lead the way. Leah decided the first stop should be the auditorium, figuring that was as good a place to start as any. It was also the closest, and the room with which she was most familiar. There was, she knew, very little chance of getting lost between the lobby and the auditorium. Getting lost or stumbling into yet another room she'd never seen before didn't strike Leah as the ideal way to kick off this once-in-a-lifetime tour. What show did you do here? She asked as she opened one of the double doors which led into the auditorium. A Christmas Carol, he said. I did it for 3 years. I was Tiny Tim, if you can believe that. He moved past her into the auditorium as she glanced over at Betsy, who was still standing at the far end of the lobby. "That's where I know him from," Betsy said, a note of triumph in her voice. "Tiny Tim, all grown up. What do you know?" With that mystery solved, Betsy turned and headed back down the hall toward her office. Leah waited a moment and then followed Aidan Armstrong into the auditorium. "Lovely set," Aidan said as he made his way down the main aisle. He turned and scanned the large room. "New seats, or am I wrong?" "I believe you're right," Leah said. "All the seats were replaced about 10 years ago, I think. Before my time, but clearly after yours." "I was only in A Christmas Carol for a couple of years," Aidan said. He looked up at the stage set and then turned to Leah, gesturing toward the steps. "Is it okay?" She nodded, and moments later he was up on the stage, wandering through the rustic living room set. "I aged out of the role of Tiny Tim, and Harley didn't have another slot for me, so I moved on to other community theaters," he said as he ran his hand across the back of the couch. "And then Hollywood." Aidan shrugged. "It wasn't really a linear path. First I did all the shows in high school, then got an MFA out east. Did some touring shows for quite a while, where I learned all the stuff school had never taught me." Leah nodded. "I know what you mean. Real-world theater is a lot different than graduate school theater." He settled onto the couch and looked around the set. "So is this a good show?" "Good?" Leah said tentatively. She sat on the arm of the couch. She was trying to act nonchalant and not really succeeding. Aidan's fame, coupled with his looks, made it hard to act normal around him. "I don't know about that, but it's popular. I mean, it's well directed and well cast, but for my money, as a mystery, it doesn't really hold together." "How do you mean?" "Well, the mystery is solved by the amateur detective in the last act, when she suddenly and surprisingly becomes a first-rate impressionist and also demonstrates a heretofore unmentioned skill in ventriloquism." Aidan grinned. "A classic refrigerator moment." "A refrigerator moment? What's that?" "I think that's what Alfred Hitchcock called them. You know, it's like after you see a movie and you go home and you're watching TV, and then you go to the refrigerator to grab something, and as you open the door, you think back on the movie and say, 'Wait a hot second, how the heck?'" He looked over and smiled at Leah. "It's a moment when the absurdity of the mystery dawns on you. It didn't happen while you watched it, but only on later reflection does it hit you right between the eyes. That's a refrigerator moment." Leah laughed. "In this case, I'd be surprised if it takes people that long to see the plot holes," she said. "It's more like a lobby moment or a walking up the aisle moment. However, this show is popular and it has a large cast, which means a lot of people get to be in it." "And with a large cast, they're inviting lots of friends and family, which translates into butts in seats, am I right?" "Well, that's a slightly more mercenary attitude than I might be willing to admit to," Leah said with a shrug. "But yes, it never hurts the bottom line to have a large cast inviting everyone in the world they know, which this cast is doing in spades, despite the show's plethora of refrigerator moments." "What I've found is that audiences, deep down, really don't care about the mystery if they're caught up in the story and the characters," Aidan said. He had settled into the couch and gestured for Leah to take a more comfortable seat. She moved tentatively from the arm of the couch to a cushion, as far away from her famous guest as she could get while still sharing the same piece of furniture. "We had more than our share of refrigerator moments on my show," he continued. "Over the course of 7 seasons, my characters suddenly demonstrated skills that surprised even me. One time I could suddenly read Braille. Another time I was able to distinguish 2 different brands of skim milk by smell alone. And once I recognized a suspect because of his eye color in a 30-year-old photograph." "That's not entirely weird," Leah offered. "It is when the photo is in black and white. Yet sometimes audiences just don't care. They just get caught up in the characters and the banter and the fun, and the mystery doesn't really matter." He turned to her. "So is the demographic of your audience still about the same as when I played Tiny Tim?" "Not only is the demographic the same, I'm guessing that many of the audience members are the same. We always joke that our core audience consists of 80-year-old women and their mothers." That's the audience I remember, Aidan said with a laugh. Yes, we do skew pretty much on the old side, Leah said. That's one of my main priorities, get younger audiences in here. Before the older ones die off? Pretty much. There was a moment of silence. Leah wasn't sure if it was awkward for Aidan, but it felt awkward to her. So what brings you back to the Twin Cities? He thought about this for a long moment. Well, the series ended at just about the same time as my marriage, he began. And since there's really nothing keeping me in Los Angeles right now, and my dad is getting up in years, I thought this would be a good time for a visit. You know, go home again and figure out my next move, map out my options. Well, I'm sorry to report that you're about a week late for a Christmas Carol auditions, Leah said. I mean, if you were planning on that as one of your options. He laughed. Oh, I remember how Harley worked. Once I aged out of Tiny Tim, there wasn't much chance there'd be another role for me. At least not until one of the other actors he always used died. Once you were in Harley's show, as long as you didn't experience a sudden attack of puberty, you were in it for life. Leah sighed. I guess you haven't heard. Harley is, she stammered, not quite sure how to put it. Harley is dead. I mean, he died. Just this week. Aidan seemed genuinely surprised by this news. Oh, my goodness, he said. I had no idea. He was one of the people I was going to look up while I'm in town. He considered this news for several seconds. Leah wasn't sure what she could add, so she settled in and waited. So I suppose that means Charles Caldwell. He's been playing Marley for years. I suppose he's going to move up to play Scrooge? Aidan laughed suddenly. Oh my goodness, am I an actor or what? I hear about someone dying and I immediately think how that's going to affect casting. As a former full-time and now occasional actress, I get it, Leah said. We haven't made any decisions about the show just yet. This news is all very recent. But I will need to find a new director. And a new Scrooge. Unless you want the part? She added with a quick laugh. Leah looked over to see if Aidan was joining her. Instead, he appeared to be taking the question seriously. Play Scrooge? He said slowly. Leah realized her quip had steered the conversation into an entirely new direction. Well, there's really nothing in the text which tells us how old Scrooge is, she began. And I know from past productions I've seen elsewhere, younger actors have played the part to good effect. Play Scrooge, he repeated, this time as a statement and not a question. That's an interesting idea. You're kidding, right? I don't know, he said. I might not be. I've been playing the same character for the last 7 years. It would be fun to do something entirely different. Stretch myself a bit. And doing it here would certainly be a safe way to do it, out of the public eye. No offense. None taken. It would be like when Keanu Reeves went to Canada to play Hamlet. Leah was beginning to think she had stumbled into one of those hidden camera TV shows. Are you serious? Well, I certainly didn't walk in here with that idea, he grinned. But I am in town for the next couple months at the very least, and my evenings are generally open. I certainly know most of the cast, as I'm sure, with the exception of Harley, it's all the same people it was 20 years ago. Sadly, I believe it is. Do you need to think this over? I think that's what I'm doing right now, he said. I know the show, I know the blocking, I certainly saw it enough when I was a kid, and Scrooge's lines are, for the most part, pretty iconic. He turned to Leah. I can't believe I'm saying this, he said. But what the heck? If you'll have me, I'd love to be your new Scrooge. Chapter 4. Leah tried to stay focused as they continued their walkthrough of the building, but her brain was running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. She couldn't believe what had just happened. Without even trying, she had stumbled into a publicity goldmine for the theater. A well-known, successful actor returns to town and takes the lead in a perennial classic in which he had performed as a boy. The press release would practically write itself. She envisioned sold-out shows and perhaps even an extension of the run, new subscribers, fawning press, and a positive impact on the theater's bottom line, which would bring more than a little Christmas cheer to the board of directors. She was so caught up in these visions that it took her a moment to realize her guest was laughing loudly. Well, some things never change, Aiden said as they entered the green room. There might be a new coat of paint on the walls, and by new, I mean maybe 15 years ago. Little else has changed in this room. That same couch, the same chairs, even the same jigsaw puzzles. I don't think the puzzles get used as much as they used to, Leah said. With the advent of smartphones, most actors spend their off-stage time down here scrolling through TikTok and Facebook. Aiden grinned as he slowly made his way through the room, shaking his head at how little the space had changed. He wandered over to a large corkboard on one wall. There were a few notices pinned randomly to the large board, but most of the board was covered in hand-drawn show logos from many of the plays produced at the theater over the years. Every cast chooses one person to draw a logo for their show on this board, Leah explained. The level of artistic ability runs the gamut, of course, but this board offers a unique history of the wide variety of shows we've produced. I remember it, Aiden said as he scanned the show titles. Looks like it's getting pretty full. Yes, there's some talk of raising some money to have it encased in lucite and put up in the lobby. Then we'd start a new board down here. It's one of the budget items we're looking at for next year. That is, if there's money left over after we pay for the tuck pointing. And then the potholes. Maybe after that. I'll pay for it, he said without taking his eyes off the board. What? Let me know what it costs. I can cover that. This board, I mean, not the potholes. You're on your own there, he said. Aha, there it is. He pointed to a small image of a gravestone with the title, A Christmas Carol, written below it in clear calligraphed lettering. That's from our show, he said, gesturing for Leah to take a look. He stepped back, and she stood on her toes to examine the faded image. She read the show name and then looked at the tombstone image above it, expecting to see the name Ebenezer Scrooge etched on it. But that wasn't what was written on the stone. It read Harley Vincent. Aiden pointed at the date under the name, which normally would be for the deceased birth year. That was the year we started doing the show, he said. He traced his finger across the bottom of the tombstone, where someone had clearly, and recently, given how bright the ink was, written in the current year. And it looks like some joker has recently added this year to the tombstone. I wonder why they did that. Does it have to do with Harley's untimely end? I have no idea, Leah said slowly as she stared at the vandalized image. No idea at all. The quasi-tour ended where it started, in the main lobby by the front doors to the theater. Leah and Aiden stood awkwardly in the entryway for several moments. Leah wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but she got the sense he wasn't ready to leave just yet. Well, I'll give you 24 hours to change your mind, Leah said. But if you're serious about taking the part, I'll send you the rehearsal schedule. That is, as soon as I put it together, and, of course, a copy of the script. I probably still have my original script somewhere in my father's basement, Aiden said. But a digital copy might be easier to work with nowadays. And speaking of which, we should probably exchange contact info, email, phone numbers, you know. A few moments later, their phones were updated with each other's contact information. This is certainly easier than the bother of carrying around business cards, Aiden said as he slid his phone into his coat pocket. Isn't it, though? I got a box of 500 business cards when I started here, and I probably still have about 497 remaining. There was another awkward pause, which Leah quickly attempted to fill. Anyway, I'm very excited to have you on board. You certainly solved one big problem for me. Now I just need to find a director, and I'll be able to call this one done. Well, say what you will, Harley certainly made it his own production. It will be interesting to see what it looks like under someone else's hand, he said. Another awkward pause. Anyway, we'll be in touch. And with that, he was out the door. Leah watched him disappear toward the back parking lot and then turned, surprised to see Betsy standing right behind her. How long have you been there? Long enough to hear we've got ourselves a new Scrooge, Betsy said. Nicely played. Well, that wasn't my intention, but I'm relieved to say we can mark that problem as solved. Is there anything else? Yep. You had a call from Detective Dietz in Homicide. He wants to know if it's okay if he stops by this afternoon. What did you tell him? I said we'd be delighted to see him and that I have a solid alibi for when Harley Vincent was killed, Betsy said. And it's airtight, she added as she headed back toward her office. Chapter 5. I certainly could have come down to the station, Leah said. There was no need for you to make a special trip. Detective Dietz took a long sip from the cup of coffee she had just handed him. They were in the theater's boardroom, which was a fancy name for the cramped meeting room just down the hall from her office and right next to Betsy's. Thanks for the coffee. This is several steps up from what we have down at the station. Dietz took another long sip. Although I didn't come for the coffee, and this isn't really an official visit. In fact, it's officially unofficial. I just wanted to chat. Pick your brain, as it were. Before Leah could respond, Betsy shuffled into the room, quickly sorting through a handful of freshly printed pages. This is the current cast and crew contact sheet for A Christmas Carol that you asked for, she said as she handed him 2 stapled sheets. It's updated based on last week's auditions, although there wasn't much to update. I mostly just changed the date from last year. She handed him a second set of stapled pages. And this is the cast and crew contact sheet from last year. She sorted through her stack and placed another stapled set in front of him. And then the year before that. Detective Dietz scanned the sheets quickly. These all appear to be essentially the same, he said. Indeed they are, Betsy said. Foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, she added, and then shuffled back out of the room. Dietz looked across the table at Leah. What does that mean? In Betsy's speak, that means Harley used the same cast over and over. Same cast, same crew. Not really the community theater ethos we try to promote here. You have an ethos? A tiny one. Leah reached across the table and quickly scanned one of the 3 lists. That's interesting. What? I've been here just under a year and I'm still getting to know people, but it's weird that I don't recognize any of these names. And not just the actors. It looks like Harley brought in his own volunteer crew, set designer, costumer, lighting, even the stage manager. And he'd done this show for years. Leah nodded. It's been a fixture. Although there has been talk about making some changes after this year's production. You're going to dump A Christmas Carol? Well, dump is a strong word, Leah said. I've been looking over the numbers for the past few weeks, and I've been thinking it might be time to put A Christmas Carol to bed, so to speak. Every year we're competing with the Guthrie's production, and that's a contest we will never win. It's no secret that the Guthrie has more bells and whistles than we do. We have basically 1 bell and half a whistle. So I've been thinking a little counter-programming around Christmas time might be the way to go. Counter-programming? Yes, I'm thinking instead we might do something a little different, like maybe a mystery. Detective Dietz grunted. Well, I hope it's a better mystery than the one you're currently doing. No offense. My wife dragged me to it 2 weeks ago. You didn't care for it? Not one whit. And that's a key thing which was missing from that show. Wit. He shook his head, took another sip of coffee, and continued. You could drive trucks through those plot holes. I mean, I'm not going to get into the errors on police procedure. I understand the need for dramatic license, but I'm supposed to believe that this woman is all of a sudden a first-rate impressionist and a ventriloquist? Doesn't that strain the bounds of credulity? You're not the first to mention it, Leah admitted. However, it is selling very well, so depending on how A Christmas Carol goes this year, I may recommend putting a different play in that slot in our schedule next year. Detective Dietz nodded slowly. Did anyone else know of these plans? Well, let me think, Leah considered. I've brought it up to the board on more than one occasion, and if past experience is any indication, once I say something to the board, I might as well be standing on the roof yelling it out into the world at large. So I'm guessing that at this point my suggestion wouldn't qualify as a state secret. Dietz scanned the list again. So if I'm reading this right, it looks like you need a new Scrooge and a new director for the show. Well, fingers crossed, I think I've got a new Scrooge, Leah said with a smile. But yes, I do still need to find a director for the show. Detective Dietz started to say something, but Leah cut him off. So is the fact that you're here looking through the cast and crew list mean that Gloria is not your only suspect? Dietz set the sheets down. Your friend was never really a strong suspect, but as one of the last people to see Harley Vincent alive, she was worth bringing in. A person of interest, if you will. He glanced down at his watch. She is probably on her way home even as we speak. She had an excellent alibi because her Uber driver offered a very clear memory of picking her up from Mr. Vincent's home, and that happened several hours before the estimated time of death. Leah smiled. If nothing else, Gloria is known for her memorable Uber rides. Yes, she certainly knows how to make an impression, first and otherwise. So if it wasn't Gloria, then who was it, do you think? We're not sure. It doesn't appear to be a robbery. It may have been a crime of passion, but if it was a well-calculated crime of passion. This was not a spur-of-the-moment event. This was planned, and if you'll excuse the expression, well executed. As far as we can tell, this person was not a stranger to Mr. Vincent. Of course, that's just speculation, but right now speculation is all we really have. When it comes to actual clues, we're coming up short. Leah considered this and stood up. I may have a clue for you, and then again, I may not, she said, but I think this might be worth looking at. She headed toward the door and gestured for Detective Dietz to follow her. He scooped up the small stack of paper in front of him, took a last long sip of coffee, and followed her out of the room. I noticed this earlier today when I was giving a theater tour, Leah said as she entered the green room. She moved directly toward the large corkboard, which covered nearly all of one of the room's cement block walls. Once Dietz was next to her, she pointed to the A Christmas Carol doodle. It's a tradition for someone from each cast to draw a logo of sorts for their show on this board, Leah explained. As you can see, here's the one from probably the original production of Harley's show. I'm guessing that, as a joke, the artist put Harley's name on the tombstone instead of Scrooge's, but it looks like there's been a recent addition to the drawing. I see, he said as he studied the sketch more closely. Someone has written the current year in, which is sort of prophetic. It is, Leah agreed, since this is now the year that Harley Vincent died. How odd, he said, and then turned to her. Who has access to this room? Leah laughed. Well, the whole world, basically. Actors who are in the show, actors who are in the building rehearsing and who come down to use the Coke machine, guests and visitors after a performance. You know how they say if you sit at an outdoor cafe in Paris long enough, everyone in the world will walk by? I'm not familiar with that concept. Well, I think the same could be said for the green room. It gets a lot of traffic. He looked back at the board. So, basically, anyone could have added this year's date to Mr. Vincent's tombstone. Yes, I suppose that's true, Leah said, although it looks like it was done relatively recently, at least compared to the rest of the drawing. And you say all the cast members were here, in the building, last week for auditions. Leah nodded. Yes, the cast members and anyone else who might have auditioned. I can have Betsy get you the complete list. That would be terrific. Leah thought back to her conversation in this same spot with Aidan Armstrong just a couple hours earlier. Didn't Betsy say she'd found him wandering alone through the building? Had he come down here before she spotted him? He certainly knew his way around, she realized, because nothing had really changed in the building since he played Tiny Tim. And he was the one to point out the new scrawl on the doodle. Had he come down here before the tour? Leah wasn't at all certain one way or the other. She was pulled out of this train of thought when she suddenly realized that Detective Dietz had said something to her. Excuse me? He was still holding the cast and crew lists Betsy had printed for him. I said, how tough would it be for you to name yourself director of the play, A Christmas Carol? Not at all difficult, she said. But why in the world would you want me to do that? He held up the cast and crew list. There's a pretty good chance that one of these people killed Harley Vincent. Can I prove that? No, it's a gut feeling, but the older I get, the more I learn to trust my gut. I really feel that Harley knew his assailant, and he's known the people in this play for 20-plus years. That's true, Leah said. She was still processing the idea of directing the play, thinking about all the other commitments on her plate. So it would be really helpful to have someone on the inside who knows what to look for and what to listen for. In the last few times we've met, you've proven yourself quite adept at recognizing when things were askew, Dietz said with a grin. In other words, you figured out who the killer was long before I did. Perhaps I did, but if you also remember, last time I almost got myself killed. Well, yes, that's true, Dietz agreed, and here's my recommendation. Try not to do that again this time. Chapter 6. I know what your first question is going to be. How ghastly was my time in jail? Well, dear, not to worry. I spent 4 years in a sorority, so a day behind bars was like a trip to the mall for me, with brunch. Leah and Gloria had settled into their table at the posh restaurant ensconced deep within the Guthrie Theater. And Gloria had been right. That was going to be Leah's first question. So it wasn't too bad? Leah asked quietly as she unfurled the too tightly folded napkin and spread it across her lap. Well, it was a jail, Gloria said, with more volume than was really required. So it's not exactly a weekend at Club Med. Actually, it's not unlike going to one of the Shakespeare plays this theater insists on staging. It's not horrible while you're there, but it's fantastic when it's over. And once you're free, you pray you never have to return. Leah looked around to see if anyone else had caught this, but either the other diners hadn't heard Gloria, or they were simply used to her loud and occasionally profane attitude about her place of employment. Gloria picked up a menu and began to scan it. Let's order something expensive, and then you can fill me in on everything I missed while I was cooling my heels in the slammer. As it turned out, there was a lot to recount from the previous day's adventures, including the surprise visit from a TV star, his subsequent interest in being a part of A Christmas Carol, and the odd request from Detective Dietz. So have you decided? Are you going to direct the show? Leah stopped buttering her roll to consider the question. I think I probably am, she finally said. For a while, I thought we might just wipe the slate clean, get a new director, and maybe even recast the thing. You know, start fresh. She set her knife down, trying hard not to get any of the remaining butter on the white, well-starched tablecloth, and she almost succeeded. But then Detective Dietz asked me to direct it, which, to be honest, was sort of flattering. He seems to think I possess detecting skills along with directing skills. So on the one hand, yes, I think I'll do it. She took a quick bite of the roll, which was somehow still warm, even though it had been sitting in the breadbasket on the table for several minutes. On the other hand, I considered just tossing the play out entirely and going ahead with my idea to do some counter-programming. Bite the bullet and do it this year instead of next. Counter-programming? You know, the thing I brought up to the board at the last couple of board meetings. The idea of doing a non-holiday show during the holidays so we're not competing with every other theater in town and their holiday shows. You know, shows like It's a Wonderful Life, Elf, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and of course your huge production of A Christmas Carol. The idea is that we do something completely different, like a mystery or something. Oh, yes, Gloria said. I remember your pitch. But it's sort of late in the game to make a 180-degree turn like that, isn't it? Before answering, Leah took a sip from her water, and then instantly regretted it. 2 seconds later, a young waiter was at her side, topping off her nearly full glass. It had been that way since they'd sat down. The waiter was not just too attentive. He was bordering on being a stalker. Yes, it is, Leah said. It's too late to make a change like that. And to be honest, I'm kind of curious to meet this rogue cast and crew that apparently takes over the Como Lake Players once a year. I'm not sure how they've been allowed to do that for so long. Gloria shrugged. Well, the answer is simple. Harley's turnkey production always made money. And back in the day, it got good reviews when reviews made a difference. You certainly knew him better than I did. Do you think it's likely that someone in the cast or crew killed him? It's hard to say. That show was the center of his social circle, Gloria said. If he was killed by someone he knew, like your detective believes, there's a pretty good chance it was someone from that show. Of course, if they killed him because he was the director, I'm not so sure you want to jump into his shoes too quickly. Although, to be honest, anything that would get you out of those dreadful pumps would be an improvement. Leah ignored Gloria's fashion critique. But you don't think I'd be in actual danger, do you? Gloria laughed. No more so than every director working on just about every play out there. It comes with the territory. To be honest, after what I've seen go on at this theater for the last 10 years, I'm surprised that the murdering of directors is not an everyday occurrence. There have been more than a couple of them in this building who, if they stepped in front of my car, would require serious thought on my part as to whether I should hit the brake or the accelerator." Gloria took a long sip from her wine glass. Leah was always amazed her friend could drink at lunch and then go back to work. Even something as simple as a hard cider during the day instantly made Leah want to take a long, long nap. "I'll tell you this much. People around here are going to be ticked when they find out you scooped us," Gloria said. "How do you mean?" "To have nabbed a TV star, and for a holiday show no less, that's quite the coup. And the fact that he's doing it for free would make the pencil pushers in this building go out of their minds with jealousy." "From what he said, he seems to like the idea of getting back on stage, but without the glare of a lot of public scrutiny. And if it's one thing the Como Lake players can promise, it's a lack of public scrutiny." "That may have been true up until now," Gloria said. "But you might be surprised how bright a spotlight will shine on your little theater once it's announced that Aiden Armstrong is doing a show there. I mean, he's not exactly George Clooney, but as a local boy who made good, he's darned close." "As Betsy said when I told her, it's making an already interesting production all the more interesting." Gloria smiled. "True enough, but don't discount the fact that one of the reasons he's doing the show might be a sudden attraction for the woman who's directing it. This wouldn't be the first time in theatrical history that an actor and his comely director have thrown off sparks." Leah realized she was blushing, but couldn't do anything about it. "I really, really don't think that was his reason," she stammered. "He seemed genuinely interested in taking on the role of Scrooge. Plus, when I offered him the part, Detective Dietz had not yet asked me to direct the show, so I don't think Aiden Armstrong's alleged interest in me had anything to do with his decision." "Perhaps, but as our old friend Pascal said, the heart has its reasons of which reason knows nothing." "Look at you, quoting a 17th century French philosopher." "Well, don't be too impressed," Gloria said. "It was scrawled on the wall of my cell. And to be fair, it was certainly not the most provocative message inscribed there." With that, Gloria drained the rest of her glass of wine and then looked around the dining room. The lunch crowd had dwindled away. "Where is our pesky, too attentive waiter when you need him?" she asked. "My glass has been empty for all of 5 seconds. I swear the service I got in jail was better than this dump." "Thanks for taking on this gig at the last minute," Leah said. She had settled into the chair at the head of the long folding table, which she and Alex had just set up for the A Christmas Carol script reading. Alex slid into the chair next to her. "Happy to do it," he said. He flipped open the script Leah had handed him when he'd arrived at the theater 30 minutes before. "Believe it or not, this will be the first time that I've ever assistant directed something. I'm not really sure of all my duties." "Your first duty will be to help me learn the names of these actors," Leah said as she looked down at the cast list in front of her. "I don't know any of these people." "Well, I recognize a couple of the names," Alex added. "But on the whole, I'm a stranger in this land as well." "Amazing! You beat me here!" came a booming voice from across the room. Leah looked up to see a large man approaching the table. He carried a bulky binder under his arm and was grinning from ear to ear. "As a stage manager, I pride myself on always being the first to arrive and the last to leave," he said, holding out his hand in greeting. To Leah, he looked like someone who might make his living as a wrestler, or perhaps a cage fighter. He did not look like a typical stage manager, if such a thing existed. "Well, I have the advantage of working in the building, so that gives me a built-in head start," Leah said as she stood up. "I'm Grant," he said as he took her hand. Leah watched as it disappeared deep within his own bear-like paw. She prepared herself for a bone-crushing handshake, but Grant surprised her with a surprisingly gentle squeeze. "I'm Leah, and this is Alex, our assistant director," she said, stepping back so the two men could complete their own version of the handshake ritual. "Welcome aboard," Grant said as he sat down heavily on the chair next to Leah and across from Alex. He plopped the cumbersome binder on the table and flipped it open, revealing a well-worn script which was littered with yellow, blue, and pink post-it notes. He wore a pair of reading glasses on a lanyard around his neck. He slipped the glasses on as he flipped through the pages. I'm so sorry about the circumstances which have brought us together, but I'm committed to putting on a show that would have made Harley proud." "Well, I look forward to working with you in the cast to do just that," Leah said. "And speaking of the cast, I noticed from Harley's audition notes that none of the children have been cast yet. Is that right?" Grant laughed. "Yes, Harley always added the kids later in the rehearsal process." "And where do they come from?" Leah asked. "From the rest of the cast," Grant said, gesturing to the empty table. "Kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, neighbors. Since they tend to grow from year to year, Harley would just see who was available and how big they were, and then he'd cast accordingly." "That's an interesting approach," Leah said, throwing a quick look toward Alex. "Harley had his way of doing things, that's for sure," Grant said, still grinning. "Well, I hope we'll be able to preserve his memory while adding a few twists of our own. Our own unique spin." Grant glanced up, looking at Leah over the top of his glasses. "Unique spin? A word of warning, you may run into some resistance on that. Not unlike Harley, this cast is pretty set in their ways." "Well, we're shaking things up with a new Scrooge, so perhaps we'll just take it from there and play it by ear." "Good plan," Grant said as he returned his attention to his binder. Leah turned to Alex. He gave her the slightest of raised eyebrows in response. "It promises to be an interesting ride," he said. Chapter 7. The next 20 minutes or so were spent meeting the cast members as they slowly filed into the theater's large rehearsal room. Leah did her best to remember the names as she introduced herself to each actor, but for the ones which went immediately out of her head, she had the printed cast list in front of her. And as a backup, Alex was there, and he was taking notes. "Now I know what it feels like to be the head of protocol at the White House, whispering the names of dignitaries to the president during a receiving line," he said quietly. "If this goes well, I may consider a career change." "And if this doesn't go well, I might do the same," Leah murmured in return. The first actors to arrive appeared to be married, as they shared the same last name. Robin Ross was listed as playing the ghost of Christmas past, and Ray Ross was the ghost of Christmas present. They both looked vaguely familiar to Leah, but she couldn't place them. She knew she hadn't seen them in a show here at the theater, but that was all she knew for sure. "I'm Leah, the director," she said as she extended her hand to the middle-aged woman. She was highly coiffed, heavily made up, and sharply manicured. "Robin Ross," the woman replied sharply. "And this is Mr. Ross, Ray?" "Unfortunately, yes," Robin snapped. She headed to the far end of the table as her husband extended his hand to Leah. "Ignore Robin," Ray said with a laugh. "Read-throughs make her cranky. Actually, everything makes her cranky." "And you're playing the ghost of Christmas present?" "Guilty as charged," he grinned. "We've been doing this show for at least 20 years, maybe more. And as you can see, I've grown nicely into the role." He patted his ample belly and laughed heartily at his joke. "Come and know me better, little man. No padding needed for this ghost." He turned to find a seat and appeared to locate one as far from his wife as the table would allow. Next came a nattily-dressed man who appeared to be in his early 60s, although his hair color clearly belonged on a much younger man. He carried what looked like a Sudoku paperback book under his arm. He scanned the room, noticed Leah, and made a beeline toward her.
"Are you Lisa?"
he growled. "Well, no, I'm Leah," she explained. "Leah Sexton, the director."
"You're the one who emailed me this cast list?"
he snapped, holding up the printed sheet in his fist. "Yes, we sent an updated list to everyone in the cast."
"You've got me listed as Marley. Right here, next to my name, Jacob Marley."
"You must be Charles Caldwell." Leah held up her own sheet to prove they were working from the same information. "It's great to meet you." He clearly didn't have any interest in introductions.
"You've got me listed as Jacob Marley, and then next to Scrooge, it's blank. There is no name next to Scrooge."
"Yes, I left that blank on purpose. I should have used that phrase you sometimes see in official documents. This space has been left intentionally blank." She smiled, hoping he might join her, but it was not to be.
"Harley Vincent and I had an agreement. A long-standing agreement,"
Caldwell huffed. The color in his face was starting to shift dramatically from pink to red.
"He said the day he stepped down from playing Scrooge, that part would be mine. I've waited 20 years for that role. I've put on that stupid makeup and carried those blasted chains for 2 decades because he promised that role to me. And now I see that it's blank, and you have my name next to Jacob Marley.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Leah began, but Caldwell merely huffed and stormed away. He threw his script and the cast list on the table and sat down heavily, ignoring the other actors around him. He flipped open his puzzle book and buried his face in it, immediately oblivious to everyone else in the room. Leah expected to see the word Sudoku on the front of the large format paperback, but from this distance it looked like it said Kakiro. "What's Kakiro?" she whispered to Alex. He glanced over at Charles Caldwell and then back to her. "It's like Sudoku for brainiacs," he whispered in return. Before Leah had time to process this information, 2 more couples were in front of her. "You're Leah, right?" said one of the 2 women. "I am," Leah said, trying to switch back into a cheerful mode. She glanced down at her cast list. "And you are—" "The Cratchits and the Fezziwigs," said one of the men. He gestured to the woman next to him. "We're the Swensons." The other man stepped forward and indicated the woman next to him. "And we're the Swansons." "Let me see if I have this straight," Leah said as she quickly scanned the cast list. "Ron and Debbie Swanson and George and Debbie Swenson." She pointed to the first couple. "And one of you plays Mr. Fezziwig while the other plays Mrs. Cratchit? Do I have that right?" "It's super confusing," replied one of the Debbies. "Even after years of doing it, Harley still couldn't keep it straight, because I'm married to him in real life," she said, pointing to the man next to her. "But in the play, I'm married to him." She indicated the man from the other couple. "So to simplify it, Harley just called us by our character names," one of the men said. Leah had already forgotten which one he was. The couples quickly repositioned themselves, essentially swapping partners. "So we're the Cratchits," said the man in this new pair. "And we're the Fezziwigs," said the other man as he slipped his hand around this new woman's waist. "It sounds a whole lot kinkier than it really is," she said with a laugh, which was immediately echoed by the other 3. "That's just great," Leah said, trying to look like she was tracking with them. "I'll just do what Harley did and call you by your character names, at least for the time being. Why don't you take a seat? We're going to get started soon." The 2 couples were still laughing as they found places and settled in. Leah returned to her spot at the head of the table. Alex looked up from the notes he'd been taking. "So who are we still missing?" she asked. "Nephew Fred and Belle," Alex said as he double-checked his list. "Those 2 are always on the tardy side," Grant offered. "I normally give them a call time that's earlier than the official call time, and even then they wander in late." "Not late!" yelled a voice from across the room. Leah turned to see a woman scurrying toward her. She was in her early 30s with long, wild hair. She tossed her large backpack on one of the chairs and pulled her phone from her coat. Well, not real late, at least. She scanned the room and stopped looking when she reached the head of the table. "Alex?" It took a long moment for him to respond. "Chloe?" "I had no idea you were on this show," she yelped. She quickly crossed the room toward him. He got up to greet her and was clearly surprised when she wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. "I didn't recognize your name on the cast list," Alex said, doing his best to untangle himself from her embrace. "I got divorced and went back to my maiden name," she explained. "It took forever. Who are you playing?" "No one. I'm just the assistant director." "Well, not just the assistant director," Leah offered with a forced laugh. She moved toward them as Alex attempted to disentangle himself from Chloe. "Hello, I'm Leah, the director." "A female director, fantastic," Chloe said. "Finally, some estrogen from that side of the table." She gave Leah a less enthusiastic hug and returned to her chair, setting the backpack on the floor and digging within it to find her script. "I guess we're just missing Nephew Fred," Leah said as she returned to her spot at the head of the table. "Here," came a soft voice. Leah turned to see another actor had entered and sat down during Chloe's bombastic entrance. "Sorry I'm late," he added. He was in his late 30s and looked like he had just stepped out of the Dickens novel. It might have been his haircut, it might have been his vaguely Victorian style of dress, or it might have been his manner, which seemed to come from another age. I'm Daniel West, he stammered. Nephew Fred. Good, Leah said, looking from him to the rest of the group. She turned to Grant. So we're all here? Indeed, he replied. We can get started. First, Leah interrupted, holding up a hand, let me just say a few words. Quiet, everyone! Grant shouted with a sudden and surprising intensity. He seemed to be able to switch effortlessly from teddy bear to drill sergeant. Even accounting for the force of his command, it still took several seconds for everyone to settle down. I know that we are all terribly broken up by the tragedy of what happened to Harley, she began, looking down to consult her notes. It's a dreadful situation. I've spoken to the board, and they have generously offered to cover the services of a grief counselor, if any of you so desire. Just see me after the read-through, and we can get that set up. She looked up to see the sea of blank faces in front of her. None of the actors looked particularly broken up. Based on this initial reaction, Leah wasn't sure how much need there would be for a grief counselor for this group. However, after a few rehearsals with this crowd, Leah thought she might need a session or two of her own. She looked back down at her notes. A couple quick things before we get going. I noticed that Harley hadn't cast anyone in the role of the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. This produced what Leah thought sounded like a grim chuckle from the actors around the table. Oh, that was just Harley at his most cruel, Grant said. The casting of that role was always postponed until well into rehearsal. If someone was out of favor with him, he'd give them that role as a punishment. A punishment? How is it a punishment to play the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come? Leah asked. I mean, I know it's a non-speaking role, but it can be a pretty dramatic scene. The costume is cumbersome, it's hard to get around in it, and it's nearly impossible to see out of it, Grant explained. And it stinks, Caldwell huffed. He hadn't stopped fuming since he'd come in complaining about not getting the role of Scrooge. It smells like death warmed over. Well, once we pull it out of storage, I'll see about getting it aired out and perhaps dry cleaned, Leah offered. This produced a laugh from around the table. I don't think that's going to work, said Mr. Swenson. Or it might have been Mr. Swanson. I think the smell is ingrained deep within the fibers of that costume, added Mr. Swanson. Or Swenson. If you're looking for a metaphor for this production, it may well be that costume. It's been around forever, and it stinks, said Swenson. Or Swanson. This produced a hearty graveyard chuckle from the assembled cast. Well, not to worry, Leah said, trying to be heard over the hubbub this topic had created. We'll get it taken care of. She quickly flipped through her notes and stopped by one she had starred. She turned to Grant. Who traditionally plays the narrator? Leah asked. No one is cited in the cast list or past programs. Harley always did the narration himself, Grant said, with a slow shake of his head. It's all pre-recorded. I still have the digital files if you'd like me to email them to you. Leah thought about this for a moment and immediately decided against it. No, that's kind of morbid, she said. She scanned the cast list, then made a similar perusal of the actors gathered around the table in front of her. Daniel, you're just doing Nephew Fred, right? Daniel looked up, surprised to hear his name. What? Leah glanced over at Daniel. He was a little older than she originally thought, perhaps even nearing 40, and he currently resembled a frightened rabbit, but his boyish face betrayed any aging. I thought I'd have you read the narrator part, she said. Tonight? Well, yes, tonight, yes, but also in the show. I mean, you would be the narrator in the show. Along with playing Nephew Fred? He asked. Daniel glanced around the table nervously. Are we allowed to change things like that? It's a brave new world, Daniel, Leah said. Let's try that tonight and see how it fits. Daniel nodded in agreement, but his expression suggested that he was not at all comfortable with the idea. You know, we're still missing our Scrooge, Grant said. Leah glanced at the clock on the wall. Yes, I asked him to come a half an hour later than everyone else. She turned to the group. You may have heard some rumors about that casting decision. All I heard was that I wasn't getting the part, Caldwell said, and that role was promised to me by Harley on more than one occasion. Actually, Charles, he mentioned in passing that I was next in line to play Scrooge, said Swenson or Swanson. On the contrary, he confided in me that the role would be mine when he retired it. offered Swenson. This kicked off a flurry of comments back and forth, rising in volume and rancor. "Well, regardless of what Mr. Vincent promised to any of you," Leah said with as much volume as she could muster, "we're very excited about the actor who has agreed to step into this key role." Before she could get any further into her planned remarks, she was cut off by a yelp from the table. Chloe was pointing at a figure standing in the doorway. "It's Aiden Armstrong!" she cried. "That's Aiden Armstrong!" She turned to Leah. "Is he playing Scrooge? Is Aiden Armstrong playing Scrooge?" This produced such a roar of conversation that Leah recognized the futility of trying to answer that question. It took several seconds for the table to calm down as Aiden entered the room. He stared at the assembly for a long moment, finally using his hands to quiet the group. "Well, let me be the first to say it," he finally said as he broke into a wide grin. "Bah humbug!" Chapter 8. The arrival of Aiden Armstrong set back the start of the reading by at least 20 minutes. The actors in the cast, who up until that point had been extremely blasé about, well, everything, suddenly behaved like excited schoolchildren. "This is awesome!" Chloe yelped once Leah had confirmed the news. "This is so freaking cool!" The Swensons and Swansons also seemed equally excited by the news, snapping photos with their phones and, it seemed to Leah, nearly hyperventilating. Charles Caldwell, who had been so angry about being stuck in the role of Marley, seemed at least mildly interested in this new development. He even went so far as to put down his Kokuro puzzle book to see what all the fuss was about. "Well, if nothing else," he grumbled, "you'll give the show a little PR boost in the arm, which God knows we could use. Up until now, the only newsworthy thing about this year's production of A Christmas Carol was that our director and star were dead. Even the best marketing minds would have trouble putting a positive spin on that dire news." With that sentiment expressed, he returned to solving his number puzzles. "I'm very excited to be here," Aiden said as he took his place at the table. "And I hope you all can bear with me as I try to get my sea legs on stage after many, many years of television work. The simple truth is I have become completely reliant on having the luxury of multiple takes, and I know that's just not going to be possible with this role. So please understand that, as rough as I may be as we begin this journey, my goal is to be an excellent Scrooge by opening night." He pulled out his script, which Leah realized he must have found in his father's basement. The binder was worn and faded. There was a piece of tape across the front that read simply, "Tiny Tim." Aiden ceremoniously tore that off as he flipped open his script. Seeing that everyone was ready, Leah nodded to Grant. "Okay, let's begin," the stage manager said. "A Christmas Carol, Act 1. And with that, they were off and running. Grant called for a short break between Acts 1 and 2. 5 minutes, folks, and I mean a real 5 minutes, not a Chloe 5 minutes. "Ha ha," Chloe said as she headed out of the room. "Can we still smoke in the parking lot, or is that now verboten?" Grant looked to Leah. "That's fine," Leah said. "Just be sure to prop the door open so you can get back in." "And be sure to unprop it when you're done and make sure the door locks behind you," Grant added. Several of the other actors headed toward the coffee pot in the corner, with Ray Ross first in line. He poured himself a cup and turned to see that his wife, Robin, was right behind him, holding her empty mug. Even though it would have been a simple matter to pour a cup for her as well, he instead pushed past her and headed back to his chair. She rolled her eyes as she stepped forward to fill her own cup. Leah leaned over to Grant. "Those two look very familiar," she said quietly, "but I don't think I've seen them in any plays here." Grant shook his head. "No, A Christmas Carol is the only show they do. But you've probably seen them on their local morning talk show, Good Morning Minneapolis. It's been on for, I don't know, eons. They do interviews, cooking segments, decorating segments. They even push their own home shopping network-type merchandise. They've been doing that show forever." "That's a smart promotional hook," Leah said. "A married couple hosting that sort of show? And on a related note, it seems our little production here has more than its share of married folk. The Rosses, the Swensons, the Swansons." "Well, that sort of thing happens when you've been doing a show for over 20 years, doesn't it?" Grant said. Relationships form, people grow closer, and then drift apart. He glanced at his watch. Break is almost over. I need a quick trip to the little stage manager's room. Grant jumped up with what appeared to be surprising agility, Leah thought, particularly considering his size. She turned to Alex, who had spent the last couple minutes scrolling through messages on his phone. On the whole, Leah said, I think it's going well. So far, so good, Alex agreed. The one odd feature, Leah continued, is that, with the exception of Aiden, of course, no one is looking at their lines. I noticed that a few of them didn't even bother to bring their scripts. I'm not used to starting a rehearsal with nearly the entire cast already off book. That should make the rehearsals go faster. Or not, Alex offered. What do you mean? He set his phone down on the table. Well, if the lines are that ingrained, it follows that the blocking is probably deeply entrenched as well. So you may find that getting them to change even the smallest detail might become a surprisingly irksome battle. I remember doing a production of Sleuth a couple years back, Alex continued. The other actor had been in a production of the show the previous year at another theater, and although he's not a bad guy, he was highly resistant to changing any of the blocking, because it was all built into his muscle memory. Leah nodded. I can see that becoming an issue. I think the poor director on that show realized early on that it would have been a lot easier to cast someone who'd never done the show before, as opposed to someone who knew the show so well. Leah considered this. I guess I really don't have that option at this point. They looked over at the door, where many of the actors were starting to file back in. Nope, I don't suppose you do. It felt to Leah like the second half of the reading seemed to go faster than the first, and then she realized the second half of the play was, in fact, considerably shorter than the first, which probably accounted for the breezy nature of everything that happened after the break. While she listened intently throughout the reading, she couldn't help thinking about what Alex had said about actors who already knew their lines. And she thought about what Grant had said about the cast being somewhat rigid in their approach. Would they really resist any changes she hoped to bring to the production? Would they argue about blocking changes, refuse to discuss motivation? Leah was beginning to fear she had entered one of those situations where the final credit would not read, directed by Leah Sexton, but instead something along the lines of staged by Leah Sexton based on the far superior original production directed by Harley Vincent. She supposed this also meant all of their line readings were going to be sacrosanct as well. Although she couldn't make any final judgments based on a reading around a table, there were a couple points in which it sounded as if the actors clearly did not understand the lines they were spouting. How could you do the show for 20 years and not have a complete understanding of every thought behind every line, she wondered. Even allowing for this being a community theater production with non-professional actors, you would think such a lengthy amount of work on a text had to produce something a little higher quality than what she was hearing. Charles Caldwell, for instance. Granted, this was just a read-through, and no one was doing a full-on performance. But his reading of Jacob Marley was flat and uninspired. He was probably colored by the anger he was feeling about not being cast as Scrooge. But if it continued, Leah was afraid she might have to give him line reading after line reading, which, as an actress, was something she hated. She was reminded of a director she interviewed for a show early in her tenure at the theater. The woman had scads of experience, but it was all in children's theater. That is, a theater in which the shows were cast with only children. This woman routinely recorded every single line for every single actor. She then insisted they speak the lines back exactly the way she had recorded them. Leah hoped it wouldn't come to that. At the conclusion of the reading, after offering the group what sounded to her like empty praise, and which she hoped sounded more genuine to the ears of the cast, Leah asked them to fill out some final paperwork. The last order of business this evening before I release you on your own recognizance is that I need you to fill out conflict sheets, Leah said. With those in hand, Alex and I will be able to assemble a rehearsal schedule. Now, I know you've all done the show many, many, many times, she continued, and you may think that the rehearsal schedule would be minimal at best. I would hope so, Charles Caldwell said. Well, yes, Leah said, using her best placating tone. However, a key cast member has not done the show before, or at least not for over 20 years, and not in this role. And so I think it's only fair to him to offer as much rehearsal as possible. It's not like he's an understudy in a Broadway show where he's given one afternoon for a put-in rehearsal and expected to build a performance out of that. So with that in mind, I hope I can depend on all of you to provide the support he needs as we head toward opening night. This idea was met with murmurs that sounded, for the most part, like they agreed with the concept in principle. That's all for now, Leah concluded. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. Despite her encouragement, Leah would not have characterized the sound that came out of the cast as rousing. It sounded more like a mild and obligatory response, performed simply in order to be allowed to go home. By that point, Grant had handed out all the forms. The next few minutes were spent with only the sounds of pens and pencils scratching out dates and times onto the photocopied sheets. Alex turned to Leah. "Should we top off the evening with a celebratory drink?" "Sure," she said, although I'm not really certain what it is we're celebrating. "Well, the show's fully cast, with the exception of the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come." "Yes, there is that," Alex agreed. "But the show is cast, you've got your Scrooge, and come hell or high water, we're hurtling straight toward opening night." "Indeed we are," Leah said, although I'm not sure I care for the imagery. Aiden was the first one to finish the form. He got up and handed it to Leah. "That was quick," Leah said. "Well, it's pretty easy when you don't have any conflicts," Aiden said with a grin. "My days are free, my nights are free, my weekends are free, with the exception of taking my old dad to the occasional doctor's appointment, which are generally during the day. I don't have much else going on." "Well, that's fantastic," Leah said. "It's always a bit of a drag when the lead in your play is only available for a few hours a week." "It's just the opposite with me," he said. "Free as a bird. Speaking of which," he continued, shifting his tone just a little, "I'm not doing anything after tonight's reading, if you want to go grab a drink or something." "Actually, Alex and I were going to do just that if you'd like to join us." "Oh, I hate to be the third wheel," Aiden said, taking a slight step backward. No, Leah said quickly. "It's not a big deal. We're just going to chat about the show." "You know," Alex said as he looked up from his binder, "now that I think of it, I don't think it's going to work for me. You guys go on ahead." Leah turned back to him. "Are you sure?" Yeah, he said quickly. "I've got a thing. You two go grab a drink." Leah suddenly realized that, among all the people in the room, Alex had been the only one who had not been particularly effusive about the arrival of the television star. When she'd given him the news on the phone, while asking him to be her assistant director, she had been surprised by his reaction. Although Alex was generally upbeat about everything, his response to hearing about the addition of this new famous actor felt almost cold to Leah. "Isn't it great?" she had said. "Sure thing," Alex had replied. "Quite the coup." "You've seen his show, right? Loose Cannon? Apparently it was quite the hit for many years." "Never got around to watching it," Alex said. "Not really my sort of thing." Then he had quickly changed the subject, and he hadn't mentioned Aiden since. Leah wasn't sure what it was which had inspired this response from Alex. Was it simple actor jealousy? Both men were about the same age. One had gone to Hollywood and made his fortune. The other still worked a day job while taking parts in community theaters at night. Was that what was bugging Alex about Aiden? His success in their shared field? Or was it something else? Alex stood up abruptly and headed toward the door. Before he was halfway there, Chloe had intercepted him. "Hey, Alex, you want to grab a brew and catch up?" Alex didn't even break stride. "Sure thing," he said quickly. "That would be great." Without bothering to look back to see if Leah had caught this exchange, Alex headed out the door. Chloe scurried quickly to catch up with him. Leah looked up at Aiden. "I guess it's just us chickens," Aiden said with a laugh. Leah glanced again at the door. Alex was gone. "Yep," she said. "Just us chickens." Chapter 9. Leah thought she'd put all the awkwardness behind her after Alex's abrupt departure, but the next hour or so was just as awkward, or maybe even more so. She led Aiden across the street to Jimmy's, the bar which sat directly across from the theater. It was a popular watering hole for the actors, and so she shouldn't have been surprised that Alex was likely to head there as well to grab a brew with Chloe. Leah spotted them as soon as she and Aiden entered. She skillfully maneuvered them toward the back of the crowded bar, where they were lucky to find a high top in the corner. The good news was that Alex and Chloe were far away, on the other side of the room. The bad news was that the couple were directly in Leah's line of sight. Unless she switched seats with Aiden, there was simply no way she would not constantly be aware of the other couple. It was very difficult for her to carry on a normal conversation, or any conversation for that matter, with Aiden, because she kept seeing Alex and Chloe sitting closely together talking and laughing directly across the room. Sure, the show was a grind. I mean, we were shooting 6-day weeks and churning out between 22 and 24 episodes a year, Aiden said. Once cable and streaming shows started doing 6 to 10 episodes a year, I was so envious. However, on the upside, 22 episodes a year pays pretty darn well. And I imagine there's a certain amount of pleasure in building and developing a character over all those years, Leah said, doing her best to keep her focus on Aiden. You know, really getting in there and adding depth. I don't think our little show was ever accused of depth, Aiden said with a laugh. The one real upside was that once you've been doing a show for a few years, directors tended to leave you alone, because they simply didn't have the history with the show or the character that I did. But didn't that make you feel adrift without a director? Sometimes, I suppose, he said as he took a sip from his beer. He looked at the pretzel bowl, which was nearly empty. He took 2 of the remaining 4 and then pushed the bowl toward Leah. She shook her head. And wasn't it weird to be acting in a show with your wife, particularly when she became your ex-wife? No, that actually made it easier, believe it or not. We had a lot of history before the show, he said. And we had tons more as it went along, so that was always something we could draw on. Plus, for better or for worse, Sherry was my best critic, so I always had that to fall back on. And you got to work with some great actors, Leah said. I admit I haven't seen all the episodes, but I did take a look at the series on IMDb. You had some wonderful guest stars over the years. That was the sweetest part of all, he said. Because the producers would take my recommendations for the guest stars each week, which meant I got to work with people who might not be household names, but who I was thrilled to work with. Julia White, Nora Dunn, Elizabeth Perkins, Leah suggested. Fabulous, one and all, he agreed. We were the last show that Harold Gould did. We had a 3-episode arc with Jerry Stiller and Nathan Lane, he added with a laugh. I got paid to spend 6 days working and laughing with Nathan Lane. He was in town earlier this year over at the Guthrie, Leah said. I didn't meet him. He and Matthew Broderick were working on the out-of-town preview for the musical version of Waiting for Godot. 2 tramps and a tree, Aiden said. I saw that in New York. I loved it. Although I came to it late, and so I saw the version with Martin Short and Steven Weber. But it was still fantastic. It's so exciting when you get to see something really new. Even when it's based on something really old, Leah said. I'm going to grab another drink, Aiden said. Can I get you something? Leah shook her head as she glanced down at her half-full mug of beer. I'm good, she said. She held up the nearly empty pretzel bowl. But I think we could use some more pretzels. Fresh pretzels coming up. Alex was having trouble tracking with what Chloe was saying. Part of it was absolutely Chloe's fault. She spoke in an odd, circular manner, not unlike German, where you'd have no idea what was actually happening until you got to the verb at the end. But it wasn't just her Byzantine conversational style. Alex was also distracted. He was doing his best not to keep glancing over at Leah and Aiden, but he couldn't help himself. Even from this distance, all the way across the crowded room, it was clear they were having way too much fun over there. Their level of enjoyment seemed in sharp contrast to his conversation with Chloe, which appeared to center around the flaws in her marriage, with particular emphasis on her ex-husband's numerous shortcomings, and her torturous journey to self-awareness and agency. Or something. What was that about your agent? Alex asked, turning and looking at Chloe. Not my agent, she said with a laugh. Agency. It's so hard as a woman, a single heterosexual white woman, to achieve any sense of agency in this world. On the contrary, Alex thought, next to white heterosexual men, no one else seemed to have it as easy in this world. But he wasn't in the mood for an argument at this point, particularly a social, political one. To be honest, he wasn't in the mood for this conversation either. But he didn't have many options. He'd made his bed, and now he had to lie in it. Or lay in it. Anyway, Alex recognized that his current situation was entirely his own fault. "How did I not know that you've done A Christmas Carol for like 20 years?" Alex asked. He hoped this shift in topic, away from her divorce, might provide enough conversational fuel to keep this dying chat alive and off of the life support it so desperately needed. "Harley is my uncle. Was my uncle," she said. "That is not my biological uncle, but he was close with my parents. I always called him Uncle Harley, which drove him crazy later when I was in the cast. He knew I was into acting even as a kid, so I got to play some walk-on parts in the show early on. I started out as Want, or was it Ignorance? With the Ghost of Christmas Present. Then I graduated to Martha Cratchit, which I did for several years because thank God I didn't get very tall. And then when the original Belle dropped out, he moved me into that slot. And I've been there ever since." "The original Belle left?" Alex said. "I didn't think people ever left that show." "It's true. They hardly ever do. I don't remember the circumstances. I just know that I got the call from Harley." Chloe was twisting a bit of hair around her finger as she thought back on this. "Actually, he left a message on my voicemail. It was short and direct, just like Harley. He said, 'Chloe, you're Belle this year. I hope you've developed some breasts.'" Chloe laughed. "His timing couldn't have been better because I just had." Alex decided another conversation shift would be good at that moment. "So, with the divorce behind you, it sounds like you're planning on jumping back into the theater scene with both feet." Yeah, I think I am," she said. "I wasn't too sure before tonight, but going through that read-through and having Aiden freaking Armstrong in the show has definitely rekindled my interest in theater. I've got to start looking around and researching what's coming up after the holidays. It's audition time for this gal, that's for sure." "Well, I know they're doing Into the Woods out in Bloomington, and they've got auditions at the end of the month." Chloe shook her head. "I'm too old for the ingenues, and I don't want to go through the makeup hassle to do the witch." "There's always the baker's wife." She continued to shake her head. "Too much singing." "Well, the Summer Theater Festival in Wisconsin is doing auditions for 4 or maybe 5 different Shakespeare plays," Alex offered. "I don't remember them all, but I know Twelfth Night was one, and Midsummer, too, I think." Chloe shook her head again. "Too many words in Shakespeare. Too many weird words. My mouth doesn't work that way." "So what kind of parts are you looking for?" Alex said, trying to keep any trace of annoyance out of his voice. "I don't know, something fun and funny without a ton of lines, but fantastic costumes. A stipend would be great as well. Where I don't have to drive too far," she added quickly. "I'll keep my ear to the ground," Alex said flatly. "It's just that now that the divorce is final, I really can't wait to just get out there again," Chloe said, once again becoming very animated. "Did I mention how controlling my ex-husband was?" "Yes, I believe that has come up," Alex said. He glanced across the room. Leah and her TV star buddy seemed to be very deep in conversation. It looked grown up and intense. He turned back to Chloe, who was still going on and on about her recent marital issues. And Alex thought to himself, will she never shut up about her divorce? Is he ever going to shut up about his divorce? For the briefest of seconds, Leah was afraid she had accidentally said that out loud. No matter what conversational tact she attempted, somehow Aiden always steered them back to his recent divorce and what he'd been going through since then. It wasn't exactly boring, Leah thought, but it hardly qualified as scintillating either. "So how does your agent feel about you taking this break?" Leah asked, hoping this might steer the conversation in a different direction. Any different direction. "Oh, the whole management team flipped out," Aiden said with a laugh. "The manager, all the agents at the agency, even my accountant were not happy with this news. One of them even used the word pauper to express what this might do to my financial situation." "How do you think they'll react when they find out you're doing a play, and for free, no less?" "I've wisely not broached this new news to them, yet." He took a sip of his beer. But enough of me talking about me. Why don't you talk about me for a while?" They both laughed, as this phrase was often used in conversations with actors, recognizing their tendency toward narcissism. "That's the life of an actor," Leah said. "It's hard not to make it all about yourself." "That's why I'm so excited about working with an actual theater company," Aiden said. "I mean a troupe of actors who have been doing the same show over and over, like Mark Rylance and his troupe, working together on the same plays for years and years, Richard III and Twelfth Night." "That comparison may not really line up with the reality of our situation," Leah suggested. "We are just a community theater, after all." "Well, regardless, it will be quite a new experience for me." "I hope it is, for you and me both," Leah said. "My biggest fear is that the cast is too set in their ways to even consider any fresh ideas I might suggest." "Well, the trick is to make them think it's their idea, not yours," Aiden suggested. "People, as a rule, always think their own ideas are great. At the same time, they're often skeptical of what other people are coming up with. It's an approach I used for years with new directors on the TV series. As long as they thought it was their idea, they were completely gung-ho to do it." "That's a good thought," Leah said. "In fact, that's an excellent thought." She drained the rest of her beer and set the empty glass on the table. "Well, it's pumpkin time for me. I've got to be up early and prepare for tomorrow night's board meeting." "I have no such obligations," Aiden said. "It's so nice to not have an dark 30 call time every day." He finished his own drink. "Let me walk you to your car." There was no way to exit the bar except to pass by the table where Alex was sitting way too closely with Chloe. As luck would have it, Leah didn't have to go directly next to it, which would have forced some formal and awkward conversation. But Leah did feel the obligation to at least wave, which she did as she and Aiden headed to the door. Alex, who appeared to be deep in listening mode with Chloe, gave Leah a quick wave and then returned his attention to his drinking companion. Leah followed Aiden out the door, without realizing that Alex had turned back and was watching her go, and that he wasn't listening to Chloe as closely as it appeared. Any worries that Leah might have had about an awkward moment as Aiden walked her to her car dissipated immediately when she glanced up at the theater. "Looks like someone left a light on in the rehearsal room," Leah said as they approached their cars. They looked up at the lone window on the second floor. The scaffolding which covered this side of the building shimmered, reflecting the light from the window and the dim lighting in the parking lot. It looked like an industrial art installation. "Grant must have forgotten to turn off the lights. I should go in and make sure the place is properly locked down." She turned to Aiden. "Thanks for a great read-through, and thanks for the drink." She turned and began to head toward the back door. "Do you need any help?" Leah shook her head. "No, it's nothing. It'll just take a minute." "Well, I look forward to receiving the rehearsal schedule, and with that, I bid you good night." Aiden gave her the slightest of bows as he headed toward his fancy, expensive car. Even in the dim lighting of the theater's parking lot, the contrast with her old beat-up car was stunning. Leah pulled her keys from her purse and a few moments later found herself in the dark theater. "Hello?" Leah said loudly as she entered. It was always possible that someone had stopped by to do some after-hours work. Leah had learned this was not an uncommon occurrence at this community theater. Designers all had a master key to get them into the building generally, and then a separate key which gave them access to their specific work area. So set designers could build sets any hour of the day or night, costume designers could work on costumes whenever they wanted, and prop people were free to come and go as they pleased. However, being that A Christmas Carol was such a long-running production, none of that work should be happening in the building this evening, because in theory that work had been finished years ago. "Anyone here?" Leah said, this time a little louder. There was no response. Leah made her way down the dark hallway into the lobby, which was empty. There were a couple of night lights illuminating the room, providing just enough light for her to tell that no one was there. She pushed open the double doors to the auditorium and poked her head in. The ghost light was glowing from the center of the stage, and it gave off enough shadowy light to confirm that no one was on or around the stage. Leah made a similar check of the costume shop and the set shop. Both were empty. She rattled the doorknob for the prop room, which was locked. No light came from under the door. She headed up the long stairway to the second-floor rehearsal room. She could see light coming from under the door at the top of the stairs. She reached the top and pushed the door open, not at all certain what she would see. The room appeared to be empty. She reached over and flipped off the light switch, which not only turned off the lights in the room, but also on the stairway. Leah then headed back down the stairs, moving toward the light in the hallway below. She was about halfway down the steps when she heard a loud thump, thump, thump coming quickly behind her. Before she could turn and see who it was, a body slammed into her, shoving her down as it sailed past. Leah tumbled down the 4 or 5 remaining steps as the figure disappeared around the corner and out of sight. Leah landed on her knees, breaking her fall with her hands. If she had been any higher up the stairway, she realized this could have been a more serious, perhaps even fatal, fall. As she pulled herself up, Leah could hear the back door to the theater as it opened and then slammed shut. And then all was quiet. Leah stood there for a long moment, not entirely certain what had just happened. She was waiting for her breathing to slow and her heart to stop its insistent thumping. Once she had composed herself, she made a quick check to ensure she hadn't actually broken anything. She then headed toward the back door. She didn't think whoever had knocked her down the stairs would be waiting for her in the parking lot. On the contrary, they had seemed to be in quite the hurry to get away from her. As she headed down the dim hallway toward the back door, she realized that the identity of the stranger wouldn't be a mystery for long. The video camera over the back door was motion-activated. Whoever it had been, all would be revealed when she reviewed the security footage, which she was in no mood to do right this minute. At that moment, all she wanted was a hot bath and then a good night's sleep. The identity of the mysterious interloper could wait until morning. Chapter 10. There's no video, sorry. I think this one is going to remain a mystery, for the time being at least. But what about the video camera? Leah stammered. We paid all that money last year for those motion-sensitive cameras over the front and back doors. Yes, it was a bucket load of money, Betsy agreed. And you know what else is costing a bucket load of money? The tuck pointing. Leah nodded, not completely understanding what the older woman was saying. Yes, Leah agreed. I know the tuck pointing is a big-ticket item. If I'd had my way, I'd have waited until next year. But the structural engineer said we couldn't wait. That's reassuring, isn't it? Betsy mused. Working every day in a building where a structural engineer says we better get the whole shebang re-tuck pointed, or whatever the term is, or the building might fall down around us. That's a real incentive to make a person want to come to work every morning, let me tell you. Leah wasn't sure how she'd been dragged down this tuck-pointing rabbit hole. What does that have to do with the video cameras? They had to take down the one in the back until they finished the tuck-pointing on that side of the building, Betsy explained. The camera is right there, waiting to go back up. She gestured to the credenza behind her desk. The camera sat atop it with some wires snaking out of the back of the device. Well, that's not going to help explain who was hanging out in the building last night and nearly killed me trying to get out, Leah said with a sigh. Before Betsy could respond, there was a barely audible knock on the door frame behind them. The two women turned to see a meek wisp of a young woman, looking at them over the top of her large-framed, thick glasses. Sorry to interrupt, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I just stopped by to return my keys. I cleaned out my locker upstairs, and I think I got all my production stuff out of here. She held a small key ring holding 4 keys out to Leah. Strike went off without a hitch yesterday. The stage is all cleared and ready for the next show. Fantastic, Carly, Leah said, taking the key ring. Great job on your show, by the way. Sales were terrific, and we even got several very kind reviews. And a couple that hated the play, Carly added quietly. I mean, they loathed it. Well, that's hardly the director's fault, Leah said reassuringly. I think we all knew going in that the play had some troubles. I tried to make it make sense, she said, with a tone of pleading evident in her voice. I really did. Leah nodded. We know. The only thing stopping you was the playwright, and she's dead. So I guess she got the last word. I guess she did, Carly said with a defeated shrug. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity. I hope you'll have me back next year. I'll remind the Director's Selection Committee of your fine work, Leah said. Thanks, Carly said with a pained smile, and with that she disappeared as quietly as she'd come. It really wasn't her fault that the mystery was something of a stinker, Betsy said. Not sure why the play selection committee ramrodded that one through the system. I'm not sure why most of the committees around here do what they do. Because it's what we've always done, Betsy suggested. I suppose so. When they find my body, Leah mused, the cause of death will be listed as death by committee. She looked down at the key ring in her hand and offered it to Betsy. Everyone working on a production turns in their keys when it's over, right? Betsy nodded as she took the keys. That's the rule. I run an occasional key check to see if anyone has been tardy on their key return. And of course, most board members have their own set of keys. Leah looked out the doorway and down the hall at the stairs which led up to the rehearsal room. So technically, the only one with keys to get into the building would be a director working on a show, the stage manager, and any designers assigned to the project, right? Correct. And A Christmas Carol doesn't have any designers because it's the same show every year, Leah continued as she sorted through a theory in her head. So the only ones who could have been in the building last night were you or me, Grant, the stage manager, any actors who never left after rehearsal, Betsy added, or a board member. Or an unknown person who has their own set of keys, Leah said. Right. I'll do a check of who might still be tardy in their key return, Betsy offered. Thanks, Leah said. It would be nice, if possible, to have one less mystery around here. When she got to her own desk, Leah fired up her computer and sat down, a fresh cup of coffee in her hand. Her primary goal for the morning was updating the annual budget, which she would be presenting to the board that evening. Budgeting had never been her strong suit, and the theater's system was both ancient and convoluted. Leah didn't know how long she spent looking through the multi-tabbed Excel document before one line item jumped out at her. She also didn't know why she'd never spotted it before. She'd probably noticed it now because it was connected to the annual production of A Christmas Carol. Leah clicked and clicked, diving deeper and deeper into the multi-layered financial record for this particular show. Unlike other productions, this one had invoices for off-site storage, and unlike other shows, it did not appear to have payments for costumes, custom props, or set construction items. Just storage invoices, year after year. Hey, Betsy, Leah yelled. Can you come in here for a minute? Because their offices were side by side, the two women had occasionally taken up what Betsy called a Walton's Mountain form of inter-office communication, which simply meant they spent their days yelling back and forth between the two nearby rooms. When the situation warranted it, they could also meet face to face. Seconds later, the older woman was standing in the doorway. What's up? She asked. I'm not sure I understand these line items for the A Christmas Carol budget, Leah said. Betsy moved further into the office, which took only 2 steps, and moments later she was peering over Leah's shoulder at the computer screen. Oh, yes, that show is a bit of an anomaly budget-wise. That show appears to be an anomaly in all areas, Leah replied. What's wonky about its budget? Well, because it's essentially the same show every year. We're not building new sets and we're not buying new props, Betsy explained. And with the exception of a little bit of tailoring, we're not putting out money for costumes. So the budget for all those items generally goes to the storage costs for the costumes, props, and sets. But we have storage here, Leah said. In fact, we have lots of storage. So why are we paying to store the costumes, the props, and the set pieces for A Christmas Carol? I believe it's because Harley didn't want his sets, props, and costumes turning up in other shows. But they weren't his sets, props, and costumes, Leah said, her frustration evident in her tone. They all belong to the theater, like all the sets, props, and costumes for all the other shows we do every year. And the board agreed to this? I don't know exactly who agreed to it, Betsy admitted. The whole thing was grandfathered in. But you know how things go at this place. If that's the way it's always been, then that's the way it will always be. Leah sighed as she looked back at the column of numbers. These invoices reflect thousands of dollars that we paid out for storage we could have easily done ourselves. That would appear to be the case, Betsy agreed. All right, Leah said. She leaned back in her chair and rubbed her eyes. But let's agree between us that if we do A Christmas Carol next year or in the future, once this production is done, all those items are going into our storage, and we'll stop paying these ridiculous storage fees. Fine by me, Betsy said as she headed back to her office. Change is good. Sometimes, Leah agreed, sometimes change is good. The lack of a motion-sensitive camera at the back door was made apparent a few minutes later when Leah was startled by the sound of someone ringing the back doorbell. Normally at that point, the image of the visitor would appear, via the security camera, on her computer screen. However, no camera meant no image. Leah pressed the intercom button on her phone. Yes, she said, still a bit distracted by the blurry Excel sheet on her screen. "Dietz here," came a gruff and staticky reply. "Hello, Detective," Leah said. "I'll be right down to let you in." Leah got up and headed down the hall, turning to look into Betsy's office as she passed by. "I've got it." "Thanks," Betsy said without looking up from her computer. "My feet are killing me, so one less trip to the back door is appreciated." Leah swung the back door open, revealing Detective Dietz. He was accompanied by a stern-looking woman. "Sorry for the unannounced drop-in," Dietz said. "I was just on my way back to the station, and I figured, since I already had a photographer in tow, this seemed like a good time to stop by and grab a photo of that doodle down in your green room." He gestured to the woman next to him, who was just pulling an impressive-looking camera out of a large bag she had slung over her shoulder. "This is Liz, our crime scene photographer," Dietz explained. "I thought I'd give her an opportunity to shoot some evidence which wasn't completely blood-soaked for once." "Do you actually think it's a piece of evidence?" Leah said as she led them down the steep stairs toward the green room. Remembering her slight tumble on the rehearsal room stairs just a few hours earlier, Leah made a point of keeping a tight grip on the handrail as she led them down to the basement. "I'm not sure one way or the other," the detective said, "but I'd rather have a visual record of it, just in case. I don't think there's enough there for a handwriting expert, but you never know. Better to be safe than the other thing." They made their way down the dim corridor to the green room, which was completely dark. Leah found the light switch, and Dietz pointed the photographer toward the corkboard on the far wall. Probably more out of habit than anything else, the woman took a couple preliminary photos of the space before heading across the room. "Coming here and grabbing some photos also saves us the trouble of tearing down the board and lugging the whole thing downtown," Dietz continued. "It might as well hang on the wall here rather than gather dust in our evidence locker. Less hassle for you, less hassle for us." "That is appreciated," Leah said, "although there is talk of taking it down and hanging it upstairs in the lobby, under lucite. It's oozing with theater history." "Well, either way, we don't need it cluttering up our evidence locker, if it even is evidence." "Do you need me to stick around?" "Oh, this'll only take a minute. We'll just grab some shots and go." He headed over to the board, gesturing up to the doodle in question in the far upper right corner. "It's this one in the corner," he said as he started to point, and then he pulled his hand back. "That's weird." "What is it?" Leah asked. She crossed the room to join them. "Son of a gun," Dietz mumbled. "What is it?" Dietz pointed up at the corkboard. Leah moved closer to look at the show logo, A Christmas Carol, and the tombstone image beneath it. Someone had taken a black magic marker and scrawled all over the drawing, completely obscuring the picture. What had once been a tombstone with Harley's name on it, and the 2 dates, was now merely a formless black blob. Dietz sighed. "Well, it turns out this may have been a key piece of evidence after all. And now it's gone." Chapter 11. "Why would he be upset? Let me think about it. He's a guy, and he asked you out for a drink, and you agreed, and then you invited another guy to join you too. Why do you think that might annoy him? Why might that be?" Gloria asked these questions in rapid-fire succession, like she was cross-examining a recalcitrant witness. "But Alex wasn't asking me out," Leah said, trying her best to not sound whiny. "He was just casually suggesting we go out for a drink." "You know, for a former actress, you do occasionally lack any real insight into normal human motivations and behavior." Leah stared back at Gloria. "A former actress?" she said, sounding more than a little hurt. "Is that what I am now? Am I former?" Gloria sighed and shook her head. "Okay, let me restate that. As a thespian who is currently on a break from the craft of acting, you really do occasionally exhibit a stunning lack of understanding vis-a-vis people and their motivations." Gloria took a long sip from her first glass of wine while she let her words sink in. As she did that, Leah stared down at her salad, wishing she'd ordered a glass or two of wine for herself. But given what lay ahead this evening, she knew that wouldn't be a prudent decision. Board meetings always required the clearest of heads. Leah took a small bite of her salad, formulating a response to Gloria's short diatribe. But before she could find the words, Gloria continued. "You know, this whole will they or won't they scenario you have going with Alex is not nearly as suspenseful or intriguing as you might think." she said. "Speaking as a disinterested observer in the cheap seats, I really wish the two of you would just wrap this thing up. Is a little bit of closure too much to ask for?" Before Leah could generate a rejoinder, the waiter arrived with their entrees. Once the obligatory "would you like some freshly ground pepper?" conversation was concluded, Gloria asked for a second glass of wine, and the two women ate in silence for the next few minutes. Leah and Gloria arrived about 10 minutes before the board meeting was set to begin. Betsy was already in place, having distributed the notes from the last meeting, placing the photocopies in front of all the spots around the table in what they laughingly called the boardroom. It was really just their meeting room, but when the board was in session, Betsy called it the boardroom. When Leah had first arrived, she'd been confused, because Betsy would refer to the meeting room, and she would also refer to the boardroom. It seemed to Leah like they must be two separate, unique spaces. But as it turned out, it was the same cramped room, just renamed depending on how the space was being used. As it turned out, this was not to be the first, or the last, time Leah was confused about the number of rooms in the building and their exact locations. The members of the board slowly trickled in, taking the same chairs they always took for these monthly meetings. There were no assigned seats, people just gravitated to where they always sat. To Leah, this was as good a metaphor as you were likely to find concerning how this board operated. While they were not officially resistant to change, it was an undercurrent throughout all the meetings she had attended so far. Life at the theater would be a whole lot simpler if everything always remained exactly the same. So that was what the group tended to do. Leah was reminded of the one physics class she had taken in college. Was it Newton's first law? She wasn't sure, but she knew it was in the top 5. Objects at rest tended to stay at rest. The term the professor had used was inertia, which apparently was also the governing law of the theater's board. "Is there any old business to discuss?" Gloria said quickly once she had called the meeting to order. The speed at which she posed the question, and her tone in general, suggested this meeting's focus was not going to be on old business. In fact, if you did have some old business, you just missed your chance to present it. "Then let's get on to new business," Gloria continued. "The first item on the agenda is this year's production of A Christmas Carol. We as a board were deeply saddened by the sudden and tragic death of the show's longtime director, Harley Vincent. However, we cannot neglect the fact that we have an obligation to the cast and the season ticket holders who have come to expect this show on our schedule every year. Consequently, Executive Director Leah Sexton has kindly offered to step in and take over direction of the show, employing the cast Harley Vincent put in place before his untimely death." This produced some murmurs around the table, which all sounded, to her ear at least, positive to Leah. No one raised any objection to the news. Gloria waited a few seconds for the commotion to subside, and then she continued. "I'm also very pleased to report that the role of Scrooge, traditionally played by Harley Vincent, will be performed this year by a local actor who was in an early incarnation of this show. He has gone on to considerable success on television in Hollywood and has returned home for a few months to care for his ailing father. I'm speaking, of course, of Aidan Armstrong, star of the TV show Loose Cannon. He has been offered and has accepted the role of Ebenezer Scrooge." The contrast in the board's reaction to these two pieces of news, Leah offering to direct the show and the casting of a TV star, was striking, to say the least. No one actually yelled, "Yippee!" but the level of energy in the room increased exponentially. Board member Claudia Moffat was the first to put her excitement into words. "You mean he's playing the entire run of the show as Scrooge, and he's doing it for free?" "He is indeed," Leah said. "As many of you may remember, Aidan played Tiny Tim for a couple years when he was a child. He said he is delighted at the prospect of taking on the challenging role of Scrooge. We had our first read-through last night, and I'm happy to report that I believe he's going to be excellent in the role." "The PR possibilities of this are fantastic," said Claudia Moffat. She was the longtime chair of the marketing committee, probably due to her extensive background in advertising. An imposing woman, she always arrived at board meetings dressed to the nines. Leah had come to recognize that Claudia was, by nature, a controlling person. She managed her committee with a firm but decisive hand. In one way, this was a good thing, as she insisted the integrity of the theater's brand never be tarnished or diminished. Consequently, all the PR materials for the theater had a consistent and first-class look to them. On the other hand, Claudia was one of the board members most resistant to change. So while the materials always looked professional, none of them looked particularly contemporary. In fact, from Leah's perspective, many had a decidedly stodgy quality to them. Leah hoped that with the sudden arrival of Aidan Armstrong as a talking point for the theater, this might be a good opportunity to update the look of all the theater's advertising materials. But that was a subject for another day. "We will need to get him in for a photo shoot as soon as possible," Claudia Moffat said to no one in particular. "Headshots for all the cast and crew are scheduled for next Tuesday night," Leah replied. "We've put together a rough rehearsal schedule, and that seemed like the best time to capture new pictures of everyone. We'll also shoot the PR photo for the show at that time." "Although our regular guy does a fine job, I think we should splurge a bit and get a photographer with a stronger background in fashion and celebrity," Claudia suggested, again to no one in particular. Leah wasn't quite sure how to respond, but she didn't need to. Gloria jumped right in. "I think that action would really go against the community theater nature of what we're doing here, with our emphasis on the word community," Gloria said. "We really can't treat Mr. Armstrong differently than anyone else in the cast. We've never been what you would call a star-driven theater, and while I'm thrilled he wants to do this one production, we must treat this as an anomaly. We've always been a community theater. So I would suggest we stay with our regular photographer, who knows how we want these things to look. He's done a great job for us over the years." Claudia Moffat's expression suggested she was ready to object, but one look at Gloria told her that would be fruitless. She settled back in her chair while Gloria glanced down at the agenda. "The other point about the A Christmas Carol production I want to bring up and explore more deeply is its budget," Gloria said. "An accounting irregularity has been brought to my attention regarding this production. As we all know, the show has stayed essentially the same from year to year, and with the exception of a few tailoring costs and the occasional replacement of a prop or two, we've not had to create costumes, find props, or build sets for many, many years. That's one of the reasons the show has been as profitable as it's been," she continued. She scanned the faces around the table, not exactly accusing anyone of wrongdoing, but clearly planning to find a culprit if one existed. "However, in digging a little deeper, we've discovered that a considerable portion of the show's budget, that is, all of it, has been going to pay for off-site storage every year. And while it's not a huge amount of money, that expenditure was unnecessary. We have more than ample storage space here within the four walls of this theater." Gloria paused for several seconds. The room was very quiet. "So let me ask this. Does anyone here remember how or why the board came to the conclusion that Harley Vincent would be allowed to store all the elements of the production off-site?" Leah looked around the table. No one was making eye contact with her or with Gloria. "Gavin, you're the head of the finance committee," Gloria said as she turned her attention to a wispy, balding man at the far end of the table. "Any thoughts on this?" Gavin Newland shook his head. He looked like he wanted to flip through some notes in front of him, but he had no notes, just a copy of the agenda. He turned it over, perhaps hoping what he needed might be found on the reverse side, but it was just as blank as his expression. "It's been so long," he stammered. "I'm sure there was a reason at the beginning, a good reason, no doubt. It might have had to do with renovation at the theater. I'm just not sure." Newland continued to squirm, and then his attitude shifted. Something had occurred to him. "This was clearly a decision which was grandfathered in before my tenure," he continued, apparently realizing for the first time that the show had been around longer than he had. "The fact is, I don't know why this has been allowed. I will look into it further, and I can assure the board I will get answers. I can promise you that." He squeaked as his sudden burst of confidence drained and his voice trailed off. "Some answers would be very much appreciated," Gloria said. "Leah has agreed to track down the storage facility, and she will oversee bringing all those elements back here to the theater in time for the production. And from that point forward, all A Christmas Carol elements will be stored here and not off-site." She let this settle in and then continued. All right, let's move on to committee reports and see if it's humanly possible to get out of here before 9. Chapter 12. Road trip! Betsy yelled this as she climbed into the passenger seat of Leah's car. But as they were the only 2 people in the theater's parking lot, Leah was the sole person who heard the older woman's excited chant. Leah looked up. The 2 workmen on the scaffolding spread across the back of the building were each wearing headphones as they went about their work. Betsy's outburst had been lost on them. "Let's not get too enthusiastic about this," Leah said. "We're just going to Harley's house to get the keys and then to the storage facility to grab Scrooge's costume and some props for the PR photo. And to see how big a truck we'll need to bring all the props, costumes, and set pieces back to the theater," Betsy added. "Exactly. It's really just an exploratory trip, nothing more than that." "Well, you say that now," Betsy said as she buckled her seatbelt. "But I've seen enough episodes of Storage Wars to know there could be anything behind that mysterious sliding door. Untold riches. For all we know, maybe even Jimmy Hoffa." "I'd settle for costumes which haven't been ravaged by moths and set pieces that aren't covered in mold," Leah said as she started the car. "You've got the address of the storage facility from the old invoices?" "I do indeed," Betsy said as she opened her purse and began to dig for the small stack of paper. Leah looked at the clock on the dashboard and then at the address she'd punched into her phone's GPS. "I told Detective Dietz we'd meet him at Harley's house at 11 a.m., she said. "If these directions are correct, we should be right on time." So while Betsy scanned the radio dial for something worth listening to, Leah pulled out of the parking lot and followed the GPS directions as the automated voice directed her toward the Highland Park neighborhood of St. Paul. Setting up this field trip had been more complicated than Leah had originally thought it would be. She'd started by calling Grant, the show's stage manager, to see if he had the keys to the storage facility. "No, sorry I can't help you there, hon," he'd said. "Harley always handled that end of things himself. At the beginning of load-in week, he'd show up with a truck filled with all the props, costumes, and set pieces. And then after strike, we'd put it all back on the truck, and he'd drive it away." Next, she called the phone number on the invoice for the storage facility, Your Self Storage. She made several attempts, but no one ever answered. Plus, they didn't appear to have voicemail, which struck her as more than a little odd. So Leah had called Detective Dietz to see if it was possible to get into Harley Vincent's house in order to find the keys to the storage facility. "Well, I'd love to help you out," he said, "but Mr. Vincent's house is still locked down, as the crime scene team hasn't released it yet. But here's what I can do," he'd added. "I'll go in and see if I can find the keys for you. That won't be breaking protocol and will keep things kosher, but still help you with your errand." The drive took exactly as long as the GPS had predicted. Leah pulled the car to a stop across the street from a neat pre-war bungalow. "I thought we were going to Harley's house first," Betsy said as she peered across the street at the small house. "This is Harley's house," Leah said. She pointed to the address on the GPS and then at the numbers over the house's front door. "But that's the same address I have for the self-storage place," Betsy said. She held up one of the recent invoices from Your Self-Storage to prove her point. Leah looked at the address on the invoice and then at the house across the street. "Apparently there's no such thing as Your Self-Storage facility," Betsy continued. "Instead, that snaky Harley Vincent has been charging us for years to keep all the props, sets, and costumes for the show at his house." "Why does that not surprise me?" Leah said as she swung the car door open. "This just gets better and better." Detective Dietz was about 5 minutes late. When he arrived, he found Leah and Betsy sitting on the front steps of the house, looking through a short stack of invoices. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Dietz said as he crossed the small lawn to the 2 women. "I know you're anxious to get to the self-storage facility." "As it turns out, we're already there," Leah said. She handed one of the receipts to the detective. "Apparently, Harley Vincent's house doubled as a self-storage facility, for which he has charged us handsomely over the years." Dietz scanned the receipt. "That's a nice racket if you can make it work," he said. "Real nice," Leah agreed. "But we've been through the house top to bottom," Dietz said. "We didn't see racks of costumes or boxes of props." "Well, he must have put them somewhere," Leah said. "How about the garage?" Betsy suggested. She pointed to a slightly sagging structure at the far end of the backyard. I'm not sure we even looked in there, Dietz admitted. Let me go into the house and see if I can find a key. I'll be back in a bit. Finding a key turned out to be a quicker task than first anticipated. Moments later, Dietz came out the front door, a ring of keys in his hand. They were on a hook right by the front door, he said with a grin. I really should do that at my house. The amount of time I've spent searching for my keys, I swear. He flipped through the keys as he headed toward the garage, with Leah and Betsy several feet behind him. He reached the side door to the garage and looked down at the lock. Then he sorted through the key ring quickly. While he did that, Leah peered through a side window. Windows are all covered from the inside, she reported, and locked. At the same time, Betsy jiggled the handle to the overhead door. This one's locked up tight, too. It only took 3 tries before Dietz located the correct key for the deadbolt on the side door. He opened the door slowly and peered within the dark garage. He reached in and felt for a light switch. Moments later, Leah could hear him flipping it up and down. Bulb must be out, he said from within the garage. I'll try the overhead door, but if the power's out... The power was clearly not out, for the next moment they heard the creak and moan of the heavy garage door as it slowly and painfully opened. This flooded the garage with sunlight, revealing what they had already suspected. The garage was filled, top to bottom, with props and set pieces for A Christmas Carol. One entire wall was covered with racks of costumes. Furniture pieces were stacked on top of each other, while painted flats were positioned to create skinny corridors throughout the garage. Well, now we know where all the storage fees went, Leah said as they stepped into the overstuffed space. Right into Harley Vincent's pockets, Betsy said as she started down one of the skinny corridors. It's going to take a big truck to haul this back to the theater, Leah said as she examined what appeared to be Scrooge's high desk. She turned to Dietz. We're okay to take all this, aren't we? I mean, despite the whole crime scene thing in the house? At first blush, I can't see any issue with you clearing this out, he said. But I'll check with the rest of the team and get back to you. In the meantime, am I okay to grab Scrooge's suit and his quill? Leah asked, pointing toward the rack of costumes. We want to use him for a PR photo. I don't see why not. Actually, I don't think there's anything in here that will be of interest to the crime scene folks. Don't be so sure, came Betsy's muffled voice from the back of the garage. I think they very much will want to see this. Intrigued, Dietz and Leah followed the sound of her voice, heading deeper into the maze of flats and furniture. They rounded one final corner and found her, standing and staring in the dim light which filtered its way back from the open garage door. Betsy stood there frozen, her mouth open and her eyes wide. She was pointing to what appeared to be a mannequin, seated in a large, old-fashioned chair. Dietz flipped on the flashlight app on his phone, and the increased illumination revealed what they were actually looking at. It was the body of a woman, well-preserved and obviously dead for quite some time. It reminded Leah of Norman Bates' mother from the end of the movie Psycho, when Norman's unique taxidermy skills were finally revealed. She was dressed in a lovely gown, which looked like it had come from the 1800s. But Leah recognized a costume when she saw one, and this poor, long-deceased woman was clearly dressed in a costume. In fact, Leah realized it was a costume which would fit perfectly into just about any production of A Christmas Carol, including the one which had run for years and years at the Como Lake Players. Chapter 13. Harley Vincent's quiet neighborhood went from bucolic to bustling in a matter of minutes. Detective Dietz hustled the 2 women out of the garage while he made 2 quick phone calls. Response time was impressive. A squad car arrived about 2 minutes later, followed by a van from the coroner's office. Leah and Betsy stood awkwardly at the far end of the driveway, not really sure what their responsibilities were at this point. Leah was pleased that, on their way out, Betsy had grabbed Scrooge's costume, including his black top hat, scarf, and walking stick. The older woman had stashed them in the car and then casually returned. Leah wasn't sure what the penalty was for removing possible evidence from a crime scene, and she hoped they weren't about to find out. After conferring with a couple of people from the coroner's van, Detective Dietz slowly ambled down the driveway to the 2 women. I think you both can go, if you need to, he said. I will have to get official statements from both of you at some point, but since we were all here at the same time, I have a pretty good idea of what our actions were, where we walked in the garage, and the timeline up to the discovery of the body. Any idea whose body it is? Betsy asked. Dietz shook his head. Time will tell, he said. On first inspection, one of the team from the coroner's office thinks the victim may have been there for many, many years.
She's pretty well preserved for many, many years,
Betsy remarked. Well, there are techniques for that sort of thing, Dietz explained. Some simpler than you might think. But why just leave her right there in the garage? Leah asked. I mean, after you've killed someone, why not bury her? Why leave the evidence just sitting there? I think when we can answer that question, which we currently can't, it will explain a lot, Dietz said. Answer that question, and you may have solved the whole enchilada. The drive back to the theater was a quiet one. Leah wasn't sure what Betsy was thinking, but that was nothing new. She never knew what her coworker was thinking about. For herself, Leah's mind was running in about 1,000,000 different directions. On the practical side of things, Harley Vincent's garage was now a crime scene. That meant that everything in the garage was part of that crime scene. Leah had no idea how long the storage space would maintain that crime scene status, which meant that the costumes, props, and set pieces for A Christmas Carol were all currently in limbo. If they had to start from scratch with all those elements, they would need to get started on them. Now. Or actually, last week. Mounting a show as big as A Christmas Carol, while at the same time scrambling to replace all its physical elements, changed what had merely been a daunting challenge into a monumental task about 10 times more overwhelming. And then there was the question of who was that woman? Had Harley killed someone? And was he subsequently killed because he killed that woman? And why had he kept her body in the garage for what the police were saying could have been years and years? As she'd said to Detective Dietz, it made more sense to bury the evidence than to turn it into some sort of morbid museum display.
Well, this sort of explains why Harley was so secretive about the storage of the props and costumes, Betsy said suddenly.
Yes, Leah agreed. I suppose that's why he didn't allow Grant or anyone else on the production team to help him when it came time to pick up the props and costumes and sets. If Detective Dietz is right and that body has been there for years, then Harley was living with that secret for a long, long time.
Was it a secret?
Betsy asked. Well, it was hardly public knowledge, Leah said. I mean, I don't think he put it on his resume.
No, Betsy said, shaking her head. I mean, it might have been a secret for a while, but what if somebody found out? I mean, this obviously has something to do with Harley's death, right? To have someone who is murdered in their own home, and who also has stashed a dead body in the garage for years. If there was no connection, then this qualifies as one of the greatest coinkydinks of all time.
Leah couldn't help but smile. Betsy was the only person she knew who used the term coinkydink on a regular basis. It was always charming, although it felt a little odd in this situation. Oh, I agree, Leah said. The two things have to be connected, right?
You would think so, Betsy agreed. Because if they're not connected, well, this is even weirder than we ever imagined.
It's gotten to the point that when you call, I'm afraid to ask what's new, Gloria said. Once she returned to the theater, Leah had called her friend to bring her up to speed on the morning's activities. I agree, Leah said, but I wanted to let you know right away, because if we can't get access to the sets, props, and costumes, we're going to have a very bare-bones production of A Christmas Carol. But we are budgeted to build all that stuff, right? Gloria said. I mean, that budget went to storage the last few years, but we have the money, right? Yes, money we have. It's time that's in short supply, Leah said. At this point in most productions, as we're starting rehearsal, the designers have already been hard at work. We'd have a set design. We'd be well on our way with props. Costumes would be in production or being pulled from stock for tailoring. To make that happen now means we have to go from 0 to 60 to make it to opening night. And while we can throw some money at the problem, as a volunteer-driven organization, the amount of money we ever have to throw at something usually doesn't make much of an impact. Not like your theater and its ridiculously deep pockets. Hey, we've been known to tighten our belts from time to time, Gloria protested. You may not be aware of this, but when the Guthrie did The Importance of Being Earnest, those weren't actual cucumber sandwiches the actors were eating. Very impressive, Leah said flatly. In truth, it was because one of the actors had a gluten allergy. So although real cucumbers weren't involved, the bread cost about $5 a slice, Gloria said. But getting back to your problem, how long can we wait before we pull the trigger and start from scratch? Leah looked at the calendar she'd pulled up on the computer screen in front of her. Well, to be safe, I'd say last week, but we've missed that deadline, Leah said. I think we'd need to know by this weekend if the sets and props are coming back, that's for sure. Did the police give you any indication of how long they want to hang on to everything? No, Leah said. However, I know this much. The house itself is still a crime scene, and it's been a couple weeks since Harley was killed. So I have no idea how long it will take them to go through everything in the garage and get it cleared for release. This was followed by a long moment of silence. All Leah could hear through the phone was a quick click, click, click. Leah knew the sound well. It meant her friend was looking off into the distance, clicking and unclicking her pen. Okay, Gloria finally said. You're doing headshots in the PR photo tonight, right? Yes, luckily Betsy grabbed a couple of pieces from Scrooge's costume before the cops could stop her. Do we know if it will fit Aiden Armstrong? We can make it fit for the photo, Leah said. We can make anything fit for the photo. Right now, that's all that's required of it. Ah, yes, the beauty of safety pins, Gloria said. I'll make some calls to some board members and we'll get together tonight and come up with some options. Even one option would be nice, Leah said. Yes, hope springs eternal, Gloria said with a chuckle, and then she hung up. Leah's next phone call was to Detective Dietz. He picked up on the second ring. Didn't I just talk to you? He said. You did, Leah agreed, and I know you didn't have any idea of when the items in the garage would be released. But that was nearly an hour ago. I was hoping you might know more by now. Boy, if you're going to be calling on an hourly basis, this is going to be one long week, he said with a grim chuckle. I don't mean to be a pest. We just need to make some decisions at this end. Are we going to have to start from scratch, or can we count on getting all those materials in time for opening night? Actually, a week before opening night, because we'll still have to go through Tech Week and previews. I feel your pain, he said. And the fact that the body has obviously been there for years, perhaps even years and years, will have an impact. A positive impact or a negative impact? From your perspective, a positive one. From our perspective, a negative one, he said. Whatever happened to that woman happened a long, long time ago, and there's no indication that it happened right there in the garage, which means the space wouldn't necessarily qualify as an active crime scene. So it's more like an inactive crime scene? Leah suggested. Well, that's not the technical term, but that sums it up pretty nicely, he said. She could hear him chuckling on the other end of the phone. The fact is, they are unlikely to find any new evidence in that room. By all indications, she was brought in a long time ago and plopped in that chair. And obviously, she never got up and walked around. So my hope is that after they do their first sweep of the room, I can suggest it would be fine to release all of the theater's materials. I'm just not going to know for a couple more days. Can you wait that long? Leah looked at the calendar on her computer screen. Opening night for A Christmas Carol was a whole lot closer than she'd like it to be. It wasn't just looming. It was a fast-approaching, unstoppable train. Well, what choice do I have? Excellent point, he said. I'll be in touch. Chapter 14. Betsy was always the one to schedule and run the photo shoots for each production's headshots and the PR photos. She organized it with such precision that Leah thought there were probably certain military campaigns which could have learned a thing or two from Betsy's methodology. Despite the recent newsworthy occurrences, the photo shoot for A Christmas Carol was run with the same cracked timing that Betsy brought to past productions. No one likes having their picture taken, Betsy had told Leah before cast members began arriving. Must be something in human nature, I don't know. I'm always suspicious of anyone who likes to have their picture taken. So, my goal is to make them comfortable while keeping on schedule and getting some usable shots. Anything that dares to interfere with that plan is going to feel the business end of my fist. She held up her tiny hand and made a fist for Leah, indicating the seriousness of her intent. I will not get in your way, Leah promised. Normally, photo night was not a standalone event. In most cases, it would have been shared with a measuring night for the costume designer. As soon as an actor was finished being photographed at one end of the room, they'd immediately be sent over to the costume people at the other end of the room. There, the costume designer and their team would quickly take precise measurements of each actor. One person would measure and shout out those numbers to a second person, who would be charged with writing down all the figures furiously. However, currently there were no plans for costume fittings for the cast of A Christmas Carol. With the exception of Aiden Armstrong, everyone in the cast had worn the same costumes for years. Some minor tailoring might be required, but that would come further along in the process. probably during Tech Week. Unless, of course, the police didn't release the racks of costumes that were currently hanging in Harley Vincent's garage, along with the unnamed female corpse. As the evening progressed, Leah was plagued with the notion that she should be planning for the worst-case scenario. She checked her phone repeatedly in case she'd missed some good news from Detective Dietz, but no calls came in throughout the long evening. Although not one to partake in hyperbole, Leah couldn't help but feel the suspense was killing her. But she kept that to herself and instead focused her energies on trying to be helpful and keep the photo process moving. Leah had worked with the theater's official photographer, Mitchell, only a handful of times, but she knew this much about him. He was a man of few words. The arrangement the theater had originally struck with Mitchell was good for both parties. He would shoot the headshots, the PR shots, and the historical photos of each show at no charge. Then once production was up and running, he would offer prints of the production photos for sale to the cast. From what Leah understood, sales had always been brisk, and it was a good piece of business for Mitchell. Then the digital age struck, and everything changed in his world, along with most other photographers. Once the actors had the ability to scan a photo into a digital file and email that to all their friends, Mitchell's sales of photo prints had dropped drastically. Recognizing the financial impact on Mitchell's livelihood, the theater had re-engineered their relationship with the photographer. Since the rise of digital photography, he had received a small stipend for all his work, which was really only a percentage of what he would have made in the past. Using that previous income as a baseline, he could then write off the remainder as a donation to the theater. It wasn't ideal for either side, but he needed the work and the theater needed the photos. The theater's rule of shooting new and distinct headshots for each show was a long tradition. On the one hand, it provided a unified look to all the photos which were hung in the lobby during the run of the show. On the other hand, it also helped to level the playing field for the cast. While some of the actors might have stacks of professionally photographed headshots, others might not have gotten to that stage in their acting careers. So coming up with a professional-looking headshot might be a financial burden. To solve that, the theater had taken on the task of shooting and paying for headshots for all the actors in each show. As Betsy had explained to Leah early on, it was the same concept as the uniforms she'd been forced to wear when attending a Catholic grade school. It makes everyone the same, so no one feels left out. The rich kids look just like the poor kids. It levels the playing field. Betsy had scheduled an assembly line of headshots to be completed that evening. Actors had been given call times, and they paraded in one after another to stand in front of Mitchell's camera, smile, and then move on. This nearly continuous procession of actors gave Leah some much-needed opportunity to get a better sense of each one of the performers and their personalities. The first actor on the schedule was Charles Caldwell, who still seemed more than a little grumpy about being relegated once again to the role of Jacob Marley. No matter how Mitchell coached him, he was unable to get anything resembling a smile from the older man. Realizing he'd reached an impasse with his subject, the photographer settled for a somewhat blank expression, devoid of the anger Caldwell seemed to carry around like his ever-present puzzle book. Once he was assured that they had gotten the photo they needed, Charles Caldwell left as quickly and as quietly as he'd come. Next up came the Swansons and the Swensons. The two couples entered at the same time in apparently high spirits. Leah picked up one of the schedules Betsy had printed out, in the hopes that its list of names would help in identification. Ron Swanson, Debbie Swanson, George Swenson, Debbie Swenson. She looked from the sheet to the foursome, trying to attach names to faces, but clarity was elusive. Betsy called them up, one by one, using their actual names, but for some reason that information didn't stick in Leah's brain. All she knew for sure was that the two women were named Debbie. The fact that Mrs. Cratchit was married to Mr. Fezziwig offstage and that Mr. Cratchit was married to Mrs. Fezziwig offstage was just too much for Leah's brain to sort through. "I have a couple nephews who might be a great option for Tiny Tim," Mrs. Cratchit offered as soon as her photo had been taken. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Fezziwig as she took her spot in front of Mitchell's camera. "There are a couple neighbor kids who would be perfect for the young Cratchits." "Give me their names and numbers at the next rehearsal," Leah said. "Alex and I need to start looking at casting the smaller parts." "And don't forget you have to pick someone to play the ghost of Christmas yet to come," Mr. Fezziwig said loudly from across the room. "I can make it worth your while if it's not me." "Oh, so we've turned to bribery, have we? Then count me in," Mrs. Fezziwig said as she gave Mr. Fezziwig a playful punch on the arm. "I would pay huge sums of money to avoid that stinky costume, as I'm sure would old Caldwell." "Why is that?" Leah asked. "Oh, the poor fellow," Mr. Fezziwig said. "Harley's been making Caldwell be the ghost of Christmas yet to come for the last 3, maybe 4 years." "I mean, in a way it makes sense," Mrs. Fezziwig said. "Charles is essentially done by the end of Act 1. He's got plenty of time to get out of his Jacob Marley costume and make up and throw on that stupid last ghost costume. But to be honest, he's getting a little old to do it, and it seems sort of, I don't know, mean." "Mean indeed," Mr. Fezziwig repeated. "You have to admit, Harley had a bit of a mean streak in him," Mrs. Fezziwig added. "It wasn't a streak, it was a 6-lane highway," Mrs. Cratchit said. This produced a murmur of agreement from the other three. "What made it bearable was that Harley generally just forced his cruelty on one cast member a year," Mrs. Fezziwig said. "He could be a prince around everyone else, but if you were on his shoot list, watch out." "Shoot list?" Leah repeated. Mr. Cratchit laughed. "We try to keep things clean during rehearsal and during the show," he said, "particularly once the little ones are added to the cast. Otherwise, all HE double toothpicks will break out." This produced a large laugh from the others, and they were still laughing and joking 10 minutes later when they left. Next up was Chloe. Mentally, Leah kept thinking of her as a young woman, but the fact was that Chloe was just about the same age as Leah. She just acted younger. Although she had appeared made up and coiffed for the read-through, to Leah it looked like Chloe had made extra effort on her hair and makeup for this photo shoot, which of course made sense. Leah would have done that as well if she were in the same situation. Then Leah realized she was in the same situation. As the show's director, she would need to have her headshot taken this evening along with everyone else. Leah glanced down at Betsy's schedule, which up until this point she had not studied too closely. And there she spotted her name, listed right after Chloe and Daniel, the quiet actor who played Nephew Fred. This sudden realization was not only unexpected, but also unwelcome. While Leah felt she always looked presentable at work, this had been a long day, and she currently didn't feel that she was what you might call photo-ready. While Chloe attempted to engage the taciturn Mitchell in conversation, "I really think my right side is my better side. What do you think? Which side do you think is better?" Leah made a quick trip down the stairs to the ladies' room. The image that greeted her in the mirror was not horrific, but it also wasn't something she'd like to see plastered on the lobby walls come opening night. She dug quickly through her purse to see what tools she had at her disposal to, at the very least, minimize the damage. She was once again grateful for the makeup course she had been required to take while in college, as well as for the 2 summers she spent working the counter at Macy's in the cosmetic department. 5 minutes later, she exited the ladies' room with as natural a look as she could muster, given the materials at hand. By the time she returned to the rehearsal room, Mitchell was just wrapping up with Chloe. "We're just waiting for Daniel," Betsy said upon Leah's return. "I'm here," came a quiet voice from the corner. They turned to see that Daniel was, in fact, present. "We might need to put a bell on that one," Betsy said quietly to Leah, and then she waved the young actor over. "Let's get you in front of the lights and see if you actually appear on camera." Chloe grabbed her purse and turned to Leah on her way out. "Do you happen to know if Alex is dating anyone?" she asked. For the first time since she'd arrived, her volume was at a normal level. Leah was unsure how to respond. "I really don't know," she finally said, "but I do know he makes it a rule not to date cast members while in a show." Leah didn't actually know this for a fact, but she hoped it was true. "Oh, that's not a problem," Chloe said with a laugh. "This show will be over before you know it." With that, she turned and sashayed to the door. She'd already pulled out her phone and was swiping through it as she disappeared down the stairs. Leah refocused her attention on the photo shoot. Mitchell was working with Daniel, positioning the young actor to get the greatest advantage from the lighting setup. The actor was like putty in his hands, easily and quickly taking direction. When not posing for the camera, he looked lost, which was exactly how he had looked the first time she saw him at the read-through. Earlier that day, Leah had paged through the cast bios from the previous year and noticed Daniel didn't have many other local credits. He'd been in this show for years, but his bio didn't mention any other roles in any other local theaters. As she continued to page through the bios, she suddenly realized this was true of most of the other cast members. They appeared to do only one show a year, A Christmas Carol. Leah decided this actually showed considerable restraint on their parts. It was not uncommon for many community theater actors to attempt to get in as many shows as humanly possible over the course of a year. Given the competitive nature of theater, having just a single production you return to year after year didn't strike Leah as such a bad idea. Daniel finished up his photo shoot and disappeared as quickly and quietly as he had come. "All right, I guess you're ready for me," Leah said as she moved to the other side of the camera. "Oh, no, we don't need to take your photo tonight," Betsy said quickly. "But it's on the schedule," Leah said. She pointed to the piece of paper taped up on the wall to help prove her point. "Yes," Betsy said, "but you didn't get enough warning and you're obviously not prepared to have your photo taken." "That's right," Mitchell said, speaking what felt like his first words of the evening. "So I'm just going to pull your headshot from the last show you directed here," Betsy said. "Same backdrop, same look, it'll fit in with the others, no problem." "So you're sure you don't need to take my picture tonight?" "Oh, honey," Betsy said, "we like you too much to do that to you." Chapter 15. Leah had to hand it to Claudia Moffat, although she hadn't been around for the headshots. When the time came at the end of the evening to shoot a PR photo of Aidan Armstrong as Ebenezer Scrooge, Claudia Moffat was right there, front and center. The first few minutes were spent with Claudia fawning over Aidan. She went on and on about how she had followed his career for years. She exclaimed again and again what a big fan she was of his show, which she continually referred to as Canon, and not its actual name, Loose Cannon. That is, Leah thought, unless Claudia was mistaking Aidan for William Conrad, the oversized star of the 70s TV detective show Canon. But that seemed unlikely. Throughout the long and one-sided conversation, Aidan was kind and charming, nodding along as Claudia rattled on and on. He acted like he had all the time in the world, which Leah realized he probably did. The fact was, he appeared to be in no rush to get on with the photo shoot. The same could not be said for Betsy, who was watching her precious schedule implode before her eyes. After waiting impatiently for their conversation to peter out on its own accord, she finally pushed forward and grabbed Aidan by the arm. "Sorry to break up this love fest," she said, "but I've got a photographer, I've got a costume, and the clock is ticking." She thrust the hanger full of clothes at Aidan. "Try these on for size," she said. "And if they don't fit?" he said with a grin. He appeared to be delighting in Betsy's gung-ho demeanor. Leah assumed that, as the star of a TV show, it had been a while since anyone had ordered him around so vehemently. "Don't worry, it'll fit enough for the photo," Betsy snapped. "I have no shortage of safety pins." With that, she sent him down to the men's room to climb into the musty costume. "I think the problem is," Claudia said as she took a step back and placed a finger thoughtfully on her chin, "the problem is that this pose is more Scrooge than it is Aidan Armstrong." "Well, he is playing Scrooge, after all," Leah offered as patiently as she could. As far as Leah knew, Claudia had never come to a PR photo shoot for any of the plays over the years. Leah considered working that into their terse conversation, but before she could, Claudia turned to her. "True enough," Claudia agreed, "but I'd like to see more of his, his Aidan-ness coming through." She reached over and actually grabbed him by the face, turning his head more toward the camera. "I mean, to be fair, people will be buying tickets to see Aidan Armstrong as Scrooge. They're not just coming for any old Scrooge. If they want any old Scrooge, they could go to the Guthrie. They have a perfectly good Scrooge, I'm sure. But if you want a name, the place to come is the Como Lake Players." "Well, the fellow playing Scrooge at the Guthrie is a well-respected actor with about 50 Broadway credits, but be that as it may," Leah began, "this is A Christmas Carol which just happens to have Aidan Armstrong in it. It's not just about Aidan Armstrong." "I guess that's where you and I differ," Claudia said. That's not the only place we differ, Leah thought. She congratulated herself on the self-control it took to not say that, and a couple other choice thoughts out loud. Claudia continued to walk back and forth behind the camera, apparently searching for the perfect angle from which to capture this magical photo she had in her mind. Aidan watched her for several seconds, then took off his top hat and ran his fingers through his hair. "Here's the great thing about still photography," Aidan said. "We can shoot it both ways, and then you can decide later. That's the beauty of the process, and it's something I just love doing. Delaying decisions. I've made a career of it." "Good point," Claudia agreed. "So let's do a couple more my way." Aidan and Leah exchanged a quick look, and he smiled, his eyes letting her know that he wasn't getting impatient, even if he had every right to. Aidan put the top hat back on and held up his walking stick as he turned and sneered at the camera with his best Scrooge scowl. "Smile," Claudia said helpfully. "Sometimes Scrooge smiles." "This one doesn't," Aidan said. And for the length of the photographer's flash, Leah could see Aidan as Scrooge and realized that when it came to casting this one part, she had gotten very lucky indeed. The charming young actor could really turn on a sense of evil when it was required of him. Or was it more than acting? For the first time since meeting him, Leah suddenly had some doubt. Did Aidan's kind demeanor go all the way to the bone? Or was it just another character he was playing? Before she could consider this further, Aidan struck another pose, and the evil expression vanished as quickly as it had appeared. With Claudia's persistent and unrelenting help, Aidan's photo shoot took nearly an hour longer than had been scheduled for, or, for that fact, needed. He was a good sport throughout, his years of media training really paying off as he gently dealt with Claudia's overzealous preening and nitpicking. The session might have gone longer if Mitchell, the silent but sage photographer, hadn't symbolically and literally pulled the plug at 11 p.m. "That's 4 hours," he declared flatly, "and what I have to charge for overtime could bankrupt you. I'll have digital proofs for you in the morning." With that, he began to pack his lights and camera gear. Aidan, sensing this was his chance to make an escape, swiftly shed his frock coat and pants, quickly slipping into his street clothes in front of the three women. Leah and Betsy had enough experience to know that a quick change like that in front of other cast members was par for the course in the theater. However, the process seemed to make Claudia speechless for the first time all evening. She didn't know where to look, not wanting to stare and not wanting to obviously look away and appear prudish. So instead, she turned the full force of her attention on Leah. "The publicity committee has a slew of promotional ideas that we've been brainstorming," she said, studiously avoiding looking in Aidan's direction. "I hope to have a complete PR plan to present within the next couple of days." "Fantastic," Leah said, as long as, before she could complete the thought, Claudia cut her off. Yes, I know. Don't make this the Aidan Armstrong dog and pony show," she said with a sigh. "It's all about A Christmas Carol and putting the community in community theater, blah, blah, blah." Leah was about to respond, but she was cut off again, this time by Aidan. "Ladies, I bid you adieu," Aidan said as he doffed his top hat at the three women. He looked at the hat for a moment and then handed it back to Betsy. "This should probably stay here, don't you think?" "You bet your butt," Betsy said as she gave the top of the hat a quick dusting. "Good night." He headed toward the door to the stairway, but Claudia, even in wobbly high heels, raced after him. "Before you disappear, I wanted to run a couple ideas past you," she said as she took his arm. "With all your experience, etc., it would be a shame to not tap into that wealth of knowledge." Aidan turned and gave Leah a pleading look, and then seconds later, Claudia had dragged him from the room. True to his word, there was an email from Mitchell when Leah arrived at her office the next morning. The subject line read "photo proofs," and the body of the email consisted of just a hyperlink, which led to a password-protected page on his website. Leah waited for Betsy to arrive before perusing the photos. The two women spent about 45 minutes scanning through all the headshots, making notes of which one they wanted to print for the lobby display. It was a longer process going through the PR photos of Aidan Armstrong as Scrooge, primarily because Claudia had insisted on so many takes, with only minor and often imperceptible differences between each shot. "You know, they've done studies that have proven your brain shuts down when you're offered too many options to choose from," Betsy remarked at one point. They had narrowed their choices down to just 8 options from the plethora Mitchell had shot. Leah clicked and scrolled on the site, moving and lining up these final 8 Scrooge choices so they could review them more easily. "I've heard that," Leah said absently. Thank goodness I didn't invite Claudia to this review session. We'd be here all day and possibly well into next week, Betsy agreed. I say we go with number 241. He looks less threatening in that one. Interesting, Leah said. I like 238 as well because his sneer looks less forced. Should I send those two to Claudia to make the final decision? Heavens, no, Betsy said with a laugh. She will insist on looking at every single one of the options and will never get a solid decision on the shot we need. You're an executive, right? Well, I'm the executive director, yes, Leah offered. Then you get to make the executive decision, Betsy said as she rolled her chair away from Leah's desk. She stood up and began to push the chair toward the door and its true home in Betsy's office. Pick one and call it a day. With that newly granted authority, Leah had no trouble selecting 238 as the go-to promo shot for the coming way too fast production of A Christmas Carol. She forwarded on to the volunteer who did all the graphics for the theater, and then collected a folder with all the selected headshots and sent those off for printing. The sudden and pleasing endorphin rush of completing those tasks quickly evaporated when she turned to her next undertaking, revising the theater's budget for what felt like the millionth time. The version she was working on this morning was based on a special request from a board member. The only paid position in each production was that of director. They received the kingly sum of $599 for their efforts. What if, the board member had posited, the theater also paid the stage managers? Leah had no argument with the concept. Stage managers were often one of the first people involved in the process of producing a play, and they were certainly there until the last nail was removed from the set. The idea of compensating them, if only in a token manner, was highly appealing. The only stumbling block to this scenario was the budget. Could the theater withstand paying 9 stage managers a year a yet-to-be-determined stipend? Only her Excel spreadsheet held that answer, so Leah stretched her neck, pretended to crack her knuckles, and began to dig deep into the numbers. She was far down that speculative rabbit hole when she was called back to the real world by the ringing of her cell phone. She grabbed the phone and then set it down just as quickly. She hit save on the document and then picked up the phone again. Excel had on more than one occasion swallowed a working document, and she didn't want to go through the hassle of redoing all her morning's work. The caller ID immediately piqued her interest. Detective Dietz, good morning, Leah said, hitting save one more time just to be sure. What can I do for you today? I just wanted to give you a quick update and plant a thought in that brain of yours, came the always gruff voice on the other end of the phone. I think I may have determined the identity of the woman in Harley Vincent's garage. That was quick. Well, I say I may have, he repeated. I have a theory. Dental records will prove me right or wrong. What's the theory? Leah did her best to not sound too breathless when she posed this question. The identity of the mummified body in the cramped garage had been a frequent source of conversation with Betsy. The older woman had many, many theories, but so far the two co-workers hadn't come up with a plausible solution, particularly when Leah pointed out that Betsy's D.B. Cooper theory didn't fit with the timeline. Well, you may not realize this, but cops use Google as much or more frequently than real people, he said. Cops aren't real people? You know what I mean. Anyway, on a hunch, I did a Google search of our friend Harley Vincent and the words missing and missing person. And what do you know? I got a hit. Harley was involved in a missing persons case? Sort of, Dietz said. There was a report of a missing woman a few years back, but then it turned out she wasn't missing. She had just moved. And who do you think was the source of this case-ending information? Harley Vincent? Bingo. Chapter 16.
Now that you mention it, I do remember there was a cast replacement on A Christmas Carol several years ago,
Betsy said. She nodded slowly at the memory.
We had to shoot a new headshot right during Tech Week. I think it was the actress who played Belle.
It was indeed, Leah said. As soon as the call had ended with Detective Dietz, she had sprinted the few steps to Betsy's office and was now leaning against the doorframe. Leah was a little more out of breath than she felt she should be, considering the minimal distance she'd covered. That was when Chloe was added to the cast, to replace the woman who left.
And that's who's been sitting dead in Harley's garage all these years? The original Belle?
Leah shrugged. That's Dietz's theory. He still has to do dental records or DNA or RNA or whatever it is they do to prove the identity of the corpse.
And she's a missing person who wasn't missing? How does that work?
I guess that's the case, Leah said. Dietz started with Google, and that led him to a police report. Turns out the roommate of this possible missing woman, Stephanie Schramm, called the police, saying Stephanie hadn't been home for several days. They called her boyfriend, and he produced a voicemail in which she said she was fine and that she was moving, probably to California. The roommate never saw her again. And you know who the boyfriend was?
How wrong would I be if I said Harley Vincent?
You'd be 100% right, Leah said. He either was her boyfriend or he claimed to be her boyfriend. Betsy considered this information for a long moment.
So, it's entirely possible that it wasn't really Stephanie on the voicemail, right?
That's what I think, and I think that's what Dietz thinks as well, but he didn't come right out and say it.
So, Harley murders this Stephanie Schramm, hides her in the garage, and then gets a female friend to pretend to be Stephanie on a voicemail,
Betsy said definitively. Well, I'm not sure we can make the leap that it was Harley who murdered this woman, or that she was even actually murdered. She might have died of natural causes.
Dietz is still waiting on that information?
Leah nodded. He said the coroner should have a report out later this week.
Well, at the very least, Harley was hiding a dead body in his garage, which has to be a crime of some kind.
A dead mummy, no less.
Speaking of mummies,
Betsy said. She spun her chair back around to her computer screen.
I've been doing a little online research on mummification. As it turns out, it's not that hard to make your own mummy, with stuff you probably have lying around the house.
Why do I not find that news comforting?
I mean, it takes some work, don't kid yourself,
Betsy continued as she made some quick clicks with her mouse.
And Harley was probably helped by the fact that, around these parts, the body would be frozen solid for just about half the year.
That's why he left it in the unheated garage? Leah suggested.
It turns out that extreme heat and extreme cold are actually your friends when you unexpectedly find yourself in the mummification business.
Minnesota, land of 10,000 mummies.
I certainly hope not, Betsy said with a shiver. But the big question to me is not how, but why? Why not just bury the body? Or weigh it down with stones and throw it into one of our aforementioned 10,000 lakes?
I don't have a definitive answer on that, Leah said, or on anything about this situation for that matter. But my first guess would be that keeping the body close to home made it less likely that anyone would ever find it.
Or that no one would find it until Harley wanted someone to find it,
Betsy suggested. Why would he do that? Leah mused.
Who knows? Why would he do any of this?
Betsy responded. They stood there for a long moment, realizing neither of them had anything resembling an answer to those key questions. Although she had recognized it at the read-through, it wasn't until the first rehearsal that Leah realized how skillfully Harley had combined parts in A Christmas Carol to get the most out of his small cast. Over the years, due to economic restraints, Leah had acted in many shows where the director had double or triple cast actors. This was almost a necessity in some equity productions, where casts were large and budgets were tight. However, that wasn't really a consideration in the community theater world. In fact, the ethos was almost the exact opposite. At the Como Lake Players, Leah wanted to get as many actors on stage as she could for each production. The cost of a large cast was nearly the same as a small cast. With a huge costume storage facility at their fingertips, the only difference between staging a large cast show and a small cast show was the availability of volunteers to alter the existing costumes. So only when she realized how many actors weren't in A Christmas Carol did Leah wonder why Harley had gone to such lengths to keep his cast relatively small. Chloe, who played Belle, also played the role of Nephew Fred's unnamed wife. Mr. Fezziwig, with the help of Ray Ross, who also played the ghost of Christmas Present, played the two people who ask Scrooge for money in the first scene and must endure his "Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?" rant. Mr. Cratchit doubled as Dick Wilkins, Scrooge's co-worker at Fezziwig's warehouse, and the whole cast moved in and out of costumes, playing townspeople, mourners, and party guests. It wasn't exactly Greater Tuna or the Mystery of Irma Vep, but during rehearsal, Leah was still a little overcome by all the switching happening before her eyes. And so, too, was poor Aidan Armstrong. They had spent much of the first evening of rehearsal blocking Act 1, which included everything from the first scene in Scrooge's counting house, his conversation with Marley's ghost, right up through the last moments with the ghost of Christmas past and their final exchange. "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place." "I told you these were shadows of things that have been," said the ghost. "They are what they are. Do not blame me." "Remove me," Scrooge repeated with sharp vehemence. "I cannot bear it. Take me back. Haunt me no longer." From Leah's perspective, it looked as if Aidan was truly haunted, as lost and overwhelmed as Scrooge at that moment. The only problem was, he didn't appear to be acting. He was utterly overwhelmed. She'd gone through a similar experience when she'd stepped into a major role in Arsenic and Old Lace with just a quick couple hours of rehearsal. But in that instance, she already knew most of the lines, and she wasn't the central character in the story. The structure of that show allowed time off stage to review her script and get ready for her next appearance. But poor Aidan had clearly begun to realize that Scrooge would be on stage for every second of the play, with only the distant prospect of an intermission offering a few scant moments of desperately needed respite. There was also another major difference between Leah's stepping in at the last minute and what Aidan was going through. In Leah's Arsenic experience, the rest of the cast had been very supportive and accommodating. The same could not really be said of the cast of A Christmas Carol. That's not to say they were willfully unhelpful, but no one was going out of their way to make things easier for Aidan. And it didn't help that, in the minds of the cast members, the show was already completely blocked. In fact, it had been blocked and set in stone for years. And so the idea of doing something differently was so alien to them that at times Leah felt like she was speaking a foreign language when she offered directions. "Maybe Cratchit could cross to the stove at that point," Leah suggested early on. Make an attempt to get a new piece of coal. "Why?" came the response from Bob Cratchit. "Because Scrooge is about to yell at you for wasting coal." So maybe it would help motivate his line if you were, I don't know, actually headed toward the coal? Bob Cratchit stared at Leah for a long moment. "Sure, I guess," he finally said. This was just one example of many. Perhaps Nephew Fred could go up to Bob Cratchit when he greets him. Perhaps the two men asking for money could stand side by side and mirror each other's movements. Perhaps when Scrooge is walking through the street, the townspeople could move out of his way to demonstrate their fear of him. Perhaps Marley could stand in the doorway a tad longer, so Scrooge has some time to react to his sudden appearance. Perhaps. None of the actors were outright belligerent in their responses to these directional suggestions, but they made it clear in word, action, and deed that, in their minds at least, the blocking of the play had long been completed and any suggested changes were at this point really quite unnecessary. Throughout all of this, Aidan scribbled quick notes in his script: where to stand, when to move, when to turn upstage, when to turn downstage. At this early point, with so much technical information to ingest, acting wasn't even an option. "I think I've picked up some bad habits from the TV show," Aidan said quietly during a break. Leah handed him a cup of thin coffee and poured one for herself. A couple of the cast members had gone out to smoke or vape. The others were seated around the rehearsal room, absently scrolling through their phones. "How do you mean?" "Well, the blocking was minimal in most scenes on Loose Cannon. We didn't have those long walk-and-talk West Wing-style scenes. I did a lot of running. And when there was talking, it was often two people across from each other at a table. Master, close-up, break for lunch. There's a lot more moving while talking in this puppy, and it's made harder by the fact that I have to pretend where all the furniture, walls, and doorways are." "Well, if the police don't release our set pieces from Harley's garage, you may be pretending when we get on the stage as well," Leah said. She sipped her coffee and then added 2, no 3, heaping spoonfuls of the non-dairy creamer. It didn't make the coffee taste better, just less bad. "It's only the first week," Leah said, trying to sound as sympathetic as possible. "It can only get better. Shall we get back to it?" "Once more into the breach, dear friends," Aidan sighed as he set down the cup of coffee and picked up his script. "Once more." Chapter 17. "How are rehearsals going?" Although this was a common question in Leah's life, having it asked by Detective Dietz gave the query an odd, otherworldly feeling. It's not the sort of question one expects to come out of the mouth of a homicide detective. Leah handed him a cup of coffee and took her own seat across from him in, because there were no board members present, the space she thought of as the theater's meeting room. Pretty similar to most rehearsals, Leah said, alternating constantly between exhilarating and frustrating. To be fair, with this cast, we're leaning more toward consistently frustrating. Maddening, even. How's your leading man doing? Leah considered this for a long moment. You know, actors often talk about a recurring dream. I think we all have them. It's where you find yourself on stage in the middle of a play and you don't know or can't remember any of the lines. Dietz nodded knowingly. For some people, it's the dream where you find yourself showing up at school for a test you didn't study for. Naked. Exactly. Cops have their own version, Dietz said. You're testifying in court and you don't remember what the case is, and you have no idea why you're there. And occasionally, you're also naked. I suppose every industry has their own unique version of that nightmare scenario. And I think Aiden is living that dreadful dream at every rehearsal. I mean, look at his situation. The rest of the cast knows the show inside and out. Aiden is, of course, certainly familiar with it, but it's been years and years since he was in it, and never in the lead role. So he's freaking out? In a word, yes. Well, I hope he's able to pull it together. My wife is tickled pink at the idea of seeing him on stage. She's a big fan of his TV show? Dietz nodded sadly. The biggest, even though I have to explain to her week after week that it offers a very skewed view of the justice system and how crimes are actually solved. It just doesn't happen like that in real life. I, for one, have never determined who the killer was based on the last-minute discovery of a long-lost recipe for chicken pot pie. To be honest, I don't think people turn to TV shows like Loose Cannon for an accurate portrayal of real life. You're probably right. I think it's what they call escapism. So are you any closer to figuring out who killed Harley Vincent? Dietz shook his head. The man was something of an enigma. We pulled his laptop from the house, but there are files on it that are locked up tighter than Fort Knox. Is Fort Knox still a thing? Dietz considered this. I don't actually know. For all I know, they closed it up years ago, and now it's a shopping mall. Anyway, our forensic accountant has been going through all Mr. Vincent's financial affairs. And to be honest, it's quite puzzling how he ever managed to stay afloat. He had no visible means of support. What does that mean? According to what we've uncovered, Harley Vincent had no obvious income stream. Yet he seemed to have no shortage of money. In fact, in some ways, he had an excess of money. The search team took reams of cash from his house, piles of the stuff, well over $30,000. Leah considered this news. I don't know, the theater was sending him a check every month for set and costume storage, under his storage facility alias, but he certainly couldn't have lived off that. I mean, it was a lot of money for us, but not for a real person. Was he selling drugs? There's nothing to indicate that, so far, but he was definitely getting cash from somewhere. And he didn't keep it in the bank? Not in the traditional sense. The trail we've established was that he'd deposit just enough cash in his checking account each month to pay his bills. Mortgage, electricity, water, cable, but no more. Never enough to send up any red flags with the bank or the IRS. And he certainly wasn't getting income from directing around town. Best as we can tell, A Christmas Carol was the only show he'd done for years. And where do you stand with the body in the garage? Same as with Harley. We've had a little headway, but not much, he said with a shrug. He took a long sip of his coffee. And no progress on her identity. First pass from the medical examiner says she died from several stab wounds. So the cause of death was different from Harley Vincent. Dietz nodded. Exactly. Stabbing? That's a crime of passion. This came from Betsy, who had chosen that moment to join the pair in the theater's cramped meeting room. In many cases, yes, agreed Detective Dietz. Betsy reached across the worn table and handed him a slightly faded 8x10 black and white headshot. This was the headshot for Stephanie Schramm the year she was in the production of A Christmas Carol here. Sorry it's a little faded. From being in the sun, Dietz suggested. No, Betsy said. We didn't use the highest quality of printing around that time for headshots, because they only needed to last 4 to 5 weeks at most. Just for the run of the play, he offered. Right. It was a cost-saving measure, I'm guessing. I have some other headshots on file that go back 50 years, and they look considerably better than this one. Dietz studied the photo, then turned it so Leah could see it as well. The woman looked to be in her mid-20s. She grinned broadly at the camera, offering a big smile and clear, bright eyes. "So that's Stephanie Schramm," Leah said quietly. "And you think that's her in the garage?" Betsy asked. "We don't know for sure," Dietz said. "Currently, it's the best theory we have." "Boy, I don't envy you and the puzzles you have to untangle," Betsy said. "I get stumped by the Wordle. I can't imagine dealing with murders every single solitary day. I wouldn't take your job for $1 million. And with that, she turned and headed back out the door. Dietz watched her go and then turned to Leah. "She's not wrong," he said. "But in the interest of full transparency, I'm vexed by the Wordle on a daily basis as well." He added the headshot of Stephanie Schramm to the folder in front of him. "So now that you've had a few rehearsals, does anyone strike you as the murdering kind?" "The murdering kind?" Leah repeated. "Is that like a technical term?" Dietz chuckled. "Well, it's not for public use, but it is something we occasionally bandy about in the office. Sometimes your gut just tells you, hey, that person seems like the murdering kind. So are you getting that vibe from anyone in the cast?" "To be honest, the way they've made me feel the last few nights, with their rigid unwillingness to change one iota of the show, currently the only person in that rehearsal room most likely to be the murdering kind would be me." "Interesting," Dietz said slowly. He flipped his manila folder open again, pulling out 2 sheets of paper from underneath Stephanie Schramm's photo. "I've run some checks on your cast members." "Credit checks?" He looked up and smiled. "No. Past police records, just to see if there's anything in their histories which might help us in the present." "And is there?" From where she sat, Leah could see the sheets were filled with Dietz's scribbled handwriting, but couldn't make out any words or phrases. "I'm not sure, and of course this wouldn't cover federal investigations, just the local stuff," he said. "Let me see. Both the Swensons and the Swansons have some minor traffic infractions, pretty mundane. Your Belle—" "Chloe?" Leah offered. "Yes, Chloe was involved in a couple domestic dust-ups, neighbor complaints on noise, and her own slew of traffic offenses. A long list, but nothing serious." "Good." He flipped the sheet over, glanced at the back, and then moved to the second sheet. "Your stage manager, Grant, is an interesting one. Apparently he had quite the juvenile record. Extensive, even." "Wow, what did he do?" "Can't really say," Dietz said. He glanced up and gave her a weak smile. "It was all expunged when he turned 18. Standard operating procedure. We're only aware of its presence because the file tells us it no longer exists." "That's very existential." "Indeed it is," he agreed. "Ray and Robin Ross are much like the Swenson-Swanson quartet. Traffic offenses and 2 early domestic calls from years and years ago. Nothing that jumps out, that's for sure." He flipped the sheet over and stopped his recitation to take a quick sip of coffee. "Daniel West does actually have some priors and ended up in court more than once." "What did he do?" "Drunken brawls. It's not a technical term, but that's what it boiled down to." "Really? I can't imagine Daniel doing anything violent. He's not just calm, but he's downright passive." "Well, I suspect alcohol was involved at the time, as he was required to attend a court-ordered 12-step program. That was years ago, and there has been no recidivism, so it must have worked." "It sure did. He's tame as a mouse now. So it looks like there's no one in the cast who appears to be the murdering kind," Leah said with a grin. Dietz looked up from his notes, but did not return the smile. "Well, yes and no," he said. "Then we come to Aiden Armstrong." Leah's eyes went a little wide. "Aiden? What could he possibly have done?" "According to the records, he was arrested for attempted murder." Chapter 18. Attempted murder? Of who? Or whom? "It happened right after he turned 18, so we do have a record of it. And it was followed up by a restraining order, which has not been rescinded, although it has also never been violated." "Who did Aiden try to kill? Was it Harley?" Dietz shook his head. "No, it was his father." "His father?" Leah considered this new information. But he told me that was one of the major reasons he came home, to be with his ailing father. Well, the ailing part is correct, Dietz agreed. His father is currently in a memory care facility in Brooklyn Park, but they have no record of Aiden ever visiting, which is actually a good thing. Why is that? Because it would violate the terms of the restraining order, Dietz explained. He scanned his notes again. The files suggest a family dust-up during a divorce proceeding. Aiden was apparently upset with his father's treatment of his mother. An altercation broke out, and his father was seriously injured. Charges were filed, but his father later dropped them, preferring to institute the restraining order, which stands to this day. So Aiden can't visit his father? Dietz shook his head. Not with that restraining order in place. Has he suggested otherwise? Leah thought about it. Not really. All he said about it was that he came home to help care for his elderly father. Well, he'd have to do that from the facility's parking lot, because that's about as close as he can get, currently. Before she could generate another question to help sort through this confusing news, the phone on the table in front of Leah beeped. She glanced down and couldn't help but wince at what she saw on the small screen. Bad news? Dietz offered. Yes, Leah said. It's a text from the woman in charge of the Public Relations Committee here at the theater. Leah slid the phone over toward the detective. Dietz moved his glasses from the top of his head and read the message aloud. I've got a great PR idea for Aiden Armstrong and A Christmas Carol, he read. And then it's followed by several emojis, confetti, a smiley face, a party hat, and then 2 or 3 that I can't quite decipher. Don't bother. Claudia Moffat's emojis are always maddeningly opaque. I don't know where she finds them. Dietz slid the phone back to Leah and looked at her from across the table. And it's bad that she has a PR idea for the show and its star? With Claudia, bad doesn't even begin to cover it, Leah said as she rubbed her eyes and sighed. I have a feeling this is going to be one for the record books. We're going live in 30 seconds. Although the floor manager didn't actually tell everyone to be quiet, that order was clearly embedded in the tone of her announcement. Leah and Aiden stood off to one side of the brightly lit television set. It had been designed and decorated to replicate the most fashionable living room you've ever seen, well appointed to the nth degree. Adjoining it was a kitchen set, which was even more stunning, replete with rich marble countertops and what appeared to be nearly futuristic appliances. Leah looked over at Aiden, weighing the new information Dietz had given her about his past police record and the current restraining order. She wondered if there would ever be a good time to ask him about it, but she knew one thing for sure. Now was not that time. Thanks again for doing this, Leah finally whispered. You're really going above and beyond. No problem, Aiden murmured in return. I should warn you, though, it's been a while since I've been on a press junket, so I may be a wee bit rusty. Well, I've never done this before, so your rusty is going to look pretty good next to my wide-eyed and idiotic. Oh, don't sell yourself short, Aiden said with a grin. I'm sure you won't be wide-eyed. Leah smiled back at him. The awe of standing next to a genuine television star had yet to completely wear off, but it had softened a bit. This was due primarily to Aiden's skill at dealing with his small bit of stardom. He was very good at immediately putting people at ease, as he had just demonstrated with the slightly gobsmacked sound tech who had been visibly shaking when he asked if he could attach Aiden's wireless microphone. Moments later, the two were laughing like old friends. Okay, folks, we're going live in 5, 4, 3. The floor manager mimed the countdown with her fingers as she spoke it, turning silent as she held up 2 fingers, then 1, then pointed at the couple seated on the couch in the middle of the living room set. The red light over the main camera popped on, and the 2 hosts came to sudden life. The transformation that Robin and Ray Ross went through in that instant was nothing short of extraordinary. They had exchanged not one word to each other since arriving on the set a few moments earlier. Each had come from separate dressing rooms, which appeared to be situated on either side of the television stage. From Leah's perspective, the dressing rooms were as far apart as physically possible, while still remaining in the same building. Once the hosts were seated, 2 separate teams of hair and makeup people had descended on them for last-minute tweaks and touch-ups. Throughout all of this, Ray and Robin never even looked at each other, never spoke to each other, never even acknowledged the other's existence. Leah had experienced a similar dynamic with the married couple during the few rehearsals they'd had so far for A Christmas Carol. Although the couple never actually appeared on stage together, with Robin playing the Ghost of Christmas Past in Act 1 and Ray playing the Ghost of Christmas Present in Act 2, Ray did appear briefly in Act 1. He was one of the two older men soliciting donations from a crabby and unwilling Mr. Scrooge. So Ray and Robin Ross arrived at rehearsal together and left together. But during the long evenings, they sat on opposite sides of the rehearsal room, each scrolling silently through their phones or reading from well-worn paperbacks. Their lack of interaction was stunning in its simplicity. "Those two always walk in together. Do they actually drive here together?" Leah asked Grant. "Ray and Robin always travel together when in public," the stage manager explained quietly. "That's so odd. I watched their TV show for the first time this week. On the show, they seem to really adore each other." "Honey, trust me, that show is their greatest performance." "Hello and welcome, and have we got a fabulous show for you today," Ray said with a broad smile, grinning directly at the camera. "Not just a great show, hun," Robin added, "but a great, great show." "Indeed," Ray agreed. "You all know we've done A Christmas Carol at the Como Lake Players for, what is it now, Robin, 20 years or more?" "Right you are, Ray," Robin agreed. "Right you are, Ray" was Robin's oft-repeated catchphrase, which she would toss into the conversation whenever it was appropriate, which apparently was with great frequency. Leah marveled at the host's ability to make her phrase sound fresh and genuine every time she did it. Leah only wished Robin could demonstrate that same ability in reciting her lines as the Ghost of Christmas Past. She hoped that Robin would somehow manifest that capability between now and opening night. 20-plus years for sure," Ray continued. "I remember we were already married 5 years when we were cast. The auditions fell on our anniversary, didn't they?" "A day to remember," Robin said as she leaned over and gave him a quick, sexless kiss. "But this year's show has something a little bit different. Something sparkling new," Ray teased. "We've got a new Scrooge," Robin yelped, letting the words burst out. "A brand new Ebenezer Scrooge." "And not just any old Scrooge," Ray said, "because this year our Scrooge will be played by none other than the star of the hit television show, Loose Cannon. That's right! Aiden Armstrong is our new Scrooge." "And we've got him right here with us today," Robin said, matching her husband's upbeat energy level. "He'll be here along with the show's director." She glanced down at the sheet of notes on the coffee table in front of her, but expertly covered the move by grabbing her branded coffee mug at the same time. "The show's brilliant young director, Leah Sexton," Robin continued. "We've got all that, plus Chef Dave will be here to show you how you can make a full pot roast dinner in just 20 minutes, Ray said. "So don't go away, we'll be right back," Robin added as she smiled broadly at the camera. Ray grinned as well as they gazed into the main camera's reflective lens. "And we're out," shouted the floor manager. The transformation of the couple on the couch was remarkable. To Leah, it resembled the animatronic presidents at Disneyland. Ray and Robin went from fully animated to completely motionless and blank in less than a second. The long-married couple turned away from each other and were immediately involved in something, anything other than their partner. "Back in 90 seconds, continued the floor manager, yelling to the crew. "Let's quickly reset." The reset was actually quite simple. It merely involved getting Aiden and Leah up onto the living room set and placing them at one end of the couch. During this, the two hosts shifted to the other side of the stylish but uncomfortable sofa. This configuration put Leah at the far end of the couch, with Aiden right next to Robin and Robin next to Ray. Leah realized this arrangement was designed to allow the camera people to get a 2-shot of Robin and Aiden and a 3-shot of Ray, Robin, and Aiden, and also to conveniently cut Leah out of the shot whenever necessary, which was, when she thought about it, just fine with her. The approach was similar to Leah's grandmother's practice of always putting in-laws on the outer edges in staged family photos. The better to cut them out when things inevitably go south, as her Nana had often remarked. Hair and makeup people descended on the hosts, completely ignoring the needs of Leah and the much more famous Aidan Armstrong. But this crew seemed to know where their paychecks came from, as they expertly coiffed and powdered the married couple. However, the now-at-ease sound tech did come in to double-check the wireless microphones he'd put on the two guests, sharing a quick joke with his new best friend, Aidan Armstrong. And then the sound tech, and the hair and makeup people, all scrambled from the set as the floor manager once again counted down from 5. The red light on top of the camera popped on as Ray and Robin similarly came to life. "We are back, and yes, no need to adjust your sets. I am in fact sitting next to the one and only Aidan Armstrong," Robin gushed. "You are an Emmy winner, am I right?" she suddenly asked as she turned toward her guest. "Well, no, I've never actually had the honor," Aidan said modestly. "I did win a Golden Globe award once, but I think that was because I was the only one in my category to show up to the award show." It was a practiced joke, and the host rewarded it with an equally practiced laugh. "Well, I think there might be a Tony in your future," Ray said. "Maybe not for A Christmas Carol, but based on what we've seen so far in rehearsals, this is going to be an Ebenezer Scrooge to remember." "A Scrooge to remember, indeed," Robin echoed. "Have you ever done a Broadway show?" Aidan shook his head. "No, after acting school I did some regional work, but never made it to the Great White Way." "We saw Les Mis last time we were in New York," Robin interrupted. "Now that's a show." "Indeed it is," Aidan agreed. "What was it like doing loose cannon for 7 years? Was it a grind?" Ray's tones suggested they were both insiders and that Ray already knew the answer to this hard-hitting question. "Oh, not at all," Aidan said with a smile. "That's where I met my wife, now my ex-wife, and I got to work with some of the top character actors in the business on a weekly basis, which is great training in and of itself. Funny story, I was working with Hal Linden in one episode, and he told me—" "He was married to Dixie Carter," Robin interjected. "You know, a Golden Girl." "No, silly, that was Hal Holbrook," Ray corrected quickly, "and she was a designing woman." "Golden Girl?" "Designing woman," Ray snapped, bringing an end to the debate. He turned to Aidan. "Did you ever see his Mark Twain?" "Hal Holbrook's Mark Twain?" Aidan said slowly, trying to make sure he was tracking properly with the conversation. "No, sadly I never got around to that." "Speaking of loose cannon, 6 degrees of Francis Bacon here," Ray continued, now confiding directly to the home viewers via the main camera. "I was once in Gelson's grocery store in Hollywood and saw Diane Cannon buying a cart full of strawberries." "It was Goldie Hawn and she was buying peaches," Robin corrected. "Cannon." "Hawn." Ray ignored her and turned to Aidan. "You ever work with Goldie Hawn?" "No, but I did once get in a leg wrestling contest with Kurt Russell," Aidan offered. He turned to Leah and gave her a wink. His comment didn't appear to connect with either of the hosts, who barreled forward in their loose, free association interview style. "So why Scrooge and why now?" Robin said, suddenly turning serious. "Yes, what do you hope to bring to your Scrooge?" Ray added. "What are you saying?" "Well, it's a classic story, isn't it?" Aidan began. He turned to Leah in an attempt to draw her into the conversation. "Leah and I discussed early on that I might be too young to play Scrooge. But the fact is, the things Scrooge comes to experience through the course of one long night are things any of us should learn, and need to learn, at any point in our lives, young or old. It's a story for the ages." The hosts nodded along compassionately as Aidan spoke. They waited a brief second until after he'd finished. "You famously did a nude scene in the first year of Loose Cannon, didn't you?" Ray said, a little too loudly and a little too quickly. Robin picked up this new train of thought instantly. Walking out of the shower, wasn't it? I know it was controversial at the time, but I, for one, as a woman, applauded the move. I mean, it's about time men were treated as sex objects. Am I right, ladies? This last bit was said slyly to the main TV camera. It was important for the story at that time, Aidan said. And I think it's very important to handle those moments, regardless of the gender of the actor, with great skill and compassion. And that's why, and I think this is the first time it's being said, am I right, Leah? He turned to her, once again trying to pull her into the interview. I'm happy to announce that there will be no nudity in this year's production of A Christmas Carol. We just didn't feel it was appropriate to the story. Am I right, Leah? Leah, stunned by the sudden shift in topic, nodded along. That's right, Aidan. No nudity in this year's production of A Christmas Carol. Well, you heard it here first, Ray said as he turned to the camera. That's a Good Morning Minneapolis exclusive. And we've got another exclusive for you as well, don't we, Ray? Robin added. She turned to her husband, and, to Leah at least, something unspoken passed between the couple. That's right, Robin, he agreed. We want to take this occasion to announce that after this year's production of A Christmas Carol... After more than 20 years, Robin chimed in. Yes, after more than 20 years, we've decided that this year will be our last year of doing the show. We talked about it, and talked and talked. Ladies, you know what I mean. Ray chuckled humorlessly. That's right, we talked about it and decided there's really nothing binding us to this show anymore. So if you've always wanted to see us in it, this will be your final chance. That's right, Ray, your final chance, Robin echoed. Of course, somewhere down the road you might see us in I Do, or Same Time Next Year. Or as the old folks in The Gin Game, Robin said with a grin. Maybe sooner than you think, Ray agreed. But if you want to see us in A Christmas Carol, along with, don't forget, Aidan Armstrong, Ray added quickly, then you should grab your tickets now before they are all scooped up, Robin said. She turned to Leah. And where can folks get those tickets, Leah? Leah froze, realizing that, for the first time in the entire interview, the big, intimidating lens of the camera was staring directly at her. But her years of acting training were there when she needed them. After what felt like a too long pause, she was able to babble out the name of the theater and the URL of the website. But all the while, her mind was completely occupied with one new and pressing question. Why did Ray and Robin Ross choose this year, of all years, to call it quits on A Christmas Carol? Chapter 19. So it's like rats leaving a sinking ship? Is that what you're thinking? More like rats making a note on their calendar to leave the ship next year. I swear if Aidan weren't part of this year's production, they would have announced they were stepping down this year. On live TV, Leah said. She was driving back to the theater, and Gloria was on the phone, giving her friend a quick pep talk after what had felt like a disastrous television appearance. Did I come off like a complete moron? Honey, you said maybe 15 words, and half of them were a website address, Gloria said. Her tone was as close to calm and reassuring as she ever got. And it's not like you were on some late-night talk show being watched by 20 million people. The audience for Good Morning Minneapolis is similar to that of your little theater. Yes, I know, Leah said. 80-year-old women and their mothers. But why would Ray and Robin pick now, of all times, to announce they're leaving the show? Why do those two do anything? Gloria said. Do they really think anyone buys their lovey-dovey act? But that's not where you need to focus. I think you have far bigger problems than who might be in next year's cast anyway. And what would that be? The announcement that you're cutting the nudity from A Christmas Carol. There was never any nudity in A Christmas Carol. Doesn't matter. People hear what they want to hear, and what they want to hear about is nudity. You're insane. Mark my words, the phones will be ringing off the hook. The phones have been ringing off the hook? Those were the first words out of Betsy's mouth when Leah stepped into the theater a few minutes later. As if to prove the validity of her statement, the phone on her desk began to ring at that moment. Betsy shook her head. "I'll let that one go to voicemail," she said. She gently rubbed her right ear. "My ear needs a rest." With that, she headed toward the small break room and its ancient coffee maker. Leah followed. "What are people calling about?" "It's pretty much a 50-50 split," Betsy explained as she dug out a new coffee filter from the drawer and pulled the can of coffee off the shelf. "Half of the callers are appalled that a community theater would allow nudity on their stage and are threatening to cancel their season tickets, or not buy season tickets, or certainly not attend this show, or all of the above." "They are outraged about the nudity that was never there to begin with?" Betsy nodded. "To hear them tell it, that's the worst kind of nudity there is." "And the other half?" "The other half are outraged that you're censoring a classic play by removing the nudity from it. One of them equated your actions to those people who burn books. They called you many, many bad names." "Such as?" Betsy shook her head. "I don't use that kind of language. But you remember that Mammoth play we did 2 years ago?" "I wasn't here 2 years ago." "Well, the language I heard today on the phone was worse than that." "Worse than Mammoth?" Leah sat down heavily on one of the break room's wobbly chairs. "I can't imagine anyone has ever produced a version of A Christmas Carol which included nudity." "Well, if they do, they better not do it and then take out the nudity. If they do, they'll get an earful, that's for sure." Betsy gave her right ear another soothing rub. "However, there was one call that didn't care about nudity at all. Or if he did, he didn't mention it." "Who was that?" "That homicide detective, Dietz," Betsy said. "He wanted to know when rehearsal was tonight. He said he was going to stop by with some news." "Good news?" Betsy shrugged as she pulled a hands-off-my-coffee mug off the shelf and grabbed the creamer from the ancient refrigerator. "He didn't say one way or the other, but when I asked him if it concerned nudity, he replied that, as far as he knew, nudity had nothing to do with his news." "I guess we can be grateful for small favors." "Damn straight," Betsy agreed as she poured herself a cup of thin coffee and headed back to her office. The rash of protests from her TV appearance had receded enough from her mind that Leah hardly thought about the controversy as she watched the actors perform a complete run-through of the show that evening. They were still in the rehearsal room, still had no costumes, and were still using the practice furniture. But she was relieved to see the play was starting to come to life before her eyes. In particular, any doubts she may have had about Aidan Armstrong as the miserly Ebenezer Scrooge were long gone, and she wasn't the only one who saw it. "He's really nailing this," Alex whispered from his position next to her at the director's table. "Color me impressed." "I don't want to say I'm surprised," Leah whispered back, "but he's bringing something to it that I hadn't expected." What that something might have been was hard to define. Aidan's Scrooge was certainly more charming than past interpretations Leah had seen, and in many ways more humorous. His bitter exchanges with the hapless Bob Cratchit had the snap of a well-practiced comedy routine, while his verbal duel with nephew Fred took on something closer to classic Pinter. Leah glanced over at Alex, who was watching the scene unfold before them. She hadn't really talked to him outside of the rehearsal room since the evening he'd gone for drinks with Chloe, while she had sat at the other end of the bar with Aidan. Alex hadn't been particularly cold toward her since then. On the contrary, he was completely professional during rehearsals, following up each of her directorial requests with his cheerful refrain, "No problem, boss." But things still felt awkward between them, and she wasn't sure what she needed to do to put their relationship back in balance. While she had been unsure where things were headed between them from the beginning, Leah had always had the sense that she and Alex were headed, at the very least, somewhere. That was until the arrival of Aidan Armstrong. Somehow his very existence had put whatever relationship she and Alex had into a sort of odd limbo. As a result, Leah had no idea where she and Alex were now, or if they were headed anywhere other than a polite working relationship in the future. Leah realized she had gotten lost in her thoughts and had dipped out of directing mode, so she turned her attention back to the scene being played out in front of her. And she was a little encouraged to see that Alex, seated next to her, seemed at least a little bit interested in what Aidan was doing and how he was doing it. The thing she'd noticed about Aidan was that everyone around him got a little better, and sometimes a lot better, by performing with him. This was particularly true of Daniel West, who played Scrooge's nephew Fred. In the read-through and in the initial blocking rehearsals, Daniel had been so withdrawn that Leah's only note, which she gave him more than once, was, "Daniel, you need to be louder." He had been so quiet that it was impossible to give him any other notes, because she literally couldn't hear how he was acting. However, a few nights working with Aidan on their Scrooge nephew Fred scene had changed all that. Daniel attacked his scene with Aidan with a vigor she hadn't seen before, being bitingly sarcastic one minute and then deeply emotional the next. She leaned forward entranced as the two actors got to the climax of their scene together. "I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you," Daniel pleaded. "Why cannot we be friends?" "Good afternoon," Aidan snapped. Daniel took a moment to step back and look at his Uncle Scrooge and then moved in closer. Although he appeared to be speaking in a whisper, for once Leah had no trouble hearing the actor as he spoke. "I am sorry with all my heart to find you so resolute," Daniel said. "We have never had any quarrel to which I have been a party, but I will keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle." Daniel began to walk away from the music stand, which was currently serving as Scrooge's desk. "Good afternoon," Aidan barked, waving him away. Daniel appeared to be headed toward the doorway, or actually the tape mark on the floor for where the doorway would ultimately be. For a moment, Leah was afraid Daniel had forgotten his last line. She was about to say something when he playfully doubled back, coming up behind Aidan, who had pivoted and returned to his work. "And a Happy New Year!" Daniel shouted in Scrooge's ear and then grinned broadly when Aidan jumped. And then both actors broke out into laughter. "It's so hard to be mean to him," Aidan sputtered in between giggles. "I mean, he's so sweet to me." "I'm definitely getting the sense of a relationship between the two," Leah agreed. She glanced down at her notes and then at her watch. "If you don't mind, let's just jump to the Marley scene, as we don't have the door knocker prop and the rest is just narration. Will that be okay?" Aidan nodded. "Sure thing." Grant, the stage manager, addressed the waiting actors. "Okay, folks, we're jumping to Marley's entrance. Charles, are you here?" He scanned the room, finally spotting the older man sitting in a corner, making quick notations in his Kakuro puzzle book. Charles set the paperback down with great deliberation, and then walked slowly to a bit of tape on the floor which marked his entrance point. Aidan had cleared away his music stand and sat huddled on a stool, pretending to warm himself by an invisible fireplace while he cupped a non-existent bowl of gruel in his hands. He turned suddenly toward Charles. "How now?" he said. "What do you want with me?" "Much," Charles said flatly. "Who are you?" "Ask me who I was," Charles replied. He sounded infinitely bored by the exchange. "Who were you then?" Aidan said, doing his best to act against the nothing that Charles was giving him. "You're mighty particular for a ghost." "In life I was your partner, Jacob Marley." Charles was clearly making no attempt at acting, merely saying the words one after another in the right order. Can you sit down?" Aidan asked. He looked a little mystified at the responses he was getting, which worked for the character and the moment. But Leah could tell he was truly mystified. "I can," Charles began, and then he turned away, shaking his head. "No, I can't. I just can't." He pivoted toward Leah, but appeared to be addressing the whole room. He scanned their faces, his eyes beginning to tear up. "I was supposed to be Scrooge. I put up with Harley for all these years with his threats and his bullying and his demands because I was supposed to be Scrooge. That was the deal. That was the promise. And I can't stand by and watch this TV actor take the part that is rightfully mine. I just can't do it." Leah looked from Charles to the faces of the rest of the cast, who seemed stunned by this sudden outburst from the older man. She then noticed that, at some point, Detective Dietz had entered the room. He stood just inside the doorway, taking in this unplanned, dramatic moment. I'm sorry you feel that way, Charles," Leah began, but Caldwell waved her away. He crossed the room to where his coat hung on the empty clothing rack, which was available only because it was supposed to be filled with costumes.
Don't bother, it doesn't matter, he snapped. It finally occurred to me that there is no longer anything keeping me here, no reason I have to stay, nothing binding me to this ridiculous charade. Harley's dead and it's over, and I'm out of here.
Charles picked up his puzzle book and then pushed his way clumsily through the Cratchits and the Fezziwigs. Before he could make it to the door, Detective Dietz placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. "Just 1 second, if you don't mind," Dietz said. His voice was soft, but his tones suggested he meant business. "I have a couple things to announce, and I'd prefer for the entire cast to hear this."
"I am no longer a part of this cast," Charles growled.
"Well, you were when I walked in, and more importantly, you were part of the cast in the past," Dietz said. He slowly removed his hand from Charles's shoulder. The older man didn't leave, but instead busied himself with putting on his coat, signaling he was only staying for the length of the announcement, whatever that might turn out to be. Dietz turned to Leah, who was standing next to the director's table across the rehearsal room. "Sorry to interrupt your play practice," he said, "but a couple things have come to light, and I figured it made the most sense to tell you all as a group." "That's fine," Leah said, gesturing that the floor was his. Dietz moved further into the room and flipped open his small black notebook. He glanced back at the doorway to check that Charles Caldwell hadn't decided to bolt. The older man was buttoning up his bulky wool coat and was muttering as he fussed with the buttons, but he was staying put. "The first bit of business is that it looks like the crime scene folks have decided to keep Harley Vincent's home and garage locked down for, at the very least, the next 2 weeks, and probably longer. They are convinced that important clues to Harley's murder, and other matters, may still exist in both locations." Leah sat down and lowered her head. "Which means we have no set pieces, no props, and no costumes." "Not for the foreseeable future," Dietz said. "I'm sorry about that." This news produced a low rumble of conversation throughout the room, with certain key words and phrases. "No costumes? Do the show without a set? Unthinkable! It's just one thing after another with this bloody show," rising above the hubbub. Detective Dietz waited several moments for the news to soak in, and for the room to settle down. Then he cleared his throat. He had to do it 3 times, but finally the cast quieted, and all eyes turned to him. "As distressing as that news may be," he continued, "I'm afraid that my final update tonight is far more disturbing." This got their attention. All conversation in the room came to a dead stop. "As some of you may have heard, the body of a young woman was found in Mr. Vincent's garage. She was well preserved and had clearly been there for several years, perhaps as long as 2 decades. This news produced a low rumble of conversation. Dietz raised his voice to be heard above the rising din. "We have now determined via dental records that the body is, in fact, that of Stephanie Schramm, who I understand once played the role of Belle in this theater's production of A Christmas Carol. She went missing several years ago. We believe she was murdered and her body stored, for whatever reason, in Harley Vincent's garage. I understand this is very upsetting and distressing news, and I am available to answer whatever questions I can to help you process this information." He looked around the room, his gaze stopping on Chloe for a long moment. The young woman had gone pale at the news. Then a hand went up from the other side of the room. Dietz turned to Mrs. Fezziwig, who lowered her hand as she stepped forward. "Let me make sure I heard you correctly," she said slowly. "Are you saying we will have no costumes or props whatsoever?" Others in the cast echoed her question, and once again the room was filled with a multitude of squabbling voices. Chapter 20. "You made that announcement in order to watch their reactions, didn't you?" Leah asked quietly. Dietz nodded as he glanced around the rehearsal room. The actors were gathering their coats and beginning to get ready to head home. "Yes, up to a point. I mean, in reality, the killer of Stephanie Schramm knows exactly who it was in that garage." "That is, if the killer was someone other than Harley Vincent," Leah said, completing his thought. "Are you leaning that way? Did someone else kill her and Harley just hid the body?" Dietz shrugged. "That's one theory. The other was that Harley did it and, for some unknown and bizarre reason, he hung on to the body for years and years and years." Leah considered this for a long moment. Does that happen much? That killers hang on to the bodies of the people they've killed? Yes. Some serial killers, sure, or at least parts of the bodies. But there's nothing to suggest, so far at least, that Harley was a serial killer. For him, it could have been one and done. Or it was someone else who killed her. Right. And that's why you made the announcement in front of the full cast, to gauge their reactions. Exactly. Sometimes you get something valuable when you make an announcement like that, just by seeing not only who reacts, but also who looks around to see how others are reacting. Leah considered this concept. Did you get any of that tonight? Dietz shrugged. Maybe. Leah had released the cast after Dietz's announcements, figuring that little productive work was likely to happen in the wake of his flurry of bad news. She'd told the actors to be prepared to run the show top to bottom the next night, and promised that she'd likely have positive news about their set and costume situation at that time. While this was technically a flat-out lie, Leah hoped she would have time the next day to wrestle the fib into something resembling the truth. As the last of the actors made their way toward the door and the parking lot beyond, Alex assembled the notes in front of him and looked up at Leah. So, boss, do you want to go over to Jimmy's and strategize next steps? He said. Leah was a little taken aback by the suggestion. I thought you'd be taking Chloe home, she said. She seemed upset. Yeah, she did. I think Rand offered to drive her home, he said. Would you rather strategize at the bar with Aiden? Aiden's not directing or assistant directing this show, Leah said, sounding more defensive than she might have liked. They looked at each other for what felt like a long moment. There's nothing going on between me and Chloe. Well, there's nothing going on between me and Aiden, Leah replied. Well, good, Alex said. Ditto, she said. If you need a more complete list of the people I'm not involved with, Alex said, that can be provided with a little bit of advance notice. I would just need to talk with my people. I'll have my people talk to your people, Leah said, to produce a similar list of people I'm not involved with. So that's settled? I believe it is. Good, Alex said. Then let's go and get a drink and figure out how we're going to solve the myriad of problems that continue to plague this messy quagmire known as A Christmas Carol. Jimmy's bar was relatively quiet, at least for Jimmy's. Leah realized this was because it was a weeknight, and also because she and Alex had arrived earlier than usual due to the night's rehearsal being cut short. Detective Dietz said he made the announcement in front of the cast to see how people reacted to the news about Stephanie Schramm. That's smart, Alex said. He had returned from the bar with 2 beers, which he set on the table before taking a seat across from Leah. Did you think anyone looked or acted particularly guilty? Leah shook her head. He didn't say anything one way or the other, she said. But that's just his way. He plays these things pretty close to the vest. Well, from where I sat, I could see just about everybody, all their faces. Some of them were surprised by the news, and a few looked mystified, like they had no idea who Stephanie Schramm was. They were all there when she played Belle, Leah said as she took a quick sip of the foam at the top of her glass. Betsy looked up the cast list, and Stephanie had been with the show for at least 2 years before she disappeared. And as we know, the cast for A Christmas Carol hardly ever changed. That's true for the adult roles, Alex agreed. I mean, it looks like the kids rotated in and out, but once the adults were in, they seemed to be in for life. And at least one kid, Chloe, graduated from a kid role to an adult role. But only after Stephanie Schramm disappeared. Has Chloe said anything about Stephanie? Alex shook his head. Only that the actress playing Belle dropped out and Harley asked her to step into the role. But Chloe was a kid in the production before that. She must have known Stephanie. I suppose the same is true of Aiden, Leah offered. I mean, Tiny Tim doesn't have any scenes with Belle, but he was definitely part of the cast when she was there. The fact is, our whole cast was there, Alex said. And they're still here, 20 years later. Well, not the whole cast. We just lost Charles Caldwell. And Ray and Robin Ross made it very clear that this will be their last year in the show. Did you happen to see how they reacted to the news from Detective Dietz? The question caught Alex mid-sip. He finished his drink and quickly wiped his upper lip. They were, as always, as far from each other as the room would allow. I didn't see their reaction at the time, but when I went to my car to grab my coat, they were having a heck of an argument in the parking lot. What was it about? They were just getting into their car, and so it was pretty muffled. I didn't catch anything specific. The only thing I heard for sure was that Robin questioned the legitimacy of Ray's birth and the moral standing of his mother. But I can say this unequivocally. Our unhappy couple seemed a whole lot unhappier than they usually do. Leah's phone buzzed and she glanced down at the screen. She squinted at the text and picked up the device to read it more closely. What's up? Leah looked over at Alex and then back at the screen. It's from Aiden, she said, and then she read the text aloud. Sorry I had to bop out quickly, had a thought. Now that we've lost Charles, what do you think of Alex stepping into the Marley role? I think he'd be terrific. Alex cocked his head to one side at the news. I think he'd be terrific, he repeated slowly. That's actually not a bad idea, Leah said as she set the phone back down. Or, to put it another way, Alex suggested, that's actually a good idea. Are you up for it? He considered this for a long moment. Sure thing, boss, he said. I'm going to be at all the rehearsals anyway, and I was figuring at some point you'd ask me to play the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come, so I'd likely be there for the run of the show. Why did you think I'd ask you to play that part? Because I think you're such a great actor? Thanks, but no. The part has no lines. All you have to do is point. No, I figured you'd ask me because you don't have the guts to ask anyone else in this crabby cast to climb into that stinky costume. That stinky costume, as you put it, is securely locked away in Harley's garage, along with everything else we need to do the show. But it would be great if you do both Marley and the final ghost. That would be 2 less problems for me to deal with. Alex grinned. That's top of the list for assistant directors. Make problems disappear, he said. Cross those 2 issues off your ever-expanding to-do list, boss. Now, what else do we need to do to keep this Titanic of holiday shows from sinking? Leah had assembled a mental list of action items, but before she could begin to go through them, she looked up to see the faces of the Cratchits and the Fezziwigs looking at her. Their sudden and silent arrival was disturbing, but even more unsettling was the mismatched nature of their pairings. Mrs. Fezziwig was standing next to Mr. Cratchit, while Mr. Fezziwig had his arm around the waist of Mrs. Cratchit. The tableau suggested a Dickensian swingers event of some kind. Leah did her best to let the image stop at that point and go no further. Hey, folks, what's up? She asked, realizing she was, for some unknown reason, being way too cheerful. We saw you over here, probably plotting away the future of our wayward production, began Mrs. Fezziwig. And we wanted to let you know, continued Mrs. Cratchit, that if it comes down to it, our feelings won't be hurt if you have to cancel the show. I mean, don't go to a lot of trouble just for us, added Mr. Fezziwig with a grin. With all the problems ahead of you, building a new set, finding props, creating costumes, we just didn't want you to do it out of a sense of obligation, Mr. Cratchit explained. I know we've done the show for a zillion years, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if it stopped now. We're not bound to this show with hoops of steel, as Dickens says in his narration, Mrs. Fezziwig said. If it's time to end it, it's time to end it, Mr. Cratchit added. Like they say, every time one door closes, another one opens, Mr. Fezziwig said, and the other 3 quickly nodded in agreement. Well, thank you for your candor, Leah said slowly. I don't think we're quite ready to pull the plug on this one, but I will take your feelings under advisement. That's all we can ask, Mrs. Fezziwig said, and then she and the rest of her small group turned as one. She looked back as they left. So, unless we hear differently, we'll see you tomorrow night at rehearsal? That's the plan, Leah said. She and Alex watched the 2 mismatched couples as they tottered toward the door, and then Leah turned to him. What is it about this play, or me directing it, that is inspiring this mass exodus? Well, it's hardly a mass exodus, Alex began, but Leah cut him off. In the last 2 days, Ray and Robin Ross essentially put in their notice on live TV. Charles Caldwell made his dramatic exit this evening, and now 4 other major cast members have offered to call it quits. And it's not like they have other shows to do, Alex said. No, this is the only show any of them ever do. And now they all want to quit? Is it because of me?" "I don't think so," Alex said. "I think it's definitely connected to Harley's death." "But why all of a sudden? He died a couple weeks ago."
"True, but a couple weeks ago, nobody knew there was the body of a long-dead cast member in Harley's garage."
Chapter 21. Before I give you my report, let me ask you this. Is it too late for you to cancel the production entirely and switch to another play, like The Odd Couple or something? Leah considered Gloria's question. Well, we've sold a ton of tickets, we've done a boatload of promotion with Aiden, and we opened in a little more than a week. So on the whole, I'd say we're sort of locked into doing A Christmas Carol. Gloria sighed. That's too bad, because I could get you a great deal on Oscar and Felix's apartment set from a community theater in Fridley. Have you considered the option of changing the location of Scrooge's office? To an apartment in New York? The reviews would call you things like brave and daring. Remember the director we had here at the Guthrie a couple years back? The one who set Pygmalion in the trash can set from Beckett's Endgame? Didn't that result in the lowest ticket sales since you brought in Tony Danza's Evening of Shakespeare? Oh, it tanked, no question, Gloria agreed. But for some reason, we got great reviews. Go figure. No, I think for better or worse, we're committed to A Christmas Carol. Well, based on the plethora of calls I've made on the theater's behalf, you have picked the wrong time of year to do this particular show. At least if your goal is to find or rent an existing set. Trust me, if this were mid-July, you'd have the pick of the litter. But at this time of year, any theater who has the sets, props, and costumes to do A Christmas Carol is, surprise, surprise, doing A Christmas Carol. Well, I figured it was a long shot, Leah began. Oh, this was more than a long shot, Gloria said, cutting her off with a chuckle. I even checked to see if we had any old pieces from our own production of the show. But of course, everything here gets tossed as soon as the show closes, sometimes even as the cast is taking their last bows. One of the problems is that, based on the photos I've seen, Harley really had devised a very clever set, which lent itself to quick scene changes. That's true, Gloria agreed. I saw the show nearly every year, and there was always a bit of a gasp when, suddenly, the backdrop would switch in what felt like a blink of an eye from a street scene to inside of Fezziwig's warehouse. Have you considered using projections? Leah shook her head and then realized this action didn't read well over the phone. Briefly, the problem is the stage isn't deep enough to do rear projection, and of course we can't project from the front because the actors' shadows would be cast all over the projected images. And then, of course, there's the issue of coming up with all those backdrop images in this increasingly compressed time frame. This was greeted with near silence on the other end of the phone. Leah could hear Gloria quietly clicking and unclicking her ballpoint pen. Well, my friend, Gloria finally said, I hate to admit it, but I'm stymied. At this point, I can't even summon up a bad idea, let alone a tiny, helpful suggestion. The only positive aspect I see is that it's taken your mind off Naked Gate, your nudity, no nudity debacle from earlier in the week. That's a plus, Leah agreed. And then a thought occurred to her, fully formed. Why hadn't she seen it before? She didn't know, but in this instant the answer was right in front of her. Nudity, she said quickly. That's the answer. Well, I'm all for it, of course, Gloria said. But how do you mean? However, Leah had already hung up. Bear? Ray Ross repeated. You want us to do the show in the nude? What is it now, an old Calcutta Christmas carol? Robin Ross added. No, Leah explained. It's not the actors who will be bare. It will be the set. We're going to do a black box version of the show, with actors in rehearsal clothes and minimal props, and no sets. Just lighting and sound effects, which some of you will be creating live during the show. Like a radio play, but live on stage? Aiden suggested. Sort of, but without scripts in hand, and with blocking. Just no set. Maybe a table, a couple of chairs. Theater of the mind, Aiden said. Very avant-garde. Well, I don't know how avant it is, or Guard for that matter, Leah said, but it is certainly a response to the Guthrie's production. Theirs is filled with opulent costumes and huge sets and realistic props. We've never been able to compete with them, so why keep fighting that uphill battle? Their version is really over the top, Alex added. At one point, they even drop a complete turkey dinner from the fly space right onto the Cratchit's table. Exactly, Leah said. Terrific, expensive stagecraft. Wow after wow after wow. But A Christmas Carol doesn't need all that hoopla. It's a simple story that can be most effective when it's told simply. The cast, which had assembled on the theater's bare stage, stared back at Leah blankly. There are plenty of examples of this technique working in the past, she continued, trying to put as much enthusiasm into her voice as she could. For example, John Gielgud had a huge Broadway success with his black box production of Hamlet back in the 1960s. It was an enormous sensation. Yes, but he had Richard Burton in the title role, which may have helped boost the box office, Aidan offered. I'm afraid I can't guarantee that kind of bump. No, but you'll probably be less drunk than Burton was, Alex suggested. I wouldn't bet on that, Aidan said. Leah couldn't help but smile, since the moment Aidan had made the suggestion to have Alex take over the role of Jacob Marley. The tension between the two actors had completely dissipated. They had gone from rivals to BFFs in what felt like record time. So let's do this, Leah said, once more taking control. Let's walk through the show top to bottom on our empty stage. This will give us a chance to see what we need to tweak and what we need to completely rethink in this new and improved setup. It was evident that the long-established cast of the show wasn't wild about the idea, but they did as they were told and took their positions for the top of the show. And they were, for the most part, a revelation. Leah wasn't sure if it was the lack of props and costumes, but every single member of the cast shone as they sailed through this new approach to their long-remembered show. If they weren't reborn, they were at the very least re-energized. The scenes with Scrooge and Cratchit crackled with energy, and then the arrival of Jacob Marley took the play to a completely different level. Aidan and Alex played off each other beautifully, despite Alex needing to call for lines a couple times. The scene had a vibrance which had been clearly missing with the lackluster performance of Charles Caldwell. The two ghosts, past and present, were warm and witty, finding heretofore undiscovered jokes and new moments of pathos. The Fezziwig party, even without the music, was lively and fun, with the rapport between Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig bubbling with wit and warmth. So too did Mr. and Mrs. Cratchit find new depth in their scenes, even with Grant reading in the lines meant for the missing kids. The only one who struggled with the new setup was Daniel, who was still trying to get comfortable with his 5 or 6 appearances as Dickens, the narrator. Leah couldn't tell if he was distracted or just not up to speed on his lines, but he fumbled several times in each of his appearances as Dickens. And his scene with Scrooge and nephew Fred had lost the spark he'd found the night before. Leah wasn't sure what the problem was or how to help him, so she decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. It was, after all, the first time they'd put the show up on this new, naked stage environment. During all this, Grant scribbled notes as Leah called out whispered prop and costume pieces for each of the characters. A too-long scarf for Bob Cratchit, a top hat and cane for Scrooge. No problem, they still had the ones Betsy had swiped from the now-locked-down crime scene. A small account book for one of the men asking for money. Pince-nez glasses for the other. For Jacob Marley, a chain over his shoulders and a kerchief around his head to hold his rotting jaw in place. A period-looking tankard for Fezziwig. A candle for the ghost of Christmas past. A robe and crown for the ghost of Christmas present. And for the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Well, Leah needed to think about that a bit. The rehearsal ended later than usual, but they'd somehow managed to make it through the entire show in one evening. Some entrances and exits were restaged, some scenes slightly reblocked, and lists of sound effect cues were assembled as they went. That was fantastic, Leah said to the cast as they assembled on stage after they'd reached the end of the show. And it wasn't hyperbole. They really had risen to the occasion. She glanced down at the notes she'd been scribbling all night long. Not much in the way of performance notes, but Grant has a list of props and costume pieces we should be able to pull from stock. I think our next step is to add in the kids. She turned to Grant. Are all the parts spoken for?
"They are indeed," Grant said as he flipped his binder to a tabbed section in the back. "I've been in touch with all the parents of the kids who've shown interest, and we have a complete kid cast, including all the Cratchit kids, Tiny Tim, a young fan, even including a couple adorable twins for want and ignorance." "That's great," Leah said. "Let's work them in tomorrow night with the goal of being ready for a full, such as it is, dress rehearsal on Monday night. That gives us 2 dress rehearsals, 2 previews, and then opening night a week from tomorrow. We're right on schedule." Leah was surprised to receive a round of applause from the cast on this announcement. She looked up and grinned. "Thanks, but it's a team effort. That's it for tonight. I'll see you all back here tomorrow for the same show, but with kids. So be prepared for a little more chaos than usual." While the cast chatted and joked as they packed up their things and left the theater, Leah turned to Grant. "The only remaining question is the music. I'm a little at a loss as to what to do for music at this late date." "Well, I have all the digital files of what Harley used. It really is a lovely score," Grant offered. "Yes, but doesn't it have his narration already mixed in?" "The show versions do, but I kept the original files on my home computer when Harley added in the music 7 or 8 years ago. I'm pretty sure I have the unmixed files without his narration." "If you have those, then we're saved," Leah said. "But I don't want to get my hopes up." "Keep 'em up," Grant said with a laugh. "I never throw anything away. I'm like a well-organized hoarder. I'll email them over in the morning." "Fantastic. And I'll take this minimal prop and costume list and pull what I can from storage downstairs. Anything we don't already own, we'll have to rent." "Sounds like a plan. It's all coming together." Leah had to agree with her stage manager. Despite all the bumps in the road, the show was finally starting to take shape. Although it was a good feeling, as it turned out, it was also short-lived. Chapter 22. "Wait, we have another room filled with props?" "Sure thing," Betsy explained as she sorted through her large key ring. They were standing in front of a strange door down a hall that Leah had not yet fully explored, deep within the building's twisty basement. To be honest, she hadn't even been aware of this hall's existence, let alone the door they were standing in front of. "We've got the regular prop room with all the ordinary stuff in it, and then what I call the special prop room, which you can only get to if you have this key. No, this key. No, here it is." She held up the key, which to Leah looked like all the others, and then inserted it in the door's lock. Moments later, they stepped into a room which was larger than Leah had imagined. Her eyes went a little wide at the shelves filled with props from years of past productions. "Although I've been here for over a year and a half, I am consistently amazed that I keep discovering new rooms in this place," Leah said as she stepped forward and started examining this new trove of treasures. "This old building has got more than its share of both nooks and crannies," Betsy agreed. "Prop people can take what they like from the regular prop room, but you've got to be in the inner circle to be granted permission to enter this room." "I'm feeling very special," Leah said as she pulled out her handwritten list. "We don't need a lot of props for our new minimalist version of A Christmas Carol, but some of these items are pretty specific." Betsy took the list from her and began to quickly scan it. "Well, if we can't find it in here, I've got one more super secret stash we can pull from," she offered, "but I think I can get you everything you need right here." She then proceeded to go down the list, quickly finding the items and handing them to Leah as she went. After a few of these exchanges, Leah finally began to stack the props on a nearby table. "So that was the original bell I found in Harley's garage, huh?" Betsy said as she worked. "Mummified and stuffed in a corner." "Yes, that's what Detective Dietz said the other night." "How did your cast of suspects respond to that tidbit of news?" Betsy asked as she offered Leah 2 options for Fezziwig's tankard. Leah pointed to the more ornate of the 2. "They are a tough group to read," Leah said. There really was no response to the news. Nothing. They seemed more concerned that we'd have no sets or costumes for the show. "Why do you suppose that was? I mean, most of them were in the show with her for at least a couple of years. There must have been some feeling, or at least some familiarity." "I'm not sure," Leah said. She had found a chair and sat down while she watched Betsy work. "I recognized that it was years ago, but still you'd think someone would shed a tear or something for the poor girl." "People are weird and actors are weirder," Betsy said. She offered up 2 options for the candlestick holder to be used by the ghost of Christmas past. "The one on the left," Leah said. "Your left." Betsy added the prop to their ever-growing pile and then continued her search. "I agree that actors can be weird," Leah said thoughtfully. "And this cast is absolutely at the far end of the weird scale. But it's more than that. I mean, none of them really seem to want to be in this show. It feels more like an obligation than an avocation. Someone used the word cult, and I'm beginning to think that's what it was."
Maybe,
Betsy said, clearly not convinced by the argument.
but generally cults are harder to get out of than to get into. That's part of what makes them a cult.
"I suppose you're right. They've done the show for years and years, but now that I'm the director, all of a sudden no one wants to do it anymore."
Perhaps,
Betsy said. She had stepped up on a small footstool and was sorting through some crown options for the ghost of Christmas present.
But if you ask me, the reason they're leaving is not because you're the director.
"Then what is it?" Betsy turned to Leah with 2 crown options in her hands.
I think it's because the director is no longer Harley.
"What is that expression? Never work with kids and dogs?" "Having worked with both on more than one occasion on Loose Cannon, I agree with the sentiment 100%. Make that 200%. Leah and Aiden were slouched in the front row of the theater, watching as Alex directed the new additions to the cast, explaining to the kids their entrances and exits on the blank bare stage. "Nice of Alex to handle this part," Aiden said quietly. "He volunteered, believe it or not," Leah whispered in return. "He said he didn't think he'd been pulling his weight on the production so far." "So, assistant directing, playing the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come, and now playing Marley doesn't qualify as pulling one's weight?" "Alex is something of an overachiever," Leah offered. "He is that," Aiden agreed. "Fine actor as well." "You think so?" Leah said, turning to him. "Oh, absolutely," Aiden said. "Stage, TV, film, he could do it all." "Or he could just keep doing community theater here in St. Paul," Leah suggested as she turned back to the stage. Alex was in the midst of explaining to the twins playing Want and Ignorance how to stare up at Scrooge without smiling. "Or he could do that, yes," Aiden agreed. Now it was his turn to look at Leah. "Are you two something of an item?" Leah shrugged. "Well, we're something, that's for sure. To be honest, I don't think we've ever really defined it." "Because the very act of definition might destroy it?" Aiden suggested. "Maybe. I don't know." "Getting old is hard. Relationships are hard. Relationships when you're getting older are hardest." "That's very pithy." "Perhaps, but don't take it to heart. Mickey Rooney told that to me when he guest starred on the show. He also told me that in some countries he's worshipped as a god."
"So we should take it with a grain of salt?"
"That might be best." Before they could continue, Alex stepped to the edge of the stage and looked down at Leah. "I think the kids are ready to try a run-through. We may have to do a few starts and stops, but on the whole, I think they've got the gist of it."
"Thanks for handling all that."
"No problem, boss."
Leah slowly stood up. She had been sitting longer than she'd realized. She turned to the rest of the cast, who were scattered throughout the auditorium, quietly studying their phones. "Okay, folks, I think we're ready for a complete run-through with the kids." This announcement was greeted with grumbles as the actors made their way down the long aisles toward the stage.
"Stand by for Act 1, Scene 1,
Grant shouted as he flipped open his thick binder.
"With the entire, that's right, the entire cast, please."
"On the whole, that went a lot better than we had any right to expect," Leah said as she began to flip through her notes. The adult cast had assembled on the stage for notes on their evening's work. The kids had been sent home an hour before. Leah had then run the adult cast through a couple of tricky problem spots before assembling them for some final notes. "Grant, we'll need to get more black drape from downstairs," Leah began. "Now that we've added kids to the equation, we need to do a better job of masking what little backstage area we have. From House Right, we can clearly see them sitting backstage playing Angry Birds or whatever on their phones."
"Nice retro callback, but most of them are playing Fortnite," Grant said as he made a note of his own. "But I understand your point. We'll get that fixed by tomorrow night."
"Great," Leah said as she ran a finger down her scribbled handwriting. She shook her head as she studied one note in particular.
I write these things in the dark and then can't read them. Something about no rat cross on top tool. That might be narrator cross at the top of Act 2, Alex suggested. Where Daniel is starting is fine, but at some point he has to move, or he's blocking the ghost of Christmas present's entrance. That's it, Leah said. Thanks for deciphering that thought. No problem, boss. Daniel, did you get that? Leah looked up and scanned the stage. She finally found Daniel, who was lost in the shadow of the stage's left wing. He slowly recognized the cast was looking at him and jerked to attention. What was that? Sorry. You need to cross in your narration at the top of Act 2, Leah explained. Counter so that Ray can enter. Daniel nodded vigorously. Got it, he said quickly. And speaking of ghosts, we have to do something about the ghost of Christmas yet to come, Leah continued. She looked over at Alex, who was seated on the edge of the stage. I know, he said. I know we don't have and won't have the full costume, but I sure miss it, or at least the idea of it. I thought this skeleton hand would work, but I was clearly wrong about that. He held up a realistic skeleton arm and hand unit and gestured with it toward Aiden. A hidden trigger in the device allowed him to curl one bony finger menacingly. Even if I was dressed all in black, Alex went on, I don't think the audience is going to buy it. They're going to laugh, mate, Aiden said. You're right, they're going to belly laugh, Alex agreed, and that's not the right spot for a laugh. I'm never one to throw a laugh away, but you're right, Aiden said. We don't need a laugh right there. I'll keep working on it, boss, Alex said to Leah. Leah nodded and turned her attention back to her notes. As for that final Scrooge Cratchit scene, she began, but then noticed the entire cast was staring past her. They were looking toward the back of the auditorium. Leah turned to see Detective Dietz heading down the aisle in her direction. Sorry to interrupt, he said quickly. I went upstairs to find you, but it turns out you're all down here. Yes, we moved down earlier in the week, Leah said. She stood up and they met in the main aisle. Dietz looked up at the bare stage. Still no set, huh? He said as he took in the unadorned stage and the handful of actors spread across it. We can't find a set for love or money, so instead I've opted for a minimalist approach. You sure have, he agreed. Anyway, I called and got your voicemail and didn't want to leave a message, so I thought I'd let you know in person. He glanced up at the actors on the stage. I guess I'll let you all know in person. Are we getting our sets and costumes back? Leah asked hopefully. It's not too late for us to switch back to using them, you know. Really? I'm sorry. It's just the opposite, he said. Harley Vincent's house and garage burned last night. Burned right down to the ground, with everything in them, including your sets and costumes. You're kidding. How could that happen? Leah said. Arson is how it happened, Dietz explained. Arson, plain and simple. And we have a pretty good idea how it happened and who did it. He looked up at the cast, and Leah sensed he was looking for reactions as he made his announcement. The fire appears to have been set by Charles Caldwell, Dietz said slowly. Leah gasped. Are you sure? How can you be sure? Because Mr. Caldwell's car was found in front of the house. There were cans of gasoline in the trunk. But most telling of all is the fact that his remains were found amidst the rubble. Chapter 23. Although she still had a handful of performance notes to deliver, after Dietz's announcement, Leah called an end to the rehearsal and sent the cast home. Once they'd departed, she continued to confer with the detective and was joined in front of the stage by Alex and Aiden. You're sure it's Charles who you found in the rubble? Leah said. We're pretty sure, Dietz said. DNA and dental records will tell us once and for all. But it's absolutely his car in front of Harley's house. Mr. Caldwell is not at his home, so odds are it's his body. Why would he burn down Harley's house and garage? This came from Aiden, but Alex nodded in agreement. I know he was mad about not playing Scrooge, but why torch Harley's place now? Destroying evidence? Alex suggested. Yes, that's probably it, Dietz agreed. He must have felt there was evidence of some kind in the house or the garage. But evidence of what? That he killed Harley? That he killed Stephanie Schramm? He looked at the small group assembled in front of him. They had no more answers than he did. Although it was not by any stretch of the imagination on her way home, Leah drove past what was left of Harley Vincent's house after sending Dietz on his way and locking up the theater. The detective had not been kidding. The house and garage had been burned right down to the ground. A couple stray wisps of smoke could still be seen in the dim moonlight, but mostly all she could see were two black pits of rubble and ash. She pulled the car over and looked across the street at the remnants of Harley's house and all that remained of the sets and props for A Christmas Carol. Then she jumped at the sudden ringing of her cell phone, which sounded extra sharp and shrill in the closed confines of her car. The caller ID told her it was Gloria. "Hey," Leah said. "Are you home?" "No, I'm in front of Harley Vincent's house." "You mean the one with the body in the garage?" Leah looked at her phone. "Did he have more than one house?" "Not that I know of," Gloria admitted. "Why are you there?" "Detective Dietz showed up at rehearsal tonight to inform us that both the house and the garage had burned down, with Charles Caldwell inside." "Yikes. Arson?" "That's what they're thinking." "Then let's go back to my earlier question. Why are you there?" "I don't know," Leah sighed. "I've been thinking about all the weird strands that make up the tapestry of events of the previous few weeks." "You sound poetic. Have you been drinking?" Leah laughed. "Not yet." "Well, as usual, I'm well ahead of you in that department. What strands in particular are you contemplating?" "Well, first, the murder of Harley Vincent, which happened right after he'd assembled his traditional cast for his long-running show." "Need I remind you that correlation is not causation?" "And need I remind you that you're just spouting something you heard in a TED Talk and that you have no idea what you're saying?" "Fair enough," Gloria agreed. Leah could hear her friend dropping ice cubes into a glass. This was clearly not the first time she'd done this so far this evening. "Then we have the arrival in town of Aidan Armstrong," Leah continued. "He appeared in the show years before and is now back in town to care for his ailing father." "Or so he says," Gloria added. "The same father he tried to kill, right?" "And who has had a restraining order against him ever since." "It's hard for anyone to put a positive spin on that," Gloria said. This was followed by the sound of liquid being poured into a glass. "And then there's Stephanie Schramm, who had played the part of Belle for 2 years in the show." "And then spent the next 20 years propped up in the back of Harley's garage, gathering dust with all the show's other props," Gloria added. "The poor thing," Leah said. "And what about the rest of his oddball cast? Ray and Robin Ross, the 2 daytime TV hosts whose best acting performances aren't in A Christmas Carol, but instead pretending to like each other on their daily talk show. And even that performance is nothing to write home about. However, my money's on that Chloe, the one who stepped into the role of Belle after Stephanie Schramm's disappearance. There's something fishy about her. Didn't you say she recently left a messy, mangled marriage? Was that all there is to her story?" "That's all we know so far," Leah agreed. "And what about the show's stage manager, Grant? He had some sort of juvenile record that was expunged when he turned 18. "So we don't know what he did or who he did it to or any other details?" "We don't. And more importantly, we don't know if it involved Harley Vincent," Leah said. "No one in this cast seems immune to having some sort of murky event in their past. Even Mr. Milquetoast, Daniel West, had a history of some sort with the police." "A history which seems to also have been expunged, this time via some sort of 12-step program." "That's what Dietz dug up. And what about those odd, mix-matched couples, the Fezziwigs and the Cratchits?" "Indeed, what is their deal?" Leah shook her head. "What keeps them coming back to this show year after year? Like others in the cast, they don't do any other shows in the Twin Cities." "That's odd behavior among most community theater actors," Gloria agreed. "Usually, once they've got the bug, they spend every waking hour trying to get into show after show. But not this cast." Leah turned and looked across the street at the 2 black holes of rubble. "And then finally, there's the late Charles Caldwell. He'd left the show in a huff and then, apparently, made one grand final gesture against Harley. And ended up dying in the process." "But why burn down the house and garage now? If he had killed Harley, that would have been the best time to cover your tracks with a bit of well-placed arson. You'd think. Why wait until now? Unless it had something to do with the body in the garage. And will we ever know why Harley left that body in the garage for all these years? I'll admit he was a character, Gloria said. I just had no idea of the extent of his foibles. I think leaving a corpse in your garage for over 20 years is a bit more than just a foible. You're probably right. Let's call it an idiosyncrasy. This was followed by the sound of Gloria topping off her drink once more. You certainly knew Harley better than I did. Why was A Christmas Carol the only show he ever did? Leah asked. And why did he always use the same cast? Honey, I only knew him in the biblical sense, and even that was hardly a frequent occurrence. But I am curious as to how he supported himself beyond the $600 he earned each year for directing one show at your theater. Well, there's the money he made by charging the theater to store the sets and costumes. That was a nice, tidy annual sum, Leah offered. But that was nothing he could live on. He's got a nice house and a nice neighborhood. Or he did. Well, the police did find a ton of cash in his house. And they say they didn't think he was selling drugs? Leah shook her head. Dietz said there was nothing to suggest Harley was a dealer, a buyer, or a user. There was a long pause while they both considered the litany of questions they had generated and the paucity of answers they'd uncovered. How's the show coming? Will you be ready for opening night? Leah smiled. Oddly enough, that's all going fine. The minimalist set is working, the kids are fine. Even some of the grown-ups are rising to the occasion and putting in good performances. And how are things with Alex? Leah considered the question and smiled. Alex, as always, is full of surprises. Chapter 24. A didgeridoo? Hear me out, Alex said, holding up his free hand to forestall any further comments. In his other hand, he gripped the middle of the long, odd-shaped musical instrument he'd brought along to the evening's rehearsal. It was made of wood and about 5 feet long. It looks like a thick, hollowed-out tree branch, Grant commented. And that's because that's what it is, Alex explained. It's then sanded and varnished and you're ready to go. And why do you have a didgeridoo? Leah asked. Like the rest of the assembled cast, she still wasn't sure how this odd instrument related to the rehearsal which was about to begin. I got it on a trip to Australia, but that's not the point, Alex said. I've been thinking about the scenes with the ghost of Christmas yet to come, and the trouble we've been having, given our new minimalistic approach to the show. You and me both, Leah agreed. And it occurred to me that the ghost never says anything. It's basically a Scrooge monologue, with the ghost standing there and pointing. Of course, when you have a really scary costume, that works great. But we have no costume, Leah said. Exactly, Alex agreed. But Aiden and I talked about it, and we thought, what if there is nothing on stage with Scrooge? What if it's just him reacting to a ghost that only he can see? Aiden nodded along as Alex spoke. Theater of the mind, Aiden added. The idea is the audience might even think Scrooge has lost it and is imagining this ghost, like he's gone off the deep end or something. Which then raises the question, has he imagined all the other ghosts? Alex said as Aiden nodded right along with him. Yes, that's a rabbit hole that greater minds than ours have gone down to their regret, Leah said quickly. But that doesn't explain the didgeridoo. I think it would make more sense for you to see it. Aiden and I roughed it in. Can we just show it to you? Sure thing, Leah said. Alex gestured her, and the rest of the cast, into the seats at the front row of the theater, while Aiden slipped on his white nightcap and stepped on stage. Alex followed him, stepping into the wings, dragging the didgeridoo with him. Aiden mimed sleeping in his chair. Then an eerie sound emanated from the wings. He sat up suddenly, awakened by this bizarre noise. Leah and the rest of the cast in the front row jumped at the blast. Aiden scanned the stage and then stopped, clearly seeing a figure of some kind standing in front of him.
Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come? Aiden rasped. This question was followed by a deep, unearthly moan from the didgeridoo off stage. You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us? Aiden continued. Is that so, Spirit? The question was again answered by an otherworldly moan from the off-stage didgeridoo. Aiden looked up at the invisible figure and seemed to follow its gaze as it pointed across the stage. Ghost of the future, he exclaimed. I fear you more than any spectre I have yet seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear your company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me? Another eerie moan from the didgeridoo was the only reply. Lead on, Aiden barked. Lead on! The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, Spirit! Aiden followed the unseen figure across the stage, and then broke character and turned to Leah. Then we go into the music cue, and we move into the scene with the men talking about my death. I love it, Leah said. It's very creepy. And I think if we don't overuse it, it will remain effective right up through the tombstone scene, Aiden said. Plus, it means I don't have to come on stage with that silly skeleton arm, which we all know was going to get laughs, Alex added as he stepped back on stage. No, it's perfect, Leah said. And one more bonus. I can now take a tax deduction on the cost of buying and shipping a didgeridoo from Australia, Alex added. It's what you call a win-win, Aiden said. It is indeed, Leah agreed. Let's run the show from top to bottom with this new addition. The perfect sound for the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Folks, that was terrific, Leah said, making herself loud enough to be heard above the mumble of voices on the stage. The cast had assembled for notes after getting through the entire show, top to bottom with music cues and didgeridoos, and they were completely hopped up and wired by the experience. I've just a couple of notes, Leah continued, looking around to make sure everyone was on stage. She noticed Betsy was seated several rows behind her on the aisle. Hey, how long have you been here? I snuck in during the last ghost, the older woman said. I just stopped by to let you know I was leaving, but I got caught up in the narrative. Betsy slowly stood up and headed toward Leah, addressing the cast on stage as she did. She held an old clipboard in her hand. Great work, everyone. You really brought it to life. Not that it matters, but I think you're going to blow the Guthrie's Too Rich for My Blood version right out of their Evian water. Kudos all around. Leah headed toward her as the cast expressed their thanks and grinned at the sudden and unexpected praise. What are you doing here so late? I was working on updating our key registry, Betsy said. You know, figuring out who still has keys, who still shouldn't have keys, and who hasn't returned keys. A lot of these people, it's easier to call them at night. Well, thanks for doing that, Leah said. I'm just giving notes and then we'll be wrapping up. No problem. In 2 seconds I'll be off like a prom dress. I just wanted to ask, we're not likely to get Harley's keys back now that the house is burned down, right? That seems unlikely, Leah agreed. The sense I got from Detective Dietz is that the entire house was reduced to ash. Betsy made a note on her clipboard. Then I'll just mark that set as destroyed, although I wish we had them. Turns out he put his own lock on his locker, so we'll have to get it cut off if we want to keep using it. His locker? What locker? His director's locker, Betsy explained. Leah looked back at her blankly. You know, every season each director gets their own locker up in the rehearsal room for storing show-related stuff, so they don't have to keep hauling it back and forth during rehearsals. Leah was having trouble processing this information. What lockers are you talking about? There aren't any lockers in the rehearsal room. Betsy smiled and shook her head. They're in that little closet next to the door to the attic. It blends right into the wall. If you didn't know it was there, you might not even see it. Well, exactly, Leah said. I didn't know it was there, and I've never seen it. So you're telling me there is yet another room in this building that I've somehow missed? She tried to picture that corner of the room, and then a thought occurred to her. Hey, I've directed here a couple of times. How come I've never been given a locker? I suppose it's because you have an office. Trust me, these aren't big lockers. They're like the ones you used to see at the bus station. Betsy made another note on her clipboard.
Anyway, I'll mark Harley's keys as gone, and we'll get someone in at some point to cut off the lock.
I'll put that on my to-do list for tomorrow, Leah offered. Maybe one of the guys doing the tuck pointing has the right tools. Betsy looked up at the cast on stage who'd been listening to this administrative discussion.
Anyway, great work, everyone. You've got one for the record books here. Good night.
Betsy turned and headed up the aisle. Leah mumbled a goodnight as she thought about what she'd just learned. She was pulled out of her reverie by Alex. "Hey, boss," he said quietly. He was cradling the didgeridoo in one arm. "You said you had some notes?" Leah shook her head and returned her attention to the cast on stage. That's right, just a couple." She glanced down at the scrawled notes on the pad in front of her. Now if I could only read what I've written. Chapter 25. The remainder of the notes session was not long, which was good because Leah could tell the cast was hyped up by their performance and not really listening to her recitation. She looked at the last scrawl on her pad, and after squinting at it for a long moment, she was finally able to decipher it. "The last note is for Grant," Leah said. She looked up, trying to spot the large stage manager. He was seated on the edge of the platform near the stage left wing. He gave her a wave. "Is it about the timing of the Cratchit music cue during the 'Hey, Tiny Tim is dead' scene?" Grant said quickly. "If it is, I know what I did wrong there. I'll wait until Cratchit finishes the 'my boy' speech." "That was my bad," Cratchit said from his spot center stage. "I was really milking that, putting in a pause you could drive a truck through. I'll tighten it up next time." "No problem, man," Grant said with a smile. "I'll do a better job of listening." Leah scanned her notes. "In that case, that's it for tonight. Tomorrow night is a full dress, not that there's all that much to dress up in, and then we'll be ready for our first preview on Wednesday. Great work, everyone." As the cast began to disperse from the stage, Leah returned to her seat in the front row. She picked up her binder as she sat down, flipping through the script as she tried to remember a mental note she'd made during the performance. However, that note had long since disappeared, replaced by a nagging thought based on what Betsy had just told her. A shadow fell across her. Leah looked up to see Alex standing in front of her, still cradling the didgeridoo in his arm. "Hey, boss, that was pretty solid, don't you think?" Leah agreed, but knew she didn't want to talk about the show. "Did you know the directors all have lockers up in a secret closet in the rehearsal room?" Alex nodded as he sat down next to her. "Sure," he said. "I've done enough shows here. I've seen different directors stash their stuff in there after a rehearsal. To be honest, I never really thought about it." Leah shook her head slowly. "Can you believe it? I've been here over a year and there are still rooms I don't know about. What kind of job am I doing here if I don't even have the most rudimentary knowledge of all the rooms in this stupid building?" "Well, I wouldn't beat yourself up," Alex said softly. "It's a weird old building with all sorts of nooks and crannies, along with nooks and crannies hidden within the nooks and crannies. And I don't think they hired you for your ability to name all the rooms. They hired you to run the theater and make it prosper, despite all the roadblocks that are thrown in front of you. And I, for one, think you're doing a fantastic job." Leah looked over at him. She could feel tears beginning to well up and fought to keep them at bay. "Thanks," she said, just barely suppressing a catch in her voice. Aiden suddenly slipped into the empty seat on Leah's other side. "Well, as one of our frequent directors on Loose Cannon used to say, 'Boys and girls, I think we've made ourselves a show.'" He grinned at Leah and Alex. "I mean, I'm right in the middle of the dang thing, so my perspective is decidedly skewed, but that felt like a solid show tonight." "It was exceptional," Leah agreed, "and that didgeridoo really kills." Alex nodded. "Yeah, it's a nice touch, I agree. But I think it's Scrooge's reaction that really sells it. You're nailing it." "Just like you're nailing your Marley scene," Aiden said. "He may be dead, but that scene is buzzing with life." "Hey, dude, I'm only hitting back the balls that are served to me," Alex said. "Well, as much as I'd love to continue listening to this Mutual Admiration Society recitation, I need to get some rest," Leah said. "There's a lot to do tomorrow, including the additional responsibility of calling someone to cut the lock off Harley's locker. The thing is, I'm really curious as to what might be in there." "If you truly want to know tonight, there's no need to wait." Leah looked at Aiden. "What do you mean? Are you a locksmith?"
No, but if you're in possession of a couple spare paper clips, I'm the next best thing, Aiden said, beaming. Are you telling me you know how to pick locks? Leah said. Hey, I picked locks on virtually every other episode of the show for 7 years, Aiden said, sounding just a tad defensive. It was my go-to move. I may not actually know how to repair and fly a helicopter or how to defuse a nuclear bomb with a pair of ice tongs, but I certainly picked up some minor lockpicking skills along the way. Leah considered this new information. Well, I really am curious as to what's in that locker. Heck, you're just curious about where this alleged closet is, Alex said with a grin. Leah gave him a playful swat across the shoulder. She looked over at Aiden. I'm game if you are, she said, and moments later the trio was headed up the aisle. Well, now that I know where it is, I can't help but see it. The doorway to the small closet was designed to blend into the walls around it, with the attic door, just a couple feet away, stealing the focus from the dim outline on the wall. Leah approached that portion of the wall and gave it a slight push. The door swung open, revealing a small space within. The majority of the closet was taken up by a metal locker unit, consisting of 3 rows of 3 small lockers. Betsy had been right. It looked just like the small lockers you could rent in bus and train stations, just without the slot for quarters. All 9 lockers were closed. A few of them had identical padlocks on them. One locker, in the middle of the middle row, had its own unique lock on it. That must be Harley's locker, Leah said. Betsy said he'd put his own lock on it. His own really expensive lock, Aiden added. He gripped the solid device, tipping it up so he could see the slot for the key. He wasn't kidding around. Do you think you can open it? Alex asked. Well, after shooting my mouth off, I'm going to look like a damned fool if I can't. Aiden took the paper clips from Leah's hand and then leaned down to put his full attention on picking the lock. Leah and Alex stepped back to give him room to work. You know, now that I think of it, I think someone else knew about Harley's locker, Leah said. Why's that? Well, not long after he died, I ran into someone up here in the rehearsal room. It was after hours and it was dark, and they nearly killed me by pushing me down the stairs as they ran out of here. But I bet they were either looking for the locker or trying to pick the lock. Or trying to find the closet, Alex suggested. Indeed. Maybe it was Charles Caldwell. When he couldn't find what he was looking for here, he took the next step and burned down Harley's house and garage. Leah considered this for a moment and then shook her head. Whoever ran past me on those dark stairs moved a lot faster than Charles Caldwell could have moved. It certainly felt like someone younger. Someone younger than Charles Caldwell doesn't significantly narrow the field, Alex said. Just about everyone in the world is younger than Charles Caldwell is. Was, Leah said. Yes, of course, Alex added. Was. He glanced into the closet. How's it coming in there? On the show, you generally do this a lot faster. On the show, I also usually had a commercial break to help speed things up, Aiden said. Or at the very least, a well-placed dissolve. A luxury I'm currently lacking. I thought you never watched his show, Leah said quietly. You seemed to have quite the aversion to it. I never said I never watched it, Alex said. I think you did, though. You may be mistaken. Leah gave him a long look. You've seen every episode of Loose Cannon, haven't you? Alex glanced at the closet and then took a half step further away. He pulled Leah along with him. Yes, I've seen the show. Of course I've seen the show. Local boy makes good with his own TV show. Of course I'm going to watch it. Leah grinned. Before she could generate a suitable, snappy comeback, a sharp bingo emanated from the small closet. Got it, Aiden added, holding up the opened lock as proof of his lock-picking prowess. Take that, MacGyver. Aiden tossed the lock aside and dramatically swung the locker door open. Leah and Alex crowded in around him, staring at the odd items stacked inside the small storage space. Aiden pulled out one item and held it up to the light for closer examination. Leah and Alex followed suit, each taking something from the locker. There were several moments where the only sound was their breathing and the occasional rustling of paper. Well, at first glance, this appears to be our stage manager's expunged juvenile criminal record, now utterly punged,
Aidan said as he flipped through several pages of photocopied documents. It seems that our Grant was quite the hoodlum in his youth, with a heady string of offenses. Leah held up her own documents. I've got a divorce decree for Ray and Robin Ross. Turns out they've been secretly divorced for years and clearly didn't want anyone to know it. That could certainly hurt their happy couple TV ratings, Alex suggested. But speaking of damning information, this is even worse. He held up a newspaper, yellowed with age, and pointed at an article and an accompanying photo. From the Scranton Times-Tribune over 30 years ago, mob accountant turns state's evidence disappears, assumed dead. And that alleged accountant, by the looks of it, none other than the late Charles Caldwell. Aidan and Leah turned to examine the faded photo. The name is different, but that is definitely a younger Charles Caldwell, Aidan said. And I can see him as an accountant. He certainly loved playing with numbers. He must have gone into the witness relocation program, Alex said. And somehow Harley figured it out, Aidan added. Leah turned her attention back to the divorce decree. It's all blackmail, she said. Simple, basic, not very creative blackmail. Harley was blackmailing these people. Blackmailing them to be in A Christmas Carol? Aidan said slowly. What a weird thing to do. No, blackmailing them for actual money, Leah explained. Detective Dietz said Harley appeared to make his living off cash payments he received every month. I think he was blackmailing these folks and living off the proceeds. Making them also be in A Christmas Carol was just his perverse way of lording his power over them. I think you're right, Alex said. He had pulled a large leather-bound ledger from the locker and was paging through it. This appears to be his logbook, noting who he was blackmailing and how much they were giving him every month. And everyone from the cast is in here, along with some other names I don't recognize. The payment amounts vary from a lot every month to just a pittance. I suppose it depended on how damning the information he had might be, Leah said. Alex handed her the ledger, and she began to page through the thick volume. It was old and heavy and could easily have been a prop in Scrooge's office. It contained pages and pages of tiny scribbles dating back more than 20 years. This income, along with the money he was skimming from the theater for his storage fees, would certainly provide a comfortable living. Comfortable right up until someone you were blackmailing killed you, Aidan suggested. Then not quite as comfortable. Boy, it's been a while since I've seen one of these, Alex said. The other two turned to see who was holding a small cassette recorder he had pulled from the locker. I had one of those years ago, Aidan said. I used it to help learn lines for shows. I wonder what Harley used it for, Alex said. He pressed the play button, and after a moment the device came to life. They heard the tinny sound of a young woman's voice. So just read this? Is that all? A male voice answered her. That's all. It will be a great joke. Trust me. The woman cleared her throat and then began to read. Hey, Harley, it's Stephanie. Sorry for the last-minute notice. Would you expect any less from me? But I've decided to blow off the show this year and take a road trip. Let me do it again. Alex looked down at the recorder in his hand. That's Chloe, he said quietly. I'm pretty sure that's Chloe's voice. The woman's voice came out of the recorder again, this time more confidently. Hey, Harley, it's Stephanie. Sorry for the last-minute notice. Would you expect any less from me? But I've decided to blow off the show this year and take a road trip. Not sure when I'll be back, but I'll be in touch. Have a great show. The man's voice returned on the tape. Very nice. That will do very nicely. Thanks, Chloe. And then the tape cut out. The three looked from the device to each other. Leah spoke first. Dietz said that when Stephanie Schramm disappeared, Harley told them he had a voicemail message from her, saying she was headed out of town, which was why they called off the missing persons search. Harley must have tricked Chloe into recording a fake voicemail message and then spent the next 20 years blackmailing her for it, Alex said. What a creep, Leah said. A blackmailing creep. Not just that, Aidan said as he reached into the back of the locker and began to pull something out, but also possibly a murdering, blackmailing creep. He gingerly removed a large clear plastic bag from the locker. The interior of the bag was badly stained, but the contents were clearly visible. A large, deadly-looking knife. Its silver blade was discolored with dark, splotchy brown patches. "Is that a knife? With bloodstains?" Leah asked as she peered through the smudged plastic. "A wicked knife, yes, and not only with bloodstains, but since he sealed it in plastic, probably incriminating fingerprints as well," Aiden said. He let the bag twirl in front of him, giving them a chance to see it from all sides. "Stephanie Schramm was stabbed," Leah said slowly. "Do you suppose Harley killed her?" Alex shook his head. "Harley was a blackmailer. We've established that. If he killed Stephanie, he would have gotten rid of the evidence. No, I think Harley knew who killed Stephanie and had been using this evidence for years to get steady payments from the killer." "Charles Caldwell?" Leah suggested. "That's why Charles burned down the house and the garage. He thought Harley had hidden the knife somewhere and the fire would destroy the evidence." "That's plausible," Aiden said slowly. "His fingerprints would be all over the handle. We just turn this over to the police and they'll have the answer in no time flat." "Well, we can't have that, can we?" The trio turned to this new voice coming from the center of the rehearsal room. It was Daniel West walking toward them slowly, and he was pointing a gun. Chapter 26. "Daniel, what are you doing here? And why are you pointing a gun at us?" Leah asked, doing her best to take any emotion out of her voice. "Let me take a stab at it. Pardon the pun," Alex said. He had stepped closer to Leah and was starting to put his body in front of hers. "I'm guessing the fingerprints on that knife don't belong to Charles Caldwell. Those fingerprints are yours. And you'd prefer that we not turn this knife over to the police," Aiden added. "I would not only prefer it, but I would also have to insist upon it," Daniel said. His voice was calm and strong, nothing like the meek actor who had turned up for that first read-through. "So it was you who killed Stephanie Schramm?" Leah said. Daniel shrugged. "I've never known for sure, actually," he said slowly. "I woke up, and there she was, dead on the floor in my living room. And there was my knife next to her on the floor. This was back in my blackout drinking phase. I would often wake up in the midst of some bizarre situation. But this was my most severe, to say the least. So I did what any insecure, idiotic actor would do in that situation. I phoned my director for help." "And Harley offered to get rid of the body and the knife and told you that you were home free?" Leah suggested. Daniel nodded. "Something like that. And then a month or so later, he contacted me and said he'd hidden the body, and that he also had hung on to the murder weapon, and that it would behoove me to pay him every month to keep that information just between us." "He's been blackmailing you for 20 years?" Leah said. She was doing her best to stall him while she stared intently at the gun in his hand. Was it a real gun, or was it something he'd found downstairs in the prop room? She knew from experience that several of the fake prop guns at the theater had a small orange dot directly underneath the muzzle. This was a sort of warning device for anyone at whom the gun was being pointed, a safety check, as it were, anytime gunplay was needed on stage. Leah didn't see an orange dot, but she also wasn't sure all the theater's guns employed that unique orange dot warning. She decided to proceed as if it were a real gun, and with the presumption that Daniel would not be shy about using it. Daniel nodded. "Yes, he's been blackmailing me every month for the last 20 years, and I've had enough." "So you killed him?" Leah was surprised at how calm she was being as she carried on this conversation, and also a little annoyed at how quiet Alex and Aiden were being. "No, that wasn't my intention," Daniel said, shaking his head vehemently. It seemed like he was trying to convince himself as much as persuade her. "I just went over to his house to talk. He had made us go through that sham audition again for 30 seconds, and I just wasn't sure I could do another year of this production. So I went to his house with the intention of talking, man to man. Enough is enough. You've been paid for 20 years, I told him. It's over. But I'm guessing Harley didn't see it that way, Leah suggested. He could be such a bastard, Daniel said. Such a horrible, horrible man. He wouldn't listen to my argument at all. He just kept saying, I know where the weapon is. I know where the body is. I know that you did it, and if you want to keep that between us, you'll keep paying. So I hit him. Again and again. And the funny thing is, I'm really not 100% sure that I did kill Stephanie, Daniel continued. For all I know, after I passed out, Harley showed up and he killed her. It might be his fingerprints on that knife. But I just can't take that chance. So instead of taking that chance, you're going to kill the 3 of us? Leah said. After killing 3 people, what's 3 more, right? Daniel stared back at her. It was you who killed Charles Caldwell, wasn't it? And made it look like arson gone wrong? He'd figured it out, Daniel said, slipping back into the quiet, hard-to-hear Daniel from the first read-through. When we all found out it was Stephanie in the garage, he figured it out. And he decided to pick up where Harley had left off, blackmail-wise. So, in burning down the house and garage, you were able to kill 2 birds, as it were, Leah continued. Get rid of this new blackmailer and destroy any possible evidence linking you to the crime that might still exist. That is, until you heard Betsy talk about the lockers. I was pretty sure Harley had a storage place up here in the rehearsal room. I looked for it one night after the read-through, Daniel said. I just couldn't find it. Join the club, Leah said quietly. So what's the plan here? Alex said suddenly. Shoot the 3 of us? How is that going to look? It depends how I set the scene, Daniel said. Despite how horrible he was, Harley was a pretty good director. The man knew how to set a scene, and that's what we're going to do here. He surveyed the room for a long moment, still training the gun on them as he did. I'm thinking we'll go with the love triangle gone wrong scenario, he finally said. That's a classic. Alex discovers Leah has been sneaking around with the hotshot TV star. He confronts them after hours and shoots them. Then, in a storm of self-pity, he turns the gun on himself. I think that will play. You know what this is reminding me of? Alex said, suddenly turning to Aiden. The way you faced down the gunman in that episode on the deck of an oil rig. Thicker than water, Aiden said. Season 3, Max Gale guest starring. Too bad we don't have access to a 40-pound chain and a winch. True enough, Alex agreed. Although, if we had a set of Ginsu knives, you could take him down the way you did in Bitchin' in the Kitchen. Season 5, Aiden added, with special guest star Joyce DeWitt. Alex's face brightened as an idea occurred to him. However, if I'd brought my didgeridoo up here, you could recreate how you took down that evil kangaroo poacher in Season 4. Plunder Down Under, Aiden said with a grin. Still has one of my favorite closing lines, when the bad guy says to me, didgeridoo? And you say, no mate, didgeridoo. Leah couldn't believe they were babbling on about Aiden's idiotic series. And then she realized they may have been doing it on purpose, to take Daniel's attention away from her so that she could do what? She looked around for a weapon of some sort and then realized she didn't need to look far. The ledger book was still in her hands. She readjusted her grip on the massive tome. Of course, your greatest save was in Season 6, Alex continued. I know where you're headed, and I like it, Aiden said. The one with Sister St. Marie. None but the brave, where you clock the killer with, of all things, a clock. Will you two knock it off? Daniel suddenly snapped. Leah picked that moment to lob the heavy book at the gunman, throwing it with all the force she could muster. She'd aimed for his head, but gravity had other ideas. The book glanced off Daniel's arm, releasing his hold on the gun, which bounced across the floor. As he turned to look for it, Aiden stepped forward and aimed a solid punch at Daniel's chin. He missed by about a foot. Daniel stared back at him blankly. I'm way too used to working with stuntmen, Aiden said. Before Aiden could swing again, Alex found an opening and barreled directly into Daniel's stomach. The two men tumbled to the floor, where they wrestled ineffectually for several moments. Daniel pushed Alex aside and sat up, just in time for Aiden to offer his second punch. This one connected cleanly on Daniel's jaw, spinning his head to the left. Just as he turned back, Leah slammed him hard in the face with the heavy ledger. He shook his head slightly to clear away the fog, just in time for Leah to bring the book down with great force on the top of his head. Leah wound up, ready to swing the book again, but it wasn't necessary. Daniel toppled backward onto the floor, hitting his head one final time as he passed out. The three of them stood over the unconscious body, each trying to catch their breath. After a moment, Alex turned to Aiden. "If this had been an episode of the series, I know what your closing line would have been." "What?" Before Alex could answer, Leah said the line, tossing the ledger aside as she did. "Book 'em," she said flatly, and then she reached for her cell phone. Chapter 27. Are you enjoying the show? Did your wife come? Detective Dietz was caught in mid-sip by these questions from Leah. He lowered his plastic wine glass and raised his voice to be heard above the opening night crowd in the theater's lobby. "My dear wife is waiting in line for the ladies' room," he said. "Sorry about that. It's top of my list of hoped-for building upgrades next year. More bathrooms," Leah said. "Well, that's admirable, but unlikely to be of help to her tonight," he said. "And Act 1? "Act 1 is good," he said slowly. "Took me a while to get used to a young Scrooge and to shake his TV image. I kept expecting him to start solving a crime or break into a fist fight or something. But that faded, and now I'm in. And as it turns out, you didn't need a set after all." "Yes, our minimalist look seems to be working if I'm reading the crowd properly. Most of the kudos goes to the lighting, though." "Sorry that you lost your nephew Fred and narrator so late in the game, but you seem to be making do," Dietz said. Leah nodded. "Yes, Alex was able to step into the nephew Fred role at the last minute." "Because your old nephew Fred is cooling his heels and awaiting bail." "Is he likely to get bail?" Dietz shook his head. 3 murders and 3 more attempted murders, plus arson, has a tendency to weigh heavily against a person. I don't think Daniel West will be leaving the prison system anytime soon." "So who did you get to be the voice of your narrator last minute? It sounds somehow familiar." "It's the same voice the show has had for 20 years, Leah said. "Harley Vincent recorded the narration years ago, so we just pulled out the old tapes. At first I thought it was kind of creepy to have the voice of a deceased blackmailer narrating the play, but now it seems sort of fitting. It's his show, after all." "And his blackmailing days are pretty much over," Dietz added. "And it sounds like this is the last year for most of your cast." Leah nodded. "Who can blame them? I mean, to be blackmailed for 20 years and also have to do A Christmas Carol? That seems both cruel and unusual." "So it will be a new cast next year?" "No, it will be a new play," Leah said. "Probably a mystery." "Because you like mysteries, right?" Leah considered this for a long moment. As she did, the lobby lights began to flicker, signaling the end of the intermission. "I'm not sure I like mysteries," she said finally, "but they certainly seem to like me." The drive from St. Paul to Brooklyn Park was surprisingly quiet. Aiden sat in the back seat while Alex drove, occasionally referring to the GPS map on his dashboard. Leah looked out the passenger window at the gray skies hovering over the freeway. The post-opening night party had gone later than anyone anticipated, and the three of them had been the last to leave. But both Leah and Alex had promised to make this trip with Aiden, and so they had gamely met him at 1:00 p.m. the next day. "Thanks again for coming along," Aiden said for the 3rd time since they'd gotten in Alex's car. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." "Well, speaking of apologies, I'm sorry I thought you were an attempted murderer who lied about his ailing father," Leah offered, "and had a restraining order put out against you." "Well, technically I am an attempted murderer," Aiden admitted. "I mean, I did try to kill my father." "After he beat up your mother," Leah added. "True, but attempted murder is still attempted murder," Aiden said. no matter how half-assed it might have been. As for the restraining order, you can chalk that up to a clerical error, one of the many downsides of being a junior. So, in reality, Aiden Armstrong Jr. took out a restraining order against Aiden Armstrong Sr., Alex said, and not the other way around? Indeed. He was not allowed to come near me or my mother right after their divorce was finalized, Aiden said. Of course, today I doubt he even remembers it. I'm not so sure he'll even remember me. I hope he does, Leah said. I mean, in a good way. Aiden shrugged. The folks in the memory care unit say he has his good days and his bad days. Maybe today will be one of the good ones. I think we're there, Alex said as he pulled the car into a parking lot of a large, modern, one-story facility. The grounds were well-tended, and the lot was about half full. Aiden reached for the door handle and then turned to the front seat passengers. You don't have to wait, you know, he said. I can always take an Uber back. No problem, Leah said. She can help me run my new Nephew Fred lines, Alex suggested. Let's see if I can get them in the right order tonight. Either way, I'll just growl at you, Aiden said with a quick smile. And then he was out of the car and headed toward the front door of the Sunrise Memory Care Center. Leah and Alex watched him as he disappeared into the building. He's not a bad guy, Alex said. Not at all, Leah agreed. It's funny, when you think about it, that Daniel West thought people would buy his love triangle double murder suicide scenario. I mean, really? You're saying you think people would have trouble picturing us together? Or me with Aiden? Or you with Aiden? What are you saying? Leah was playing with him, but Alex still became flustered as he attempted to string together an answer. I mean, people thinking I would become so jealous of your attentions to Aiden that I'd try to kill you both. So you weren't jealous of me paying attention to Aiden early on? No more than you were jealous of me paying attention to Chloe. Although, to be fair, Chloe was paying more attention to me than I was to her. But we're both admitting there might have been just a bit of jealousy, Leah said, turning in the front seat to face him. I mean, just a bit? There might have been, Alex admitted. He turned to face her. A bit. So there is nothing between you and Chloe? Alex shook his head. Nothing. Never was. And there's nothing between you and Aiden? Nada. She gave him a long look. But there is something between us, right? There is, he said slowly. There is. They shared a long moment of silence. Leah looked around. We've started to fog up the car windows, she said. Indeed we have. Want to fog them up completely? Alex smiled at her as he moved closer. No problem, boss. This has been Rehearsed to Death, a Como Lake Players mystery, written by John Gaspard, read by Margaret Mickelson, produced and engineered by Albert's Bridge Books at Grass Lake Studios. Text copyright 2022, recording copyright 2024, all rights reserved. Looking for more fun mysteries? Check out all the books, including the first book in this series, Acting Can Be Murder, at albertsbridgebooks.com. That's albertsbridgebooks.com. And thanks for listening.